Bro, in the last video I commented about this manga, and a lot of people said they wanted a continuation. So, you know the drill. A lot of likes, a lot of comments, and you guys asking for the continuation. It's in your hands. The continuation is on the doesn't know who he is, or what his name is. Then he wonders why he would have trapped him there, and he doesn't remember receiving any animosity from that guy. So he must have some. Take the food. But that punk tells him to let go of the food, saying that no one should take food from that basket without his permission, and declares that everything in the basket is under his control. And then, he hasn't left his residence in 4 days. And as they know, Maum is very talented, and he's sure that they can trust him. But Kay questions whether he's really sure that it wasn't him, and the boy confirms that, based on what they know now, it wasn't. Following that, Jang asks the boy to tell Amma to stop monitoring him, because they will now focus on investigating the girl's movements.
King Sheng's sect. The boy agrees, and Junghwa speaks with her Zhang, telling him that one of her disciples was murdered, and he presents his condolences. She then asks if he called her there, to ask if he could examine her injuries. She explains that, at first, she thought the wounds were inflicted by a swordsman, but if she examines them carefully, she will understand why he summoned her. At this, Jang is surprised by what he's seeing and questions what it is, because such a thin and sharp cut couldn't have been made by just any sword. He considers a thread, but dismisses it, saying that no matter how sharp a thread is, it wouldn't prevent the skin from folding. Then, Game R asks if he's ever seen injuries like this before, and he says no, impressing her, because even someone as experienced as he had never seen anything like it before. She asks if he has any guesses, and the image of Pooh quickly flashes through Jang's mind, but he dismisses the thought, believing it couldn't have been him, and then apologizes. He says that he can't give her the answer she wants. Then, she questions when the troops will arrive in the city, and he replies that they will arrive in 2 days, but they will only know their strength once they enter Zendor. At that, Junggu says that it doesn't matter, confidently stating that she can crush them in an instant. Then Jung questions, "Are you planning to start a war now?" And she asks if she hasn't already made it clear that he will be rewarded as they agreed upon, and she wonders if he is afraid. She declares that she would rather die than live under the same sky as the sect, her eyes filled with bloodlust and intense hatred.
Pooh calmly looks at him, removing his hand from his arm. Then the boy grabs his face and drags him across the floor, demanding to know what he said and ordering him to repeat it. Then, the two are astonished by the ferocity she is emitting and, as a result, they lower their heads, saying that they understand her feelings. But then, Pio is right behind her, almost breathing down her neck. Crown. And upon returning to that company, Jang says that the girl was tied up with Pilu and the man from her company, who had basically gone blind. Initially, she questions what he is talking about. Asking what they did to Yuk Pai, and she says that he went after that bastard Pew, and the bastard did this to him. At that point, Zhang tells her to stop, with that slow, drawn-out explanation, and speak properly. So, she recounts, remembering when Pew was simply eating peacefully, when she went to talk to him, asking if the food was that delicious, and she starts to come on. Over to the boy. He notices the situation he's gotten into, and thinks he can't even eat in peace, questioning what she wants. However, the girl says that she's just checking if everything is okay, saying that she also wanted to apologize. Then, he asks if she wants to apologize, and she says that she was a little rude that day, asking if he was a little surprised. So, he says that it doesn't matter, and she goes back to being internally irritated. She wonders why he's treating her this way, but outwardly, she maintains a fake smile, mentioning the master's suggestion from that day and asking why. He doesn't reconsider, and Pai asks if she's talking about him joining the Black Clouds group, and she confirms, saying she'll take good care of him. Just then, Yuk Pai approaches Ranju, realizing that she went there after disappearing without saying a word. He immediately touches her, and she tells him to take his hand off, asking how long he's been following her, but he remains doubtful, asking if she thinks he has so much free time, and says he came because the master told him to find her. Then, the guy asks if that's Pai, and the protagonist immediately glares. He starts pressing his face as if he's going to crush it, telling him to say what he said again, and he begins to agonize and scream, while the others order the boy to get off their leader
firmly at him. Then, the man comments that he's really very handsome, becoming somewhat flustered by our protagonist, and then asks if everything is alright. Ranju gets angry because that bastard is lusting after men again. Imagine if she orders Yuk Pai to take his eyes off of him, and he questions what she means, leaning over Piwo, and she becomes irritated, And then he gets too close to Piwo, making a somewhat psychopathic face, licking his lips, and asks, "Take my eyes off of what, exactly?" So Pai says he will forgive him this time, and tells him to leave before he counts to 3. Then he says that, if he doesn't, he will make sure he doesn't see anything ever again until the day he dies. Then, Yok Pai begins to ask if that little beauty is talking to him, trying to touch the boy. And Piwo starts counting. 1. Looking at him. 2. And upon reaching 3, he grabs the chopstick and stabs it into the arm of Yok Pai. Yok Pai gets angry and attacks the boy, breaking the table and throwing everything away. And he starts asking where Piwo went, and then Rang tries to stop him, but Piwo appears behind Yok. Piru quickly attacks him, completely shattering him and forcing him to his knees. Then, he stands beside him, grabbing his head along with his children and staring deeply into Yok Pai's eyes. So, he goes and actually does what he said he would, blinding that psychopath. At that point, Hanju starts screaming for him, so Piru leaves him behind, completely torn up and blind. Then, Ranju tries to attack him, but he manages to quickly evade her attack. Then, she asks if he really needed to do that, but immediately asks them to stop there. However, Piru is quite angry, and she says that she didn't come there to see him do something like that, saying that he has already paid the price for being a nosy idiot, and that he doesn't need to spill any more blood. Then, Piru calms down,
calling the boy crazy. At that, Pooh looks at them while smashing their leader's face, and they all begin to think the boy is insane. But the kid is totally dominated by
turning around and walking away. And then, she says that he really is unpredictable, saying that, despite everything he did, she can't believe that he left her in that condition, but she asks him to be careful, because if he continues to act as he pleases, he won't be able to avoid unexpected misfortunes. But he simply leaves, leaving the owner of the place behind, completely desolate, thinking his clothes have been ruined. So he asks if he liked them, but he simply leaves and wonders if Leo left him like that after he desired him. And Ranj says yes, but Jang says he can't believe it, especially at a time like this. Then Ranj says that her pride is so wounded that she can't take it anymore and declares that she will make him pay for this humiliation, but he remembers that boy and says it's a good choice, saying that they will get rid of him when the problem with Sita Kin is resolved. They may not even know it, but they are getting into a lot of trouble because Lio must be behind her, listening to everything they are saying. And Ranjorda says, everything is fine, and Jang, she says that they will act as soon as they meet up with the cavalry, and she orders them to be prepared. She also seems quite irritated, summoning Jiraiya, and appears to be very strong. Later that night, that boy from the Ken Shen sect goes to speak with a very suspicious man. The man asks him if he wants to find the culprit responsible for the death of the young leader of the Thunder Clan, and the boy says, yes. Then, the man starts laughing and says that it's difficult, like finding a needle in a haystack, and adds that the only clue is that a martial art from the Shen sect was used. The boy questions if there are any rumors about someone standing out in Shendo. The man responds that yes, there is a person called Wallo. Sang, from the Nobel clan, mentions that he possesses
Orotimar and is very angry. Just by looking at him, he puts a lot of pressure on him. And then, that girl steps forward again, asking Pooh to let him go because he can't answer him like that.
An enchanting beauty, and is also a relentless master, whose skill is indescribable. The boy asks if Guang is implying that he has any relationship with the young master's death, claiming he doesn't know anything. However, he matches the kind of person the boy is searching for. So, the boy is left thinking about Pio, while paying for Guang's services and thanks him, saying that if he needs anything else, he can come back and ask, but he keeps wondering who the culprit is, and if it could really be the man, Pio. Then he picks up Pio's file, which states that he has an unknown personal history, unknown objectives, an unknown affiliated clan, and his first appearance was at the Batangway brothel in western Siwan, and that he possesses powerful martial arts skills and is believed to have a highly radical personality. And Jiang wonders if that man actually killed Rasan. Then he says he's sure that Said will handle it if he sends the information. And he thinks that, it seems, this man will also have to remain under the watchful eyes of his clan. But just then, a very familiar hand appears behind the man and touches his shoulder. He then realizes he can't move, and Piot takes the book from his hand, while Guang asks who it is. And then, he begins to read, saying that it hasn't been long since he arrived in Zendor, and that he's impressed by how much they've already investigated him. At that moment, Guang becomes very scared and introduces himself as the administrator of the Shuo branch of the Ig Nobel clan, adding that the clan will not stand idly by if they hurt him. But then, the boy says he already knows this, and therefore, he is there. Guang asks if he came, even knowing that, and then asks why. So, Pew replies that it's because he doesn't like his information circulating around. Then, he finally realizes that it is the
So he asks why he should, and she says that he must have understood after what he did. Then, Pooh questions about the food, and she says that no one will touch his portion.
boy, and Pi-woo confirms that's exactly right. At this point, he asks why he is exposing his identity like that, wondering if the boy is trying to kill him, to silence him, and with that, he asks to be spared, claiming that no one belongs to him and that he hasn't even seen the book. But Piol finds this quite amusing, since he was just openly saying his name. But then Guang tells the boy to believe him, at him while using his key to break free, until he finally manages to do so and starts trying to attack the boy. But Piol barely glances at him before ripping his head off, and he barely registers what happened until he sees his body falling away from his face. And then the boy says he'll keep it, leaving him sitting in the chair with his throat slit. And then a series of explosions erupt throughout the city, and they shout that it's a war, exclaiming, "Damn it, Ken and Emmy are fighting each other." And so a huge fire breaks out, and many people begin to die. And Jang asks what's going on, because it seems that he is having a nightmare. Meanwhile, several people begin to kill themselves in public, claiming that the sect started it by hiring an assassin to kill Brother W, and then, they continue. And so, Shang's subordinate says that both sects have reached their limits, and are finally facing off against each other. But at that moment, the master of the Fire Dragon Chamber, Po Tsunani, arrives, asking everyone to stop fighting, and just as he was about to warn them that continuing to fight like this would cause problems, he gets shot in the shoulder with an arrow, and Shang's subordinate begins to ask how they dare attack their master, declaring that it is unforgivable, and the war intensifies. And Jang says that this is a depressing spectacle, pointing out that the CTM is currently at a disadvantage due to a lack of troops. So, he orders the entire Black Cloud group to be summoned, as they are observing the fight. And amidst all that destruction, Young begins to ask how they dare,
promising along with the other leaders. Then, the boy drops Punk to the ground and stands up. And Punk gets very angry, since he's blind in one eye, and starts cursing at the kid. But Pai asks him what he wants.
Send an assassin to kill her disciple. And she questions whether they still consider themselves a respectable sect of Jianghu, and the boy retorts that they were the ones who attacked first and hired a killer to spill some blood. And he wonders if they are the ones behind the murder of the young leader of the Thunder Clan. But Young Ra says she heard the killer used a technique from the Qin Chen sect's sword style, asking how dare he try to blame her, and questions if they have gone crazy. Then she says that one of them won't get out of there alive and attacks the boy. But apparently the boy is quite strong and faces the elder. Meanwhile, Oren saves one of her disciples by throwing some men away, but the girl falls to the ground, injured as she is, and the girl tells her disciple to hurry and circulate her aura, as it will help her. But she starts to lose her strength and ends up dying in Seorang's arms. And she starts to think that everything was instigated by them, the Saitame, and that's why she's visiting them, and will join the war against the Qin Shen sect. But because of her indecision, the disciples of her sect are dying, and she thinks she can't keep avoiding this problem, so she activates her aura, becoming very angry and attacking several people. Just then, Jang notices a huge explosion, saying that he has already a lot of time has passed, and he wonders why his forces haven't arrived yet. He wonders if Qin Shen did something, but he dismisses that possibility, saying that they don't have the ability to do that. For that. So, he calls Oi and tells the boy that things aren't going as expected, explaining that the people who went to gather the forces haven't returned, and everything seems strange, as if someone was adding fuel to the flames. So, he orders a subordinate to leave the battle and search the area, instructing him to check if there really is someone doing this. And so, he
asking if he wants the same thing to happen to his other eye, and tells him he's welcome to come at him and go blind. At that, Punk calls the kid crazy. Meanwhile, everyone.
He takes off and thinks, while still in the air, that this is a symbol of madness, saying that both forces have put the murder incident aside and are simply going at it, destroying everything. Then he says that the captain is right, because there must be someone instigating this situation, and he wonders where someone like that could be, since they are fighting for everything. The parties, they wouldn't stay in a building that could collapse at any moment, and there doesn't seem to be anyone like that among the people fighting either. So the boy wonders where he is, until he comes face to face with a very large and imposing tree in the middle of the village. He looks at it, saying that it is the tree considered sacred in Zendor, and says that is high enough to be able to see the entire area, and he wonders if the person is there. He climbs the tree, scaling all the way up, until Pew's threads appear, and the boy gets scared trying to escape, and notices that that was where that person was. Then Pew appears, just looking at the boy, summoning all of his threads, and throwing his daggers after the scout, and the kid is impressed. Following the trajectory of the daggers, he tried to deflect them all, wondering if it was a telekinetic sword technique, and questioning what a master like him would be doing there. In this, he becomes increasingly desperate, until he ends up being caught by Pi, being hanged and levitated in the air. Then, he starts to suffocate, and Pi comes very close to him, standing in front of the boy, looking into his eyes. So, the boy questions why he would do that, but doesn't get an answer, because Pi isn't willing to listen. I'm starting to think Pi has something against the head because it faltered. He rips it off. It wavered, minus 20 kilograms, my god. And in that, he simply places this man with some others who were already there, and just watches everything that happens in the city from above.
Eats. And he looks down on them, saying that this was a test to filter out the other children. He says it's been like this from the beginning, and he's sure it will continue until they
happens in the city. And, still with the young sect master Shendu, he manages to bring Zhang Ruis to his knees, spitting blood. Then, her Orin arrives, shouting for her and asking if she is okay. Then, he calls for her to return to the Hall of 100 Flowers, and while looking at the kid, he just lets them go, and calls his subordinates to leave as well. And with that, they order all of these forces withdraw quickly, and the Sami forces begin to scream, saying that Sister Zhang Guer has been seriously injured. Man, the power system in this story is kind of strange, because the woman is the deputy head of the women's sect there at MA, and was simply beaten by the kid, who is a disciple of the leader. Like, it doesn't make sense. The kid, the disciple, must be what? About 20. Few years old. The woman must be over 40 and got beaten up by the guy, and look how much she's scolded, huh? Look here, she really gets an earful. I don't understand what's going on, but I'm enjoying the kid's revenge. Let's continue. And then, he stands on top of the tree, saying that Zhang Jemi was seriously injured, all happy, and says that the result was more than beautiful. And so, on that day, next, they discover the bodies of the people Pio killed. Then, Zhang questions who killed those people, and he replies that they were all killed by the same person. At this, Zhang wonders if he's certain, and he confirms, asking them to look at the wound on Jiaxin's neck, and also Seo's, pointing out that they are identical. He says that, based on the size and shape of the injuries, the attacker probably used a short sword or a dagger, and Zhang is surprised, asking if he hadn't said that all of Yokpai's injuries were caused by daggers. So, he orders Yokpai to be brought there as well to see, and when they remove Yokpai's clothing, they notice that the injuries are the same, and realize that it was Pio who killed Jokan and Seo. Honestly, Pio is kind of slow, right? Using the same
complete their objective. And he says that many children will die in the process, but figures that they could all become his enemies anyway. And so, he goes over again.
Attack to kill people and injure someone in front of others. I really think he's stupid. And Zhang gets very angry, ordering his subordinates to gather immediately and search for him, because he will even interrogate him. Meanwhile, back in the White Flower Room, the disciples struggle to believe Zhongra was so severely injured and wonder what to do. Then, they comment that the wound doesn't look good at all, but Sior Oran arrives, telling them to compose themselves and check the defenses of the White Flower Room, as the Qiankun sect might attack again. So, they go to do it. She also orders them to send a carrier pigeon to the main sect, reporting everything that happened there and requesting reinforcements. And with that, she says that the death of Gongsun and the young leader of the Thunder Clan has caused the hostility between their sect and the Qiankun sect to spiral out of control. So, she says someone is intentionally creating more friction between them and needs to find out who is really behind it. Meanwhile, Yongra is being healed until she manages to wake up and finally opens her eyes, cursing Queen. And then they tell her that she needs to calm down, otherwise her stabilized meridians will start to become agitated again, and if that happens, she will be in great danger. But, so she, full of ignorance, tells the poor nurse, who only wants what's best for her, to disappear from there before she rips her head off, and so the woman runs away. Then Zhang Rui begins to feel pain again, wondering what kind of lamentable state she's in, because if she stays like this, her clan will gain the upper hand. At first, she thinks she needs to recover quickly, but then a door opens and she questions what it was, saying that she's sure she told the woman to leave, but it wasn't a woman. Then she asks who it is, and Pew appears next to her.
By the way, after all, he didn't kill him, so there must be another fate in store for the boy. And he starts thinking intently about his name, his age, and also his father's name, which is Pen, to that girl, and she asks where he's been and if he's still okay, even after making enemies of everyone there. She says that, after Pew gave him that beating, many,
asking if she doesn't remember him, and she questions if they've met before, and he says, of course, saying that he hasn't forgotten her for a single moment in these last 7 years, so he wonders if she'll even remember him after he's blinded her last remaining eye. Then she recalls when Piolu poked out her eye, but claims that boy is dead, at which point he reveals his face, saying that it hasn't been that long, and she starts to question how he's there, insisting that she's certain he died in that place, explaining that the saint of martial justice said he threw him into a pit of snakes, and the boy confirms that he did throw him in there, but now it's time to finish her off. Then, Piolu reveals that he was the one who killed her disciple, Gonsion, and also the one who killed the young leader of the Thunder Clan, and she becomes very, asking how he killed Gonsion, questioning if he's trying to become an enemy of the CTM, and asking if the boy thinks he can easily get away with it, saying that they are practically her creations, especially since without the sect, they never could have been reborn as assassins. Then, she questions what he is plotting and what he wants from her. So, he says he doesn't want anything in particular. He just wants her to know what will happen to Saitemi from now on, and he says that it will be beneficial for them because he will kill Zhang and the Qin Shen sect, and he says that he will be killed by one of Saitemi's ultimate techniques, the snow cloud piercing blow. And with that, Zhanggue Ruiz is shocked, crying blood as she hears this, and he says that, coincidentally, if Orphan uses this technique, she will become increasingly disturbed, asking him how he knows this, calling him a demon, and saying that she won't let him do it, and she says that she won't let him.
Children left Ion's group. However, he counters that her group has grown larger in comparison. Then, she admits that she thought he wasn't interested because he kept his distance, but
get out of there alive, but he says that the Cain sect and the Mei sect will spill each other's blood, and both sides will end up with enormous losses, and so, she continues begging him not to do it, but it says that the blood of the monks sneaking into the mountain will be spilled as well, along with the blood of people like Abes, Gura, and the saint of martial justice, and she starts calling him a bastard. Meanwhile, clinging to Pio's clothes, she starts bleeding even more, and thinks that his plan is terrifying and cunning, saying that she needs to get rid of him. Then she says she won't leave him. However, Pio says he will make them rot, no matter where they are hiding, as she tries to reach him, and he says that, after that, he will make sure to devour everything, while she is just completely trying to reach him, but ends up dying alone in front of him, without him having done anything. And he says that they shouldn't have created something like him, someone so horrifying. Geez, that kid is desperate to give, sell, and distribute hatred. What is this? I want to know how she died, because the guy simply didn't even touch her. She started having some kind of fit. Boom. It must have been his heart, right guys? Like an onion, make meat, and drink water. The heart is a serious matter. Then, in the middle of the night, Ranju and her gang break down Piol's door to go after him, but notice that he's already gone. And Mon mentions that the surveillance team said he hasn't returned since last night. Then, asks if he changed rooms because he knew they were coming. But the monk doesn't think so, as it seems he only paid for that room. But he's not there. Then, Ranju says that she must have been completely crazy, because she fell for his looks, like a fool, for his appearance, and if she finds him again, she'll skin him alive. And they start to wonder where he went and what he's doing, questioning if he's out there.
she thinks he's been observing them the entire time, and he replies that just as much as they show interest in him, he's also watching them all. At that moment, he looks at the girl and points out that she eats leftovers,
causing more problems. And, my friend, that's exactly what he's doing. So, now with the Kinnan gang, one of them asks how much longer they're going to have to train, and the other one says, who seems unsure, mentioning that the decision had been difficult after the war and everyone is worried, since there appears to be a murderer on the loose, and the boy tells her not to say things like that, because it will bring bad luck. While he is arguing, a huge explosion occurs in the palace in front of them, and then they mention that there were sounds and rays of light coming from the direction of the explosion, and they say that that martial art was the same as snow cloud piercing, so they think it can't be, wondering if Asitemi infiltrated the palace, but they say that there is an elder there ordering them to find him quickly. However, that young sect master is already a memory, with a hole in the middle of his chest, and moments before, the boy was cultivating until he wakes up and opens his eyes, asking who Pew is, saying that, since his footsteps made no noise, he must be an intruder, and so he says, his name is Pew, and the boy steps back slightly and asks why he came to find him, stealthily in the middle of the night, and Piolu points out that anyone who sneaks around at night doesn't have good intentions. He adds that the same applies to himself, and the boy apologizes, saying it is what it seems, he had asked someone about it. Then he says there was something he wanted to ask if he ever met him, inquiring about the young leader of the Thunder Clan, asking if he killed him, and Piolu reveals that he did. Then the boy asks why, and Piolu says he did it because he needs the Qin Shen sect for his plan. Then the boy questions if he holds some grudge against his sect, and he says he has a grudge against both sects, the Qin Shen and the Mei sect. The boy is surprised by this, asking if he killed the Mei sect disciple as well, and Piolu,
after making sure her group gets the majority of the food. And he explains that this is the reason the children are so loyal to Io. He adds that she is, without a doubt, the one who stands out the most among the
quickly admits it. The boy remarks that he holds a grudge against everyone, yet they've never heard of Piolu's name, asking who he really is. Then Piolu says that he is an assassin, and states, who accepted him and made him a murderer, and acknowledges that he made him a public enemy in Seoul. Then, the young master is surprised that CTM turned him into a murderer, connecting the dots, and discovering that he is the boy from the incident 7 years ago, the one who killed someone. So, he claims it was him, but the boy tells Pio that he made a serious mistake today, saying that he could have stayed alive if he had remained hidden, getting up and activating his hour of the crane against the boy, and he says he will end his horrendous life that night. So, Pew is pleased with that, but when attacking the boy with his crane technique, Pew completely covers him with his snake and his threads as well, and manages to quickly scatter all his daggers throughout the room. Then, the boy has a little trouble launching his attack, but he manages to get close to Pew. However, those daggers start shining again on his back, almost hitting the boy from behind, but still. So he manages to dodge it, and then, Pi continues his almost telekinetic attack, using only his finger. The boy tries to continue attacking, but Pi grabs him with his line and restrains him in the air. Then, he invokes the CMI martial art, surprising the boy. Pi tells him to send his regards to Zhang in hell. He's surprised, but it's too late, as Xian Yobis has it in the middle of his belly, and when the other students arrive to see what happened to the boy, he says that they created a monster, and then he dies. They say that Pi accepts this, saying that Pi murdered Shangobi. And so everyone starts to get agitated, wanting revenge, saying that they can't continue standing still, doing nothing. At this, Pi can only laugh while they say they are going to
leaders. And she notes that he's still living in that dark room, asking if it's because the other kids are wary of him, but he claims he finds it comfortable there. However, the truth is that
avenge Xian and Obi. Then it is said that a spark was more than enough to start the mass bloodbath, and people started killing each other day and night without stopping, and the suspicion arises that maybe, if someone was behind it, they quickly disappeared, and no one cared anymore. All they wanted was to kill the enemies in front of them, and so, a bloodbath unfolds in that city. Sean observes that it's hell on earth, wondering how something like that could have happened, and then, Zhang approaches her, saying he has something to say about the murders that occurred recently and also about a person named Puelo. At that, she becomes completely terrified by the name and remembers something. Meanwhile, CM6's supreme leader becomes enraged, slamming on the table, saying that Zhang Ruis was everything to her and that she doesn't believe he killed her, and she asks if the killer's name he mentioned was POW. She also questions if they are saying that the murderer, who killed Hugo Songwei 7 years ago, survived and that he was the one who made Shen and Mei kill themselves. And the subordinate says that, at least, that's what is believed. And the leader asks how something like this could have happened, stating that she accepts Chang using their martial art, but questions how he learned the snow cloud piercing blow, and the subordinate dismisses it as nothing more than a guess. However, Gong Wang W., one of the people who died in the underground cave, always carried a copy of the secret art with him. They believe he learned the technique from this copy. This makes her even more infuriated, asking why he would carry a copy of a secret art around. The woman then replies that, for the time being, that's the only explanation they can come up with. Then the leader says that she refuses to accept such a flimsy excuse, and in this case, they have no choice, as they must capture the assassin named Pew. The subordinate then offers that, if
he also wanted to increase his poison tolerance and sought out the snake to be bitten. And he mentions that since being bitten isn't as painful anymore, He figures he's become somewhat resistant.
She's going to do it. She wants to be the one to do it. But the leader refuses, saying that she herself will capture him, and that she will personally punish him for the grave sin of mocking them. Then, already out on the street, among the blacksmiths in the Hall of the Fire Dragon, Piuru arrives, breaking a hand as he complains that the place hasn't changed, and that they're still making weapons that kill humans. Then he returns to the boy, Tang, and says that those guys continue to inflict suffering on others while considering themselves so noble, and tells the boy to decide how he should deal with them. So the boy says he will do whatever he wants, as long as he kills them all. And the supervillain is already looking like one hell of a villain. He accepts what the boy is saying, and rips off the arm of the man who was in front of him, killing him, and says that the choice is his, telling the boy to take a good look while he slits that guy's throat. And the boy, Tang, starts to smile devilishly, and they both walk all over the place, killing everyone there, chopping, cutting, and doing everything they can. Then, Piuru questions what he thinks, saying that this is the weapon he made for him, and the boy says that it's truly incredible. He says he can't believe the weapon he created possesses so much power, and that, thanks to it, he achieved his revenge. At that moment, the boy realizes he needs his help, kneeling before him and asking how he can assist Pyoto. He's pleased to see the boy's willingness, and then, as the leader flees, Mugong goes after him and blows his head off. They ask why he did that to Ti. The clan leader is frightened, insisting it must be a lie, and demands to know why he did it. Then, Mujong asks if he doesn't know, explaining that it was because of the deaths of Chung and Up, but Velote argues that the Thunder Sect leader wasn't the one who killed him. However, Mugong states that his self-interest was the motive.
Resistant to that. Then, she asks him why he doesn't join her group instead of being alone, and he replies that he believes he already answered that question. However, she follows up by asking if he doesn't.
Then the old man questions the reason why. Then, Mujong says he will explain the details so that he understands, declaring that he will not allow anyone involved in this to escape with their life. And so, the old man notices, who can't believe his brother is so angry, wondering what the hell happened 7 years ago that's causing all of this now. Then, he mentions that 7 years ago, they lost some blood to Seimei, and today, he lost his Shungop, claiming that the Kinsect's future is completely ruined. Then, the old man gets scared. Ajong says he can't take it anymore, saying that even up until that moment, all he did was remain patient, and he questions what they've accomplished. He orders them not to try and stop him because he's tired of tolerating these affronts, and he departs from there, leaving everyone behind. One of the subordinates says that it will be dangerous if Brother Yuong and Brother Jin Pio manage to reunite. Vera says that it has been 7 years since Brother W has been in isolation, pointing out that he hasn't shown any sign of action throughout all this chaos. And the other one says that it seems the isolation wasn't enough to diminish his anger towards Seimei. If these two get together, there will be a bloodbath in Zexuan. And the old man agrees, adding that he will have to leave, saying that the occurrences of those events are strange, and that, who wants to see the truth with his own eyes? And the old man says that, if that's what he wants to do, he should take martial artists with him, and the subordinate thanks him. And the old man says that, if he finds it necessary, he can use force to eliminate Mujong, and says that they need to discover the reason behind Mujong's actions, and so the subordinate says that he will not disappoint him. But Verot returns to, asking why things have come to this point, talking about his brother Muro, saying that the future of the city totally depends on him. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated inn, a guy is...
He said he would wait and see, but, while they are talking, it's time for a meal, and one of them starts saying that no one better get inside the basket this time, unless they want to fall to their death.
Completely unsatisfied, asking what the meaning of all this is. After all, he had to use 5 coins to spend the night in such a rundown inn, but the other guy says he has no choice, as spending the night without taking shelter is out of the question. But then, the angry guy says that all the inns are closed, and the only one that's open is charging double the price, explaining that Shin is in chaos because of... He mentions that it's Imi. From the beginning, his friend tells him to be quiet, asking what will happen if someone overhears him. Meanwhile, someone is actually listening in, and Pio talks about the Clouds group, Black, saying that their next targets are Godasa and Monde Sangrento, and he says that he has to acknowledge the intelligent forces of Sect H, stating that they possess a record of all the warriors, not just from Xuan, but from all of Shou. Then he says that if he memorizes everything, he'll be able to use that information later. As he reads, he looks outside, commenting that many of them died, and many more will die. And he says that he doesn't regret absolutely anything, but, as he looks, He says that these are the consequences of what has happened. In that cave, from the moment he was imprisoned, the only thing that mattered to him was survival, and now it's too late to go back. He doesn't even know what it's like to live any other way. Saying that all he has left is the life he has now, so he says he can't give it up. Meanwhile, old lady May continues heading towards him, along with Mugong. And the boy says he won't stop until they succumb, and even if they fall, he will continue until the end. He says he's not sure, but he thinks the end of that destiny must be somewhere, in that fire. Meanwhile, the CTM group continues gathering the wounded on their side, and one of them starts saying that they are out of medication, asking what to do, and saying they don't.
After they cut the rope while it's climbing. And just then, when they go to look, they realize that something is wrong, wondering why there's so little there. Then everyone is surprised, and Pei simply
know if they can continue. Then, Orin tells them not to worry, as she has already called for reinforcements, and they should receive more medicine by noon. In the meantime, she orders them, focus on healing them and restoring them to the best of her ability. Then Jang comments on how amazing it is that she managed to gather resources, even though he is outnumbered, and he finds it strange that a talent like that has not yet been recognized. And Doan says that, from what they say, she's the greatest talent in 100 years. He also mentions that she is a student of the Elder and is a very composed person, almost as if she had lived X years in seclusion. He adds that, now that the Elder is not around, she is demonstrating all the talent that she possesses. She truly is skilled when it comes to referring people to their best talents. At that moment, she gets startled and looks back. Meanwhile, he continues, saying that if she becomes the sect master, she can dream of a bright future, and then they get scared upon realizing that someone is there. Then, Zhang says that he is feeling the presence of a master, and just then, the sect master arrives there very quickly, striking the staff and unleashing lightning everywhere, and everyone notices that the master has accepted. At that moment, they all kneel before Gurur. Then, they say they welcome her from the bottom of their hearts. And Zhang says that this incident must be very serious for her to come in person, and they realize it's a huge problem. Then, So pays her respects to the master, who continues to stare intently at her, looking at her. Then, So R steps forward, welcoming her, and the girl, looking into her eyes, wonders why they are acting this way, and Gurur simply tells them to come inside, and she looks behind her, looking directly at Zhang, saying that she wants the two of them to come as well. Then, he asks if they need to go inside. So, Duong says he would love to turn around and run away, but he doesn't think that's...
Gets up, thinking it has begun, and he thinks that Mosan is a boy who survived the last selection and joined the group that So leads. He mentions that he had the smallest stature in the group, but
that it's an option, and so, the two start passing the buck, each wanting the other to go first, until they both enter, and inside, they explain everything they have discovered up until now, about the incident with the master, and in that moment, she talks about Pew, looking to redeem herself, asking if Pew doesn't need her to tell him something. Then, she gets scared, and Goroa questions what the deal is. What is the girl's relationship with Piolu? And she questions what Meija means by her times relationship with Piolu. And then, Gura says that he will repeat the question, asking what her relationship is with Pyle, grabbing the girl's face, telling her to look straight into his eyes, saying that she doesn't like being lied to, very irritated, and asks why she gets restless whenever his name is mentioned. And so, the girl doesn't know what to say, until she starts apologizing, saying that she didn't know things would end up like this. So, she says she just wanted to use him, and never thought this would happen, and says that if she assigns some people to her, she will capture him and bring him there, saying that she will put an end to all that confusion. And the girl says that he trusts she will easily fall into his trap. But then the master addresses her honor, calling her a pathetic girl, and with that, she thinks everything is fine. And then Goroa asks who asked her to kill the young leader of the Thunder Clan, saying that all she needed to do was live like a flower among men, as she always had. Then she tells the sect leader that made a mistake, saying that she will live like a flower from now on. However, you can see what is about to happen, and the master kills the girl using her lightning, destroying her brain, leaving everyone there completely astonished, and the girl falls lifeless. And Gua questions why someone like her would even try to use her brain, so becomes very, and goes after the master, activating her key.
Hacker, and his mother's name, Long Hong. As he remains motionless in the darkness, he begins to think that he has lost consciousness, but he can't even confirm it, wondering if he has been awake the entire time. He compensated for this disadvantage with his tenacity. But that Mosan was found dead. So everyone becomes desperate, wondering who the hell would do that, saying they'll never.
Saying that there was no need to go that far, saying that she didn't do it on purpose, and that she shouldn't have killed her, no matter what kind of mistake she made. So, Zhang is surprised that she reached that level by unleashing her chi. Guruan notices that she has finally decided to reveal her true powers, and says that, now, she needs to learn, because if one or two exceptions are made, she'll end up having to repeat them, and if they make a mistake at death's door, they must die. There, the girl continues talking to her, Master, and Guruan says that she will understand when she one day reaches his position, telling her to stop acting like a child and leave. Then, he tells her to quickly remove that thing from his sight, forward, saying that the Hall of 100 Flowers originated from the same roots as the sect, and that he will take them back. So, Yuan becomes very, and ends up just turning around to leave. Zhang notes that it appears she intended to kill and dishonor them from the start, in order to subjugate the Hall of 100 Flowers. He thinks about Guruan saying that she is not only the strongest martial artist in Xuan, but she is also very meticulous, making her more difficult to control than he anticipated. And then, she starts talking to Captain Zhang, telling him that she needs to mobilize him, which startles him. She says she wants the Black Clouds group to go after Po. Meanwhile, two people are burying a body, or at least, that's what they're supposed to be doing, because they just abandon her. She's there, commenting that wild dogs or some mountain animal will eat her. So, they leave the girl with the other fearful person, urging them to leave quickly, until it starts to rain. Pius appears near the girl and makes a dignified grave for her, saying he won't apologize, since they were using each other, but he will make sure to avenge her and make whoever did this.
Forgive whoever did it. So Pew thinks everyone knew the reason why. And the reason Mako-san died was because he was the weakest. Ellis continues looking down at everyone, and, after covering him,
pay for it. And he, standing next to her grave, promises this to the dead girl. We get a brief explanation about the lotus, which is used to describe the most terrible type of feeling in this world, that of loss, the sadness of parents who lost their child. Then, in another corner, a man approaches a house, and from inside, another man asks who it is. He asks the manager how he's been, and the manager is surprised, because he was wondering who would be knocking on his door at this hour of the morning. He's surprised to see the wise Muro there, asking what brings him here, and he asks if Jin Pyong is there. He says yes, but responds somewhat cautiously, and Jin Pyong asks him to tell him that he's there, as he must be very sad, but acknowledges that in Shen, he has a precarious situation. They need his help, and the manager understands this, asking him to wait a bit. And outside, Muro reflects that after Gun was murdered, S gave up on everything, and decided to isolate himself at home. It's as if this worn-out house represents the heart of S, and with that, Jin Pyong comes out to see Muro, welcoming him. Murong asks how he has been, and apologizes for not being able to visit him sooner. Jin Pong replies that, as he can see, he is surviving, and acknowledges that he has kept him waiting for quite some time, but invites him to come in. Once inside, Jin Pong asks how the assassin who murdered the young leader of the Thunder Clan learned the 72 steps of the sword. Murong responds that it's an absurd request, but also admits that what he's about to ask is a bit difficult. Zhang says he knows why Murong is there, and recalls that the killer is the same person who killed Guns, remembering Prote trembling while holding the tea. Murong thinks that if the assassin who killed the young leader of the Thunder Clan is the same one who killed Guns 7 years ago, he wonders what Jimpong will do.
With a cloth, they think they would get revenge if they knew who did it. However, Shui thinks that, regardless of who it was, that's not the important part. What matters is that one of their companions is dead, and she.
He asks if Murong knows that parents who lose their children live an empty life, and, obviously, he says he will avenge his son, becoming very angry and completely enraged. It is said that on that day, Gimpao's Lotus's feelings turned to fury. Meanwhile, Prota is in front of a well, floating all of his energy threads around it, testing his attacks. Then, he looks back, realizing something, and that same girl from last time arrives there, talking to him, and saying that he has become more handsome since last time, taking him by surprise, as she was, wondering where he had gone and didn't expect him to be right under the nose of the Hall of 100 Flowers. But Prota questions what she wants, since she came with some people. He doubts that she just wanted to meet him. Then, the other two appear, thinking that he is truly extraordinary, since they hid their presence so well. So, she says that this is the last time she will ask, requesting him to join the Black Clouds group, and Prota questions it, and she says that, in this case, they will have to fulfill their client's requests. He says the request is to kill him, so the Buddha says that if he wants to live, he should accept Ranjo's proposal. And the other one talks to those two, asking if they think they came there to give him a gift, to kill him. And Prota asks what else would they be there for, asking if they are going to give up on the mission. But that guy says he already knows who he is and what he did. He just needs to hide even more carefully than now. That now, saying that they have already reported that he accepted it and that he died. And if he gets caught later, they just need to cover it up. And even if Asita finds out he's alive, he will have become so strong that no one would dare bother him. And he says that his client is Asita in me, although he must already know this. But Poe asks if it's okay to betray his clients so easily.
Says they have to take revenge in the same way. So Pew thinks that the weakest from another group will be the next to be killed. Then he says that the war has started, and that recently,
questioning whether credibility isn't everything for a group like them, but he asks who cares about such intricate things in this world, especially in the current Shend. And he says that doesn't hate Pio, and asks him to join the Black Clouds because he doesn't want to kill him. The protagonist thinks about it for a moment, but still refuses, saying that credibility is important to an assassin. Ranju is surprised that he claims to be a murderer, and also about the credibility aspect, because it implies that someone hired Willie to do all those things, asking who the client is. However, the protagonist remembers talking to the girl who died in his hands, and how she despaired that those people felt the same emotions as she felt, that terrifying feeling of helplessness as she was crushed by a force impossible to resist. But as they talk, they hear a scream, and Rangel asks if his client is a woman, saying that there's only one reason a man would jump into a fire with a butterfly, when they're involved with a woman. However, the other guy questions whether it's a woman, even saying that he must be more sentimental than he seems, and Ranger asks what kind of woman she is, seemingly with a hint of jealousy, right? I don't know. I'm just guessing, throwing it out there. And I hope that's true. And she asks him to tell her now, even as he attacks. But Pio doesn't even flinch from the attack, just waiting to see what she'll do. But then, her attack disappears into thin air, turning into shards that fall towards the girl. And so they rush over to Ranjo, and she says she's fine, saying that his trick is just a shitty little trick, asking where he went. But just then, the team leader arrives, asking if he didn't say that talking to him would be futile, saying that he's up there on the roof, being malicious, just standing up there, watching him, and the leader.
Weakest of the Yongsan group was found dead, and that was just the beginning. And he says that every night someone was found dead, and they took turns being the group that killed the
orders them to kill him, and everyone appears, attacking Peu, who is completely wrapped in his threads. And as soon as he snaps his fingers, all those assassins who jumped nearby, they are turned into tomato paste, and he realizes that they brought a considerable number of people to kill a single individual. The leader even wonders aloud if he should have brought even more, and several people appear right behind him, a veritable army, and the Prota says that they will regret this, as they never should have gotten involved in his war. Then, he unleashes his threads over them all. I have a theory that grows stronger every day. I'm starting to think that extras must grow on trees, because there's no way to explain how many extras die in these works. Meanwhile, two guys are sitting there calmly chatting, until there's a huge explosion, and they wonder what all the commotion is and what's happening, and the Prota is running away, completely fed up with that many subordinates. They immediately understand that a fight has broken out, and looking at the Prota, they realize they've never seen him before, wondering who he is and why there are so many people after him. A subordinate was following until Pew looked to the side and attacked the two of them. They were surprised when he suddenly kicked the guy in red, killing him instantly, and everyone there was shocked. The guy dropped dead out of nowhere, and the other one asked who Prota was and why he killed his friend just like that. But he was also caught off guard, falling hard to the ground, and Pew began to kill several others nearby, and the popular kids were scared to death, not knowing what was happening. Ranju asked why he was doing this, thinking they needed to stop Prota. But then he looked at them and those other guys, asked who they were and why they were killing people like it was nothing. Ranju realized that the citizens were associating Prota with them, and so that other
people, and so many people died. And Poe says that the children began to distrust each other and became as savage as demons due to hunger. And while all this is happening, Poe
guy said they had been tricked, and now everyone was looking at them and thought they were on Pew's side. Realizing his plan, Ranju started to get angry and wondered why. He has started killing, and she realizes that he is trying to make them fight each other. But during this, the protagonist simply disappears into the cloud, and they are surprised, cursing the protagonist for everything. While they are asking where he is, seeing that he has disappeared, they say that they should capture that one over there first, because since they are subordinates who followed him, they just need to capture them and make them talk. And so Ranju starts saying that they are not together, but then Menta steps forward and says that they can't allow everyone to waste time talking there, and to leave. This to him, they both go after Po, and Ranju doesn't like it very much, but accepts it, asking him to be careful, and that is an order. He says that he swore to obey her orders, so everyone there must stay calm to be able to resolve that misunderstanding. But I think calm is the last thing they are going to feel. Meanwhile, in another corner, Ace and Queen are in a hell of a fight, and they order them not to let those guys get out alive, destroying the Kinshen sect as they agree, wanting to show Emmy what they are capable of. But in the midst of this, the leader of that troop notices that a small battle turned into a large-scale conflict throughout Shendo, questioning how the assassin managed to deceive the entire place. And as they pursued the Prota, they cornered him in front of that mountain of fire, asking Pew if he has any idea what he's doing, and he wonders if everyone has shown up now, including those who were hiding until now. And although the result was a little different from what he thought, it was better than he had imagined, thanking everyone for it, because that battlefield is about to become even more.
He keeps eating the mussels, thinking he can't get used to the taste, and that even starving children haven't stooped that low yet. Just then, someone approaches carrying a
more beautiful, and Ranju gets angry, asking what he just said, and preparing an attack against the Prota, and he stands there watching until he calmly steps out of the way of that attack. And that, the redhead says he'll end it with a serve strike, launching the attack towards the protagonist. But he anticipates the attack, unravels his threads, jumps on them, and stops the attack with just his daggers, causing the attack to dissipate in the air. That guy notices the daggers flying towards him and comments that he thought he would keep running away while dodging his attacks, and he thinks he's finally going to counterattack, but he's surprised by the protagonist's counterattack, questioning how the daggers can move like that, and the daggers become malleable, attacking him and almost shredding him to pieces. But the protagonist retrieves them and sends one behind him, nearly hitting him. He barely manages to stop that attack, at least the fatal part that would have killed him, as he loses an arm in the attack and starts screaming. And then, Kanju starts calling for Tao Go, but the daggers also pass through her, and she thinks it's impossible, because she can barely see the daggers because they are too fast, and she comments that this is different from her fight with Yak Pai, asking how he can move the daggers with such freedom, and Pai Na. In front of the Taoist, Ranju begs him not to do it, but the Prota is about to kill him, lifting him up on his daggers. However, the leader of Troop Prota stops him by grabbing his spear and throwing it towards the top of the Prode. However, Pio, seeing the attack, remains calm, grabbing the Daista by the collar, lifting him, and placing him in front of the attack. Everyone is surprised when he is actually hit by that attack, and Prota simply leaves him dead on the ground, as everyone screams, disappearing from the scene, and Ranju rushes to him, saying that he can't die and that he absolutely needs to stay alive.
torch, and he hopes this ordeal will be over soon. They approach him, and he estimates there are at least 4 of them. He knows there's no way they ended up there by accident.
But the Taoist asks who said he was going to die, questioning why she is saying such a thing, and assures her that he won't die. Then she speaks to the captain, ordering him to catch that bastard, and make sure to capture him and tear him to pieces. And the 2 of them are consumed by hatred. The captain actually leaves the scene, and Ranju keeps calling out to Taigo, even though he is already long dead. And seeing that mess from afar, the sect master wonders what kind of insane sight she is witnessing. Her disciple tells her that they need to rescue their allies and act as quickly as possible. And she says that they really must do this, because the situation is even worse than she had imagined. Then she tells everyone to head to the Fire Dragon Hall, and they quickly advance towards it. Then, in the middle of all that madness, one of the members of the Kenshin sect speaks to the master, saying that their sect leader has come in person, and so he is. Surprised that the sect leader is there and thinks that, at this rate, they are going to be at a disadvantage. The leader simply breaks down the door, and he starts calling her a witch, and she says that the master of the worst hall got very bold, questioning how he dares to defame them. So, he tells her to have her people withdraw, stating that this is an issue between the Fire Dragon Hall and Asita. Here, Asita speaks through me, using my voice, but then she says that everyone knows their relationship. Asita enters, asking me what nonsense he is spouting, saying that he must think she is a fool, but he replies that no one said that, and he's just trying to reason with her, but she tells him to be silent, attacking with everything she has. But the old man raises his sword to defend himself, and he says that he knew she was strong, but this is absurd, thinking that she has such overwhelmingly devastating martial power. Asita continues to advance until she unleashes a huge lightning strike, blasting him.
Accident. They then wonder if they're sure this is the right place, and he confirms it, saying he heard about it being in this location with his own ears. So, they begin.
Away, and he starts spitting blood. Then, he becomes exhausted in the middle of the battlefield, and she attacks him again, declaring that it's over, attempting to kill him with a single strike. But he arrives and saves her simply by raising his great sword. She is surprised and asks why he stopped the attack, mentioning that it has been a while since she last saw the wise Mong, and he is surprised, because who would have imagined they would meet again like this, and says he's happy to see her again. She questions if he really is, saying that she isn't as happy to see him, and he says that he waited 7 long years to be able to meet her again, asking how could he not be happy, because if his brothers hadn't rejected his proposal to exterminate the Saitemi 7 years ago, they could have already met. But then, Goroa asks what that energy is. He replies that it seems he has achieved enlightenment, and that he can feel a mysterious new energy, new within him. But then he asks about this enlightenment, explaining that he simply learned new martial arts, and she replies that she wouldn't dare imagine the extent and depth of the sect's martial arts. Ken Sheng says that, even so, he believes he knows enough about the Qin Sheng sect's martial arts, and that he could never have imagined the sect concealing a martial art of such magnitude. Impure energy. But Mujong tells her not to underestimate the sect, acknowledging that, by her standards, the sect is capable of much more. She even agrees, saying they are so incredible that even the assassin managed to fool them. But upon hearing about this assassin, he is filled with hatred, asking what she means, and demanding to know who the assassin is, and she says that the assassin he defeated in that hole is still alive, but he tells her not to lie, insisting that he is dead. He remembers throwing the louse into the pit of poisonous snakes, so she,
Looking for pay, wondering about his whereabouts. Punk reflects on killing 2 people during the fight, deciding now is the perfect time for revenge. He wonders where the boy is,
asks if he checked the corpse, and he realizes that he actually didn't, and she points this out, saying that's why all of this happened. He remembers the demonic face that Prota made at him, realizing that he is indeed alive. Then, she states that he was the one who murdered the young leader of the Thunder Clan, causing all this chaos, and that he also killed Jun Rada from her faction and Oob from his sect, the killer. Then, he questions if she is implying that they are being deceived by a mere assassin. She confirms that is precisely the case, adding that they will resolve the issues between their sects after dealing with him, pointing out that they have no idea what he is planning or doing while they are talking. But at that moment, Mujong simply refuses, consumed by hatred, letting his hatred reach its peak. He becomes so furious that everything around him shatters, and he declares that the one who ordered the murder is right in front of him, questioning how he could miss such a golden opportunity. He adds that Kinnan's 7 swords will assist the Fire Dragon Hall in expelling from the CMI, and he is already summoning everyone to attack. The old woman and the squad assemble in front of her. She says that he is too stubborn, just like someone at the Tao stage, and adds that he chose to take the most difficult path, even with she was offering him the easiest one. So, he orders her to pay for her crimes with her life, and the two, having run out of patience, prepare to attack each other, and their attacks. They collide, raising a huge cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Prota is still running away from that group, until he sees the clash of the 2 energies, remembering this, and thinking that they finally arrived, rejoicing that they were dancing in the palm of his hand. And, with dawn breaking in that climate of war, those pursuers continue after Pia, who continues to flee from them.
awake the whole time. And he says that he doesn't know how much time has passed, and with the natural reaction of a human being, he starts to get scared. He says that he has no choice but to remember, as they continue to move as a group. Suddenly, one of them is attacked and screams, saying something bit his leg. The others ask what happened, but he collapses, already reeking.
All morning, and the captain says he can't believe he's having trouble reaching him, even though he's on horseback, saying it's hard to believe even though he's seeing it happen, and questioning if he is generating wires charged with energy, stepping on them in midair, all while telling himself that no matter how afraid he is of what the enemy is using to escape, he will definitely catch up and kill him. And so, he remembers back to his younger days when, in the midst of a fight, Taoist Go approached him and recruited him. Then, he questions how he could have killed Taoist Go, his own teacher, and orders everyone to clown attack, as he raises his spear and throws it along with the others. And the Prota stops running, looks at the spears, turns, and prepares to deflect them. They notice that the Prota is heading in the other direction of the spears, coming towards them instead of running away. And then he simply disappears from in front of the spears, turning into smoke, and they notice that he has disappeared again, wondering what the hell he just did. But he suddenly appears out of nowhere right above everyone, ready to retaliate. Then, his threads begin to dance across the battlefield, ripping off the heads of everyone around, and he lands on top of one of those horses. After having several heads flying around him, the captain, witnessing this, dies of fear, and the protagonist has a snake-like aura surrounding him, staring directly into the captain's eyes, while explosions erupt in all directions, and those who remain begin to surround Pio. And so, the captain says that he will make sure to kill him with his own hands, but Pio says he doesn't understand, and the captain asks what he means, what he is talking about. He asks if that's not how everyone lives, asking if Jangu isn't the same way, saying that they accept Kenshin. They all kill people all the time, asking how they are different from them, questioning how many people he thinks the Kenin sect and CTM have sacrificed to achieve the reputation they currently possess, and they themselves, in order to maintain an epsicality.
Then Punk finally realizes something's there, warning everyone to be careful. They drop the torch and start shouting, asking where the person is, asking where the hell he's hiding.
Organization of that size, he is certain that they have killed at least 10 times as many people as are present there. He simply created an opportunity. Then, he begins to chop the people to pieces, who are after him, and he asks if their ambition and greed are the reason things have escalated to this point. The captain then asks if he has completely lost his mind, but the protagonist raises his daggers once more, now making them shine, and further invoking his murderous aura. The captain thinks to himself that the daggers seem to shine even brighter than before, wondering if he infused energy into his weapon to make it glow, and questions why an assassin would reveal his own weapon. But then, a massive glow appears behind him, and he senses it and realizes people are approaching, based on their energy signatures. One is definitely Badeza Gorowa, but he wonders who possesses a similar energy and what they are doing there, thinking that Piol has always worked alone, and they couldn't possibly be his allies, questioning whose energy it could be. Meanwhile, Mojang, on the other side of the wall, asks if Gua. He thinks he can escape from him, but she questions this, asking if she looks like she's running away, and if he intends to destroy everything in Shangdu, and he continues to advance forward, hers with everything. But the protagonist's dagger appears next to them, catching their attention, and when they look to the side, they wonder, what is that? Because the protagonist's daggers are on top of all that cavalry. And so Gorowa's disciple recognizes the protagonist, noticing that person, and the two of them go there. Then Gorowa asks if she knows him, and she replies that this is the Killer Pew. And so Mong asks about this killer, and the protagonist takes a good look at him and finally realizes that he is really alive, irritating him even more. And with that, everyone suffers from that.
But then he, hiding in the shadows, comes up behind one of them. It's like two guys on a motorcycle in the world of Manhwa. And in the sudden attack, he
scream, starting to feel like their ears are about to explode. He goes all out towards where the protagonist is, and the captain, seeing this, thinks he's screwed, because the beast is coming, but the protagonist, he just smiles, further invoking his killer instinct, and the snake within reveals itself, as he's happy that everyone is finally together, and the little animal is all excited about the situation. Then he runs away, attracting them so he can watch them try to catch him, and Mong asks how long he intends to run away, but then the disciple realizes something, telling Gurua that they need to stop, because at this rate, they will end up in Poe's hands. But then Gurua tells her to remain silent, ordering her not to say another word. Then she says she didn't show it because there were too many people watching. But regarding Mojang, she doesn't know what kind of martial arts he learned, but he managed to surpass her in a single instant. And now, that murderous brat is doing whatever he wants right in front of her. And, aside from the fact that he is a thorn in her side, if they leave him alive, while he creates problems everywhere he goes, in addition to leaving a trail of death, he will destroy the Chemmei's reputation, which was already in tatters. And even though it was just for a moment, she couldn't believe she had been forced to back down, and was now chasing after the tail of a mere fly. So she says she needs to get rid of that assassin as soon as possible, and have a real fight with Sage Mong. Then, several spears pierce through everyone in their path. They notice that there are weapons hidden around there, and they shout for everyone to watch out for the traps, and the captain asks what this place is as they arrive at a completely deserted location, and they realize it's not just an abandoned house, but the Tang clan's estate, and they had been led there without even realizing it. Gurua is surprised that he lured them all the way to the Tang clan's village, and so Mujong
grabs that guy's neck, putting him in a rear naked choke. When Punk sees this, he gets angry because one of his friends is being choked out and starts asking Pew to let go of Jong now.
Asks how they lured them into this shithole, demanding that Prota show himself immediately. So, Pew does exactly as he ordered, appearing on the ceiling and revealing himself to everyone. And Mujong, he glares at him full of hatred, while the protagonist looks down on them, and Mujong curses at him again. Gurua asks what he's plotting, and the protagonist remembers the old days when he was caught in a similar situation. Then, he orders them to engrave it in their minds, declaring that this is his inescapable celestial trap, and they feel cornered like prey by a snake. Then, a demon and a not NPC appear there beside him, holding the huge pill, proclaiming that he, Jojong, will take his neck, attempting to attack the protagonist. Then, several traps are triggered and come at him. He manages to stop them, very calmly, asking what they think of it, but more traps are activated and come at him. He starts having to put in a little more effort to defend himself, until one of the daggers hits his leg, and others lodge themselves in his back. Then, he simply collapses to the floor like garbage. They wonder how there are so many hidden weapons around them, and remark that this is truly expected of the Dop's Tang Clan village, and the protagonist says that they definitely don't know the kind of hidden weapons and extreme poisons concealed in that place, and they are surprised to think that he lured them there, the clan village, of all places. And the girl asks if they really have to fight him there, preparing to run away, since she thinks anywhere is better than there. But the Guruwa's disciple asks her to stop, but it's too late. The girl is hit right in the middle of the forehead, and also in the middle of the neck, and falls dead on the spot, and so they scream to get away, and the disciple asks them to calm down, saying that they can't act recklessly, but everyone is panicking and runs away, and one of them screams for help while trying to escape.
So Pai thinks that at this rate he's going to die and become a killer, but maybe it's okay if he doesn't kill him right now. But even so, he twists the boy's neck, saying that,
but ends up stepping on a trap, releasing a poisonous gas that affects everyone there, and one of them asks for help as he dies. But then, they see a nest of snakes, and the bastard is using sorcery to be able to summon them. Guruwa is furious when he sees that, and orders Prota to get down there immediately, nearly having a heart attack from how angry he is, and she says that she will make sure to rip his head off. But Prota remains up there, simply observing, telling her to calm down, and saying he saved the best for last. And then, witnessing that horrifying situation, Mujong is paralyzed as everyone around him fights against all kinds of traps, and when the snakes get close to him, he emanates his ki again, killing them without moving. Then he goes back to talk to Prota, saying that he was the one who cut off the wings of the Qinshen sect, and he will pay for it with his life. However, Prota questions what he is saying, asking if he hasn't already made him pay 7 years ago, which only makes him even angrier. And what's worse, he says that he has no more debts to pay in this rotten world, stating that all he has left is to collect those debts. In the middle of that dilapidated place, the protagonist rises from where he was and approaches Mujong, who merely watches him with his eyes, commenting that he's resorting to petty tricks. So, he draws his great sword to block the boy's attacks, but Pai suddenly appears directly above Mong's head. He swings his sword to strike the boy, but the protagonist vanishes in the middle of that attack and reappears slightly behind him. Mujong then remarks that he has changed significantly since their last encounter, save for those eyes, and the protagonist retorts that he remains the same, except those eyes too. With the protagonist standing face to face with him, he declares that he won't let him escape this time and unleashes the Crimson Dawn cut of the azure clouds, and that attack spirals.
He'll have to kill someone sooner or later anyway. Then Bakugo gets increasingly angry that he killed one of his men and calls him a damn demon. However, the boy remains calm.
Spiral upwards towards the protagonist, who, like a snake, dodges each of those spirals, closing in on Mujong, unraveling his threads, leaping, and hurling his daggers upwards towards him. But he manages to defend against all of them with his sword, remarking that the boy really isn't bad at all, and it seems he's no longer just any ordinary killer. And so, the two confront their powers face to face. Zhang asks what happened to him during these past 7 years, because his martial techniques are sharper than those of any martial master within the Xuan province. And, he says, this is fun, asking how long it's been since he felt this desire to win, and he questions what his 7 years in darkness were like, until he notices something reflected in the eyes of that boy the protagonist killed, emanating from him. Then he closes his eyes and says that he's right, calming his heart a little more, and the protagonist, realizing this, understands that he's really going for an all-or-nothing attack, and his ki becomes even more violent, and his sword begins to shine brightly. He says he's going to see if the boy can dodge this attack, and he dashes off at an absurd speed on top of Piu, who stares down the attack, carefully watching as the slash hurtles toward his eyes and explodes right there. Then Zhang thinks he felt something, a sense that the boy will come out unscathed after taking those 13 blue cloud cuts, and he says he's certain it sliced him in half, but the protagonist only spits up a little blood while gripping the old man's sword with 2 fingers, and Mong gapes, watching the scene unfold, questioning what he did, and the protagonist holds that sword, expanding his ki even further, and with that, Muzhang's sword snaps in the better boy's hand. He uses the secret technique of the starving demon sword, Jade Destruction, to shatter Muzhang's sword into countless fragments, and the old man's eyes widen, and he…
Looking at him, Bakugo goes all out against Piu, but he dodges all of his attacks and then simply disappears from in front of him, leaving him wondering where he went, demanding.
Even takes a step back, in utter disbelief that the sword passed down from generation to generation by his master ended up like that, especially since it had never even been scratched, not even after the most ferocious battles. He asks how the boy managed that, but Pio looks at him calmly as something happens. A sword pierces the old man's body, the wound inflicted by Gurua herself. While he's lying on the floor, she wears a sadistic expression. He's surprised that Gurua would do this to him, and Pio is also frightened by it. Then she tells Muzhang that he did very well, asking him to let her disappear from there and finish off Pio. Wow, what a shameless thing to do. Going there to steal that, for God's sake, and from Costiña of all people. Damn, not even Zetsu Negro was ever that dirty, and even though Zhang refuses to die from the blood loss, he still gets up. He asks that old snake how she could attack him from behind, and she questions him, saying that he should already know very well that Jianggu only recognizes the winner. Then she says that he should blame himself for being unable to dodge or block her attack. Then, he declares that she is the leader of the CTM, a tremendously shameful act in front of all those people. Then, both the disciple and the captain witness this, and she tells them that they have just witnessed just one thing there, the moment when Aya, the ultimate victor, began to govern the entire Sichuan province, and even if they witnessed something else, they will only be able to speak about it in the Ladies' post-fight discussion. Then he begins to suspect that she is a demon, questioning if she believes the MI sect will continue, and that everything about her sect will crumble because of her actions. But Guru asks if he has finished speaking, preparing to deliver the final blow, stating that he should focus his concerns on the sect that Ime accepts and that will endure forever. So she finally…
He stops hiding and appears, and Prota simply appears behind him, saying that he won't end up with just one eye this time. Then Milado drips down Bakugo's legs, and he runs off.
Finishes him off and proclaims that Ime will collapse because it has just lost its pillar, known as Sage Mjon. Then he collapses pathetically, and that attack leaves him completely incapacitated on the ground, and his disciples begin to scream, questioning how this could have happened. Goro feels a sense of calm wash over her afterward, but then the protagonist appears, and she looks at him, expressing her gratitude to some degree. Although they caused a significant disturbance, this unbelievable opportunity arose due to their active participation. The protagonist observes the scene, and she expresses her gratitude by saying that, as a token of thanks, she will bestow upon him a pain that he will never forget, not even in death. She still believes she has a chance to attack the protagonist. However, P speaks to her, pointing out that, if it weren't for her greedy ambitions, he would have simply lived a normal life, wandering aimlessly through the world. He truly would have preferred to live as an ordinary person. However, her greed transformed him into Diamond 2, an assassin. Then, he unravels his threads once more, demanding that she look at him as he advances towards the old woman, forcing her to witness the terrifying dog, the monster that she herself created. But in that moment, his attack clashes head-on with her spear as he taunts her, boasting about how powerful he has become, and the two begin to exchange blows. His attacks startle the old woman, who watches him intently. She raises her spear to meet his hand. The two attacks collide, kicking up a massive cloud of dust, and the disciple, observing the scene, thinks about her master. The old woman remains there, a small smile playing on her lips, saying that he will never be able to defeat her at his current level. Then, she attempts to attack him, but doesn't even notice the wires that are circling him, threads brimming with energy, and the protagonist uses the rampant golden strike against her. Then he raises all his threads once more, launching them at the old woman, and in the middle of that,
running, full of fear. However, Pew calmly goes after him, cornering him against the wall, And then Bakugo starts to break out in a cold sweat in that situation, and asks Pugh to wait, telling them to join.
Explosion. He pulls the wires as she tries to react, but his wires pass beside her, ascend into the sky, and the daggers prepare to strike, but then she tries. Attacks again by touching that scepter on the ground, then asks if that's all the boy can do, but says they'll figure it out together as he continues placing his threads into the earth. Noticing this, she looks at the ground, but when she sees what's happening, it's too late, and her foot is caught in the protagonist's trap. With that, he pulls the threads, and the threads rise. They lift the old woman's foot, tripping her. As she's about to fall, he uses Speedy Mind to attack her with everything he has, and also uses Black Lightning. He says that, if, using Speedy Mind to maximize his quick thinking ability, and Black Lightning to maximize his physical abilities, he'll be able to extract the most power possible. His hair even turns black as he attacks, and the old woman asks, where? But the protagonist doesn't let her speak, simply delivering a massive, all-out punch that he possesses, allowing him to deliver an attack at the speed of sound. She starts coughing up blood while the protagonist relishes the situation, and with her lying defeated on the floor, he looks down at her. So, the disciple shouts out to her master, who is in a deplorable state, crawling at the protagonist's feet. She questions what just happened, wondering what struck her, as she didn't even see the attack, because to think that she would be brought to her knees with a single attack is unbelievable. Finally realizing that it was no coincidence that he fought on equal terms with Mujong, she wonders what kind of monster they be created. Then, she thinks that at this rate, she will suffer the same fate as Mong, so she shouts, Saura, and also to the captain of the Black Cloud Squad, ordering them to kill that bastard.
Forces. The boy can hardly believe what he is hearing, and he says that he won't be able to survive against those children for long, and asks them to work together. Because not even…
And so, the two see that they have no choice but to join the old woman in the fight against P.O. And he thinks this is horrendous, wondering if she's willing to sacrifice the lives of two people in order to save himself. He questions if she really thought he'd let such a chance slip away, going after her, and he passes by the captain and also Sior, simply aiming for the old woman. So, the captain tries to attack him from behind, using his spear, but the protagonist raises his hand, wrapping the spear with his thread and throwing him to the side. And so he thinks a superficial attack like, this one won't work, but the other daggers come from behind, piercing his body in several places. He starts to bleed as the protagonist continues moving forward. If Yurin tries, prevent him from reaching his master, asking him to stop and throwing her flowers at the protagonist, but he simply dodges that ridiculous attack, moving to the side, and she says again that she told him to stop, but he passes through her attack without even paying attention, passing by the girl as if she wasn't even there, heading straight for the old woman, and she's surprised that he doesn't even counterattacked and walked past her as if she were nothing, all while questioning his motives. Then, he comes face to face with Gurua, who has a murderous look on her face, and she retreats to, swearing and looking up, as the protagonist surrounds her with something I can't quite describe, and her grain screams at him not to do it. But amidst that attack, she can't even believe what's happening. When she looks at her hand, she sees several snakes slithering around it, and the snakes take over the entire place. She becomes desperate as she sees the protagonist wielding an absurdly large snake. Then she calls him a demon, saying that if it weren't for him, all of Xuan would have been hers. But then that snake finishes her off in that realm of imagination. But he also slits her throat and
who he is, in order to stay sane. So he continues saying his name, but wonders how long he can keep it up. Then he starts to feel hungry, and says that, at this rate, Sera's group will stop them if they join forces. So Pugh doesn't even respond, getting close to him. He continues saying that if he doesn't like the idea, he can be the boss, and he will become his subordinate.
She falls dead in front of him. He wonders if those are her last words, because if they are, then she must disappear from his life forever, and he becomes very thoughtful about whether or not to comply. His revenge. So, the captain, along with him and everyone else, just watch Piolu with panicked expressions, as she is now dead. Then a girl starts crying, and another joins in, wondering how this is possible, since the badass Guara was defeated in an instant. They wonder if he is even human, questioning where he came from. So, one of them calls the protagonist a reaper, and when he looks to the side, some fall down in fear. They wonder how they are going to defeat that monster, and so, they tremble so much that one of them ends up running away, taking off, trying to escape. This one thinks it's over, because everyone is afraid of him for being a murderer that they despise so much. But the protagonist has everything under control, and she has to recognize that. He wiped out the Sitem leaders in an instant and took control of Chuan, and she questions what they should do now and what the future of Sitem will be like, becoming worried about it. But then, when she looks at the protagonist, he looks back, and she tries to call Pyu. But then Myung gets up screaming, roaring, crying blood, and goes into berserker mode, his hair changing color, like Goku, and he freaks out, pulling strength from nowhere. The protagonist, watching this, remains calm, and the old man turns completely red, his hands shining, golden, and in this new form, some call him Zhong. His disciple asks if the master is okay, but the master just raises his sword, and one of them says that for sure that overwhelming energy is demonic energy. They can't believe the elder of the Queen sect learned demonic arts, and he attacks the protagonist, who realizes that these
subordinate. He says that Bakugo is different from the guys he's killed so far, that he's useful, and that he should use him. Then Pyu looks directly into his eyes, saying that he's sure he will be.
Movements are completely different than before. He begins a relentless barrage of attacks. The protagonist thinks that, in some ways, his attacks resemble his own. So everyone asks, to stop his master from using demonic power, Muzhong shows no intention of stopping, declaring that he will kill Pyu, and he notices that Pyu is much faster and sees no openings. He wonders if all of this is thanks to demonic energies. However, he begins to realize that Muzhong is not thinking straight, and that demonic energy has taken over his mind. So, he starts to gather his threads, bringing his daggers close to Muzhong. Then, he pulls them, attacking and trapping Muzhong with the thread and the blades, and he starts cursing the protagonist while attacking. However, his entire body is trapped and cut by those threads, and the protagonist watches him head on, and Muzhong begins to lose strength, leaving berserker mode and returning to his injured state, spitting blood, until he realizes what he has just done, and falls dead at Pyu's feet, and then someone arrives there, calling for Muzhong, stepping in front of the protagonist, raising their hand and asking him, stop his attack, and when he stops there, Muzhong starts moving again, and then he runs to check on Muzhong, listening to what he has to say, and so, he asks Muzhong, learned demonic arts, claiming he didn't know about it. He is disappointed, and Muzhong says that it was all for the good of the sect as he dies, falling apart and losing all of his strength in front of the mustache. Then he tells Muzhong that it was very stupid, saying that the honor of the Kenshin sect, which he tried so hard to protect, was lost thanks to these demonic arts. And after all of this, calm down. They realize that the leaders of two sects have fallen into the hands of the protagonist, and besides that, Muzhong, who was born here in Shen, learned demonic arts, and the Goroa abbess, in the sect, was cowardly stabbed.
He's submissive at first, but he's also certain that he'll betray him over time. He says the boy is wrong, because he would never do that. But Pyu certainly doesn't fall for it.
Accepts that behind his back, and they say they can't believe they couldn't defeat a murderer after doing all of that. And after that day, the rumors of the martial arts world will change. Completely. All because of that man. Enos seized everything like Zhong had it in his hand, looks at the protagonist, and doesn't even have much to say, and Sean gets tense until he goes to the champion. Besides that, if they were allowed, would gladly take their leader's body to the mountain. But then one of them says that they can't do that, asking how she can make such a request of the one who killed her, leader. But the girl looks at him with a murderous gaze, and he becomes very quiet. She recognizes that no one there can take revenge, and now they need to find a way to survive. And the protagonist remains silent, looking at her, and Mustache also speaks with the boy, saying that they would like to take Muzhong's body with them, asking if the protagonist will allow it, and everyone remains, surprised that the leaders of the two factions have bowed to the worst possible outcome, thinking that if they continue this senseless fight, both sects will be annihilated. But they wonder if this killer won't allow it, and Pius says that if he lets them leave, they'll likely plot their revenge just like he did in the past. And the beast is absolutely furious, with blood in his eyes, ready to kill every last ant there. But then, Suran Yuran swears on his name that he accepts the terms and won't seek revenge against him, and the other mustached man says that they also no longer wish to see any more bloodshed, and with that, they will forget all resentments. But the protagonist asks how he could possibly believe that. Then Suran says that he will make him believe, and the other man also says that he will make certain that nothing happens. And the protagonist then thinks, looking at them, looking up at the sky, and pondering for a moment, finally saying that they can go. And so,
she quickly crouched down and used her palm to strike Bakugo's chin, throwing him upwards. Then the girl grabbed his back, holding his neck and head and pinning him down.
From that day forward, the world of martial arts entered a period of stagnation, and the sects in King Shen, which had previously competed fiercely for dominance, ceased their activities. Other sects also closed their doors as well, focusing on recovering from the damage. Countless people suffered great losses, but none of them dared to even dream of seeking revenge against Piolu, who became a legend known as the Reaper. Okay? Living in humiliation, living in the same world as the guy who broke into your house, put his junk on the table and told you to measure it, must be horrible. But I still didn't agree that the protagonist had to stab everyone, leave them all in a coffin, and walk away like nothing happened. But that's okay. Of two evils, the lesser is better than him becoming friends with everyone and preaching forgiveness to Jay like Naruto. And after a while, Prota is very relaxed on a small boat, just enjoying the current, and a boy goes up to Piolu, saying that he is there, and the protagonist welcomes him with a smile on his face. And it is said that, with everything that happened, as time passed, changes began to occur again in Sichuan province. And that's how a crazy person found out that the only killer decimated all of Shuo and says that he will have to go to Shengo personally. Meanwhile, another man, along with a boy, arrives in Shend, asking his nephew if he is excited, and he agrees with his uncle. And so it is said that new legends emerge, and this raises a question in the air, questioning what will happen to Suwon's future. And a while later, in the middle of a market, it is said that, with a celebration for the completion of the store repairs, everything will be sold at half price, and everyone is very happy in that place. Enso, a man with white hair, passes by there, going past all the stores and heading to a specific one. He enters that place, throwing the doors wide open, and the woman inside welcomes him, asking.
His feet are on his abdomen. And so, after applying considerable pressure, he finally kills Bakugo. After throwing him to the ground, he says that the reason he killed him is because he is still weak. And
how she can help him, and he says he would like to meet the owner of that place, and the girl says that if he doesn't have an appointment, then she doesn't think he will be able to meet the owner. But then, he asks what it is, reaching out to touch her hair and pulling something out. When she sees it, she's surprised to learn that he's the captain of the inspection squad and a member from the Hongyosin clan. So, he orders her to be quiet and discreet, to bring the owner to him, along with all the documents related to what recently happened in Zendu. The girl understands and heads off. Meanwhile, he watches her with a psychopathic look, musing about the branch manager's death and wondering if the killer who caused the disturbance in Xuan is connected to it. Elsewhere, inside a tent, everything suddenly starts flying around, surprising everyone. A giant man demands to know how he dares to try to sell him such shoddy goods, and that guy covered in chains intimidates the salesman, asking if he thinks he's a joke just because he's a hunchback. My friend, I thought he was big. The guy is hunchbacked. Geez, I'm not even going to joke about that, Jesus. And the seller says he would never do such a thing, saying he wouldn't even dare to think about it. But then, that guy says that even so, he dared to sell something of that level to him for 3 niang of silver. And the seller, seeing that, says that the cost of materials and labor is very high. So 3 yang of silver is still cheap. Then the guy tells him to shut up and sell it to him for 1 silver. But the seller says he will suffer a great loss if he does that. But the guy asks if he's saying he won't give any discounts, and he says he just started his business, begging the hunchback to please have mercy. And the hunchback then gets even more angry.
He walks away as the Sharingan is about to activate. After that, he says that Ion's group was disbanded because he and his men were found dead. Then everyone
preparing to kill the guy. However, someone appears, and that other guy with white hair asks what brings the great iron hunchback to this place, saying that things are pretty bad there, so he should stop bothering that poor salesman, and tells him that if the hunchback doesn't have enough money, he'll pay for it. Then the hunchback asks if he is a doctor. Without a shadow, Shin Pong asks what he is doing there, and he says that he was traveling with his niece and ended up finding that place. Then he tells his niece to have respect for him, as he is famous throughout the southern region of Jianggu and Renan, and the iron hunchback of the 7-star hall is Senner. Okay, and Lissara greets him, but Pong approaches the hunchback saying that if he wants that accessory that badly, he will buy it, but the hunchback doesn't like that very much, telling the old man to forget it because he is not a beggar, throwing it into the hands of the seller of new, leaving from there, asking why everyone is looking, saying that he is not an attraction, and the fun is over. But Shin Pong says that if he is there, then it is only a matter of time until the rest of the hall of the 7 stars arriving, and he emphasizes that problems always appear wherever they go, saying that these are very strange occurrences. Meanwhile, Proda is completely calm in the river, just fishing peacefully and living off the land, until he feels a change in the air and even throws the fish back, getting up and leaving the area. And then he goes to an inn to get some food, and that same guy from before approaches him, asking if he is the worst, and Proda answers yes, so he is surprised, saying that he is much more handsome in person than the rumors say, commenting that he has a very elegant face. However, Proda says that if he is there to spout unnecessary nonsense, then Yoshim can leave. However, the boy apologizes, saying,
The 3 remaining leaders realize that you killed all those guys. And Wow starts wondering just how strong you is, since he took out 4 people by himself, and one of them thinks he shouldn't.
that he was so surprised that he forgot to introduce himself, adding that he spent a tremendous amount of time and effort looking for him, and Yoshim introduces himself to Proda, but Proda says he has never heard of that name. However, the boy says it's no surprise, explaining that it's the first time he's revealed his real name to someone outside the clan. But the protagonist asks what business the H clan has with him. He asks if he's really asking because he has no idea, then says he'll simplify it, questioning if he happened to kill Sanggong, the manager of the Shendu branch of the plant, Clan H. And the protagonist says yes, he killed him, adding that if the name of the person from Clan H that he killed really was Sanggong, then he is the one responsible. Then Yoshin starts to get excited and questions why the boy killed him, and Pio says it's because he was gathering information about him and selling it. Yoshin questions if he killed him only for that, wondering if he doesn't know what kind of group the H clan is. I don't know, but a paparazzi in an era where people kill left and right and can get away with it, if you're the strongest, you won't live long, especially since I think if celebrities could do what my friend does, there wouldn't be many people left. And Yoshin has the audacity to ask Proda if he thinks he'll be able to live in peace after messing with the H clan, saying that, with his order, every member of the H clan in Shendu will attack him. Proda says he doesn't care, saying that his head will be on the ground before that happens, and that the leader, from Clan R, will be next. But then Yoshin starts to laugh, questioning if he should get rid of that kid right then and there. But Proda, serene and calm, makes his threads appear around the location. Then Yoshin notices it with a slight cut on his cheek, with blood already oozing, and Proda tells him not to dare to show murderous intent in front of him, saying that he's
must become their enemy. And the other says that Yu is cunning and spiteful, and that the boy knows exactly what to do to make people afraid of him. Then, he sighs, saying that the problem has already
sensitive about that, and everything Yoshin had that could be locked up was locked up, so he'll be constipated for at least 30 days, and Proda says he doesn't care what type. From the group, the clan is saying they have no interest or concern, telling them to just remember that. If they continue invading and bothering him, he will tear them all down. He says no, and the protagonist says that he didn't want to bother him while he seemed so focused, adding that those items look great. The boy replies that he has received many requests these days, thanking him, because if it weren't for him that time, he wouldn't have been able to open his forge. Then he asks what brings him there, wondering if the phantom blades were damaged. He says no, explaining that he wanted to make a request himself, saying he needs an arm guard that can protect his arm. The boy is surprised by this, because he thought the protagonist would be. Days later, he thanked him, because if it weren't for him that time, he wouldn't have been able to open his forge. But he asks what brings him there, questioning if the phantom blades were damaged. And the protagonist, he says no, explaining that he wanted to make a request himself, saying he needs an arm brace to protect his arm. And the boy is surprised by this, because he thought the protagonist would be resting now. Then he pauses to think, agreeing that he's right, and says he'll give him a slight enhancement, which will arrive in about 5 days. So, Pio has to wait until then, so he just thanks him and leaves. Later that night, the boy arrives home and is surprised, as he had no idea that Pio would be looking for a Morasal, especially since he never wanted any armor, when he faced incredible martial artists, and wonders if a big battle is going to happen, making him increasingly tense. However, from a distance, it looks like someone is watching the boy's back, and he says that this is great, that he has some extra materials. But then he notices something lying on the floor and wonders if someone is there. When he picks it up, he notices a
gone too far to be resolved, as they distribute the reduced food among them, since people had to be killed to secure it. And he says that, in the end, everyone became
girl, and he is surprised that a child just showed up at his house. Who can even handle raising children these days? Eliza. After a while, the blacksmith returns with a plate of food, telling that girl that he will let Lair go, telling her to eat whenever she wants, and to remain hidden in the corner. He wonders how many days they passed, and she says she doesn't intend to ask about his identity or why he's there, just telling her to eat so she doesn't die of hunger. He says he needs to go somewhere today, so he will only return at night, saying he will bring more delicious food for dinner, and when the door closes, the child is revealed to still be scared. Then, the blacksmith goes to Piol, saying that he brought what he asked for before. As soon as he sees it, he sees two beautiful gauntlets. Then he says that they were made with solid iron. He should be able to move comfortably while wearing them, and if he infuses his internal energy into them, he can block most weapons. The protagonist says that this is great, saying that it is a good job. The blacksmith says it's obvious, saying he put a lot of effort into it, but then he orders him to take that as well. And so, the protagonist inquires about those silver threads. He explains that he attempted to create them using the leftover materials from crafting the armbands, and he mentions that they possess good elasticity and are quite durable, confident that they will be useful to him. He expresses his gratitude for that too, and says that this is all he has for him, saying that he's already leaving, but the protagonist questions whether he's already going, and he replies that he has an unwelcome guest at his house and needs to check if they are still there. And the protagonist doesn't quite understand, but, meanwhile, at the market, a woman speaks with another man, asking if he still has no information, and that man replies that he is certain the person came to Shingdo, but he cannot.
Killers. But POW killed Ian, the one who held the power during this whole mess. So, he says that no one is going to touch the boy now and tells his group not to even think about
find any trace of him after that point, and the woman comments that he is quite the troublesome brat, and that man says it would be a pain to request assistance from the H clan, and that they are in a difficult situation. And the girl says that he said they need to capture him secretly and that it's difficult to trust those shady guys from Clan H. Just then, the blacksmith notices something behind them, looking scared as she speaks, and the girl remarks to another guy that the others have probably already arrived, and the Iron Hunchback must be there already. And the blacksmith just continues on his way, saying he's going to visit the market first before returning. Meanwhile, the Hunchback is getting a serious beating somewhere else, having run headfirst into Prota. He starts cursing Pio, who remains perfectly calm as he lies on the ground. The Hunchback asks if Pio knows who he is, but Prota questions whether he's supposed to, and so he starts calling Prota a damn show-off, swinging that iron ball around. But Pio remains calm while he puts on his little show. Then, he says that look is getting on his nerves, grabbing that iron ball and charging at Pio. But as he comes, Prota unravels his silver thread, but the woman from the market screams, telling them to stop. Even the Hunchback stops. When they look back, So Kyung, the Firestorm Dragon and leader of the Hall of Seven Stars, asks what they are doing. Stars, the Firestorm Dragon, So Kyung, asks what they are doing, and the Hunchback starts saying that the guy needs to learn a lesson. But Ryo Kyung tells the Hunchback to look attentively in front of him, and the Hunchback sees all those threads. Therefore, he says that if he had taken one more step forward, he would have been cut to pieces, and the protagonist says it's a pity. But then, Ryo Kong says he doesn't know what happened between the two of them, but he asks the boy if he isn't being a little too brutal in his attacks, saying that attacking his sworn brother
end up dying. But he doesn't know if he'll die of hunger or if he'll go crazy first. Then he wonders if that guy wanted him to starve to death, and he keeps wondering what he did to deserve it, doing anything to POW, or even approaching him. After all, he can't even imagine how terrifying someone with nothing to protect would be. And with that, everyone understands the message.
Would be the same as attacking the Hall of Seven Stars itself, and if he did it without a good reason, they won't let him get away with it. However, the protagonist keeps staring at the guy, and then the witch asks him to. He needs to stop. It's obvious he doesn't realize that Iron Hunchback definitely started it, saying he was probably just doing what he wanted and got annoyed with the guy. But the Hunchback doesn't like what she's saying, and she asks if what he did was wrong. The Hunchback ends up admitting it, even without saying a word, proving the girl was right. So she moves on to apologize on his behalf. She introduces herself as Yosei Young from the Seven-Star Hall, asking if she could know his name. Prota introduces himself as Puo, and she comments that his name is elegant and incredible, saying that they will pay for all the damages caused there. She orders everyone to back off and asks what he thinks about it. Prota just turns around and leaves. The three of them don't like this attitude very much. The girl says she doesn't know what happened, but the atmosphere in Shindu is tense. Until they find out what happened, no one is allowed to get involved in conflicts. After all, they're on a mission, and that boy who's with the blacksmith is probably the one they're looking for. Then, at the establishment, Soyeon, the protagonist, goes there to ask for information about the Hall of the 7 Stars. And Yoshin can't even believe the nerve of that guy, asking if he didn't say he would kill him if he bothered him, and asking how he knew he was there, and why he's asking about the Hall of the 7 Stars. And the protagonist says that he doesn't need to know that, but Yoshin says he can't tell him anything, and the protagonist says he thinks he wants to die. Then, Yoshin says that he doesn't care if he kills him, and that the H-clan is not a place he can use as he wants, even if he threatens one of its members, and he says that there are procedures.
Meanwhile, the boy runs, screaming for his leader. The leader asks why he is running like that, and the boy replies that there are 2 people in the red house in the north, and he thinks they are the ones who
in that place, but things are different for him, and if he answers his question, he will find information about them for the protagonist. And so he tells him to ask, but says he didn't expect that he would respond so quickly, was unexpected, but he says it's fine, and that he is interested in knowing what his ultimate goal is in possessing such powerful martial arts. But the protagonist says he doesn't have one, nothing of the sort, and Hojae is surprised by this response. After all, it is very unexpected, and he asks about something like becoming the ruler of Sichuan, but the protagonist says that he simply learned martial arts in order to survive and clung tightly to his life for the sake of revenge. And now that he has achieved his revenge, he no longer has any desires, and the only thing he enjoys is to read books. And Hoji says that, although it's hard to believe, he thinks it's a good thing that he doesn't have great ambitions. So he ponders this, because it seems like this revenge story is something interesting, but since they are busy, he will hear that story another time. Then he asks what he wants to know about the 7-Star Hall, and the protagonist wants to know why they came there, and he says he will investigate. They were also curious as to why they came there, for no apparent reason, and so, Prota says that he will be in pain for the time being, telling Yoshin to get in touch as soon as he has the information. As he leaves, Yoshin says, of course, and that she'll see him next time. Later that night, the protagonist is at home reading, while a girl cuts some apples. The girl offers him some fruit to eat, and Lear agrees. Then, the girl asks him what he thinks, explaining that she made a special request to the merchant to get this fruit. But as she speaks, she begins to faint, and Prota is surprised to see her collapse on the floor. He quickly gets up and catches her. Just then, someone comments that a feminine fragrance
were banned from the EU group. So the leader asks if he's sure, and the guy says he checked twice. Then he asks about their food situation, and the boy says they are holding potatoes in their arms,
is everywhere in that room, asking Pew how he can live in a room like that all day. The boy looks at the old man and says it's better than just eating vegetables while living a simple life in the mountains. And so, the old man agrees, saying that a life that is paradise for one person can seem incredibly dull to another. But he asks if he knows who he is, and the Prota says no. The monk replies that he doesn't seem surprised, even so, and Prota says that if he had sensed his hostility, he would have killed him. The monk laughs, saying that he is quite eccentric, and now understands why Mujong is so obsessed with him, and the Prota says that, as he expected, this guy is from the sect here in Shen, and he says that his name is Goyub, and he is superior to Mujong. The Prota says that it doesn't seem like he's there for revenge, asking why he's really there, but in a completely different manner. Asks if he is aware that the sect was destroyed because of him, and the Prota asks how that is his fault, but then asks if he denies that it was his doing, and the Prota says that, although he doesn't deny, what he did caused the Queen sect's tarnished reputation, provoked by members within the sect itself, and no one forced Mong to learn demonic arts. He did it of his own free will, in the end. And, observing Mong, he reflects that his original intention in coming there was to kill him, to restore the honor of the Qin Shen sect, admitting he thought Mong was simply an unforgivable villain. Could be forgiven, but he doesn't sense any evil energy emanating from him. In fact, Mong is as sturdy as stone, as dark as absolute darkness, and as powerful as lightning. And just like, not everyone who acts justly appears to be a beacon of light, and not everyone who appears dark is evil, he muses that, just as there is nothing in creation that is purely night, the heavens must.
They will eat them all if they don't run there immediately. And then everyone asks their boss to go quickly, but he thinks to himself with disappointment, because they are wanting to kill someone just for a ma.
Have brought him into this world for a good reason. He then says it's all right, suggesting that perhaps the will of the heavens, in accepting Enshin's current state, is a punishment for the sect. A Taoist who failed to maintain his purity, they will consider it a draw, and accept that Shin will never interfere with the protagonist in the future. So Pio is surprised, but asks if Pio can promise one thing, saying that now that the two pillars of Xuan have agreed to cease their activities, everyone will try to take over that position. However, if unworthy people take over that position, a great disaster will strike not only Xuan, but the entire world, and he hopes that he will prevent it from happening. And Pio says he can't promise that, and as he already said, he doesn't deny the things he did, because he doesn't have the right to do that. And Yob says that he wishes for him to become someone who chooses the path of righteousness, abhors wickedness, and demonstrates compassion for the less fortunate, and hopes that they will meet again if fate allows. And the protagonist stays behind, saying that there is no way he could ever be capable of feeling pity for others. Meanwhile, the blacksmith is talking to that lost boy, asking what his name is. The boy introduces himself as Nan Shinu, and the blacksmith thinks that's a cool name, asking where the boy comes from, and he says he's from Rifeo, but the blacksmith asks if that's in the province of Anrui, wondering how he traveled from such a distant place, mentioning it's thousands of kilometers away, and the boy replies that he doesn't know. So the blacksmith asks if anyone is chasing him. The boy pauses to think, and then says that people dressed in black are chasing him, but then someone suddenly appears and strikes the boy, attacking with lethal intent. The blacksmith is horrified by this, while the boy manages to say that the people following him are dressed in
potato. So he tells everyone to get ready and go there. And getting close to the place, they see two girls sharing potatoes. And as they see that, his own group begins to
black, messing with the protagonist's only ally. My friend, this is going to end badly. There's a boy being attacked right in front of the blacksmith. He becomes desperate, and Kunalao sheathes his sword, and he asks if they should bring him back alive. And that man is a member of the Hall of the Seven Stars, the bloodthirsty sword berserker, Joe Sanchok. And he says he should get half of the reward if he brings his corpse back. But then the boy starts moving again, and he finds it strange. The boy begins to struggle, screaming, and so he questions what the hell is happening, and one of the boy's henchmen stands up and looks back, completely changed. And with that, Sanchok can't believe what he's seeing, because the boy is standing and doing very well. Then he says he doesn't know what happened, but is happy that he is alive, and says that he will be able to get the full reward by bringing him back alive, grabbing the boy by the hair, but the boy, completely berserk, grabs his hand, simply squeezes hard enough to spin him around like he's the Hulk, calling Locke a weak god, throwing him to the ground with everything he's got, and the blacksmith stands with his mouth open until Sanchok gets up and, asking what the hell is going on while the boy is in a trance, unaware of his actions, and reacting purely on instinct. Sancho then remembers that the boy is supposed to be someone who doesn't know martial arts, wondering what kind of strength he possesses, and comments, that's not all, because the wound he inflicted on him moments ago has already healed, leading him to believe that this isn't a normal mission after all. He says he is, wondering why they were paying so much for him, figuring that must be the reason. He then says this is even better, because it seems like he won't die easily, so he doesn't need to hold back when killing him, and says, for him to keep fighting, as he wants to see if he can manage to stay alive, even after having all his limbs chopped off. But then, the blacksmith suddenly attacks Sanchok, grabbing,
freak out about the potatoes they see. So he asks everyone to restrain themselves, but they start screaming, ordering them to kill them all and take the potatoes. Then, they charge towards the girls.
Him, telling the boy to run away immediately, urging Shino to get out of there. The boy snaps out of it when Sanchok asks what this scoundrel is doing, and the blacksmith tells him and Sanchok, he tells him to let go now, and the boy stands there stunned while the blacksmith yells at him not to freeze and to run away. Sancho ends up throwing the blacksmith away with his key, and notices that he has already fled, and thinks that this sucks, leaving the blacksmith lying on the ground. So, he remains worried about the boy. Meanwhile, Piot is receiving information from Yosin, who says that the 7-star hall is looking for a specific child right now, and Prota looks strange. Then, Yoshim says that they seem to have been asking about sightings of a child around 15 years old and quite thin, and Prota asks why they are doing this. Yoshin says that they still haven't discovered the reason, and that he has already mobilized the Hall clan members, but they are quite reserved on the subject. But just then, someone arrives there screaming, begging to be released, and Prota, hearing that voice, recognizes a girl who appears, and Yosin asks what is going on. It's happening, and she says that someone named Tang Sohu is forcibly entering to look for someone, and the protagonist realizes that he's the one they're after. He goes there and sees his friend Ferrero being arrested, and he screams, by Piwul. Then, the protagonist asks what happened, and he grabs Piu, begging him to help. So, he asks the boy to speak, but first questions whether or not he will help him, He says that he will, if he can. He will. Then, Sohu says that there was a child hiding in his workshop, and some martial artist wielding a sword came in there and tried to kidnap him. But there was something strange. The child's shoulder was badly cut, so badly that it should have cut to the bone and killed him. But instead, he suddenly twitched and stood up. Masin, after hearing everything he's saying,
With everything in place, he orders them not to let the girls escape. The leader, who stayed behind watching his men run, thinks something is strange, because that position puts them at a disadvantage.
says that the martial artist who uses a sword must be the youngest member of the 7-star hall, Jay Santok, the bloodthirsty sword beaker, and asks about that child. He questions if she is still alive. Even though the sword cut his shoulder, he thought he might have come back to life, and that it could be related to the Demon King. So, a little background about the Demon King is explained. The person from over 10 years ago who caused a stir in Jiang with superhuman recovery abilities that no one could imagine. And no matter which martial arts master, whatever he faced, or how severe his injuries were, he always managed to survive. Then the rumor began to spread throughout Jiang. Whoever discovered the Demon King's secret would live forever. Although eventually a small spark of hope to unlock the Demon King's secret appeared, Zhang Hu was the boy who was with the blacksmith. Then, somewhere else, the fire starts to spread, so everyone asks for help, and a lord says there are still people inside. Then, the Witch of the 7 Stars says that the child definitely ran that way. He directs his attention and notices that he isn't there, saying that he can't stay in Siuan for long, since it isn't his territory. He adds that if the clan had helped them, they would have captured him by now. They can't believe they lost him, but then someone arrives, calling for Yong, so he asks her what she's doing, and she tells Apong that she's looking for the rat. She says that brat has probably already escaped. Then she realizes that she was wasting her time, but he questions why she set Zhangjido on fire, asking if the sects within Zhengdo came. She says that they won't be able to come, as they aren't allowed to do anything outside the sect because of the PU. And she says that he has demoralized them so much that they tremble with fear, just hearing his name. But Pong asks if
The girls who were running had, in fact, prepared a trap, and one of them signals to her friends, who burst out of the window, attacking those who are running. So the leader tries to.
She believes that, as it's probably an exaggeration, saying that she doesn't believe that all the martial artists in Zhanggu are afraid of some unnamed martial artist. And he says that if he finds him, he will use that blood wolf sword to cut off his head with a single blow. He will lose his life by his hand, without even having the chance to react, and yet he says he is anxious for Jin, whose head will fall to the ground, promising that the moment he cuts off Jin's head, he will bring it to her first. And everyone is crying as they walk out of there with a smile on their face. And she says those screams are always so adorable. But then something happens. The protagonist's son wraps his head around a monster and is taken upstairs, and the girl notices this, turning around, back, and seeing that he is about to be killed right in front of her. And at that moment, the protagonist really knocks his head off. And, in the midst of all that chaos, families who lost their homes are left, desperate, and wonder what happened, and how it happened. And the doctor then asks how he would know, because he thinks something terrible is happening now, and says that he heard that the disaster recently struck Zhengdor, and a fire broke out as well, which is truly frightening. But when he glances to the side, he notices that the person over there is the bamboo swordsman, Gan Jiangwei. From the 7 Stars, Egan continues walking around, looking for something, and Sura asks him what he's searching for. Then the doctor says he isn't sure, and that he's also curious about it. And the girl, she says that whatever his objective is, it must be important, otherwise he wouldn't be leaking so much killing intent. And the doctor is surprised that the girl can sense his intention to kill, and she replies, of course she can, asking how she couldn't when it's so obvious. He's surprised as the girl says that they should follow him, but the doctor asks,
Scream. But his friends are already getting beaten. One of them is knocked unconscious, and he recognizes it as a trap, ordering everyone to retreat. But it's too late, because there are people behind.
Where he went, wondering if he realized that they were following him, and the girl asks how he could have disappeared in such a short amount of time. But then they see a pool of blood in front of them, and are terrified. They see Rai dead in front of them, lying in a pool of blood. I don't think these guys will be around to see the next sunset, because the pyro has already killed 2 in such a short time. And Shinong, he asks how it's possible, since it happened in an instant. And Sor questions how an experienced martial artist like Gon could be defeated like that. And Shinong says he didn't know there was an assassin like that in this world, but then he thinks it must have been him. And the girl asks if he's referring to the man who caused absolute chaos in Zendu some time ago, the assassin who faced all the sects of Suan alone. He says he thought they were just exaggerated rumors, but after witnessing the situation, he can't say that they are. And he thinks there might be a great disaster unfolding in Sua. And so, the next morning, Tinho is dragging himself as best he can through a pool of blood, all injured, trying to escape from someone. So, that guy. He asks what he is, and exclaims that he's incredible, wondering how a human could be like that. Then, he grabs more daggers and stabs them into the boy's thighs, causing him to scream as he dies, out of pity, and that guy tells her to look, because not even the greatest martial artist could survive losing that much blood. She doesn't understand why they're telling her to take him, and the boy continues to almost die from all those holes, and turns to that assassin, begging him to spare his life. He pleads that he didn't do anything wrong, saying they killed the innocent and died, despite being innocent. This is Jang R. He says he doesn't know how he achieved such a physique, but his client will tear him apart to find out the reason.
Him wanting to kill him. Then, everyone surrounds him and says that they caught a big fish with a single potato as bait. And in fact, everything is part of a plan. And one of them says that they can greatly reduce
will analyze every vein and every drop of his spinal fluid, and he will have to die, even if he is immortal. He says that immortality is the dream of many, and that dream is the reason why he will to die. So he keeps trying to take the boy, but just then, Sancho arrives, calling out to him and saying they have a problem. He doesn't understand anything. And then Sancho says that the sixth wrong, Hai, was killed, and the other one is terrified. Sancho then says that the shadowless practitioner in Shin Pong just found the body. Meanwhile, Hunchback is walking around full of heartache, everywhere, saying that So Young has caused a big problem this time. But as he grumbles, he ends up remembering Pawn, questioning how that worm dares to embarrass him in front of So Yang, and says he will kill him the next time he sees him. At that moment, So Young is running across the rooftops, and he sees her passing by, surprised, questioning where she is going in such a hurry, noticing that she is also trying to hide from the public eye, questioning if something happened, and saying that he will have to see what is going on. As he tries to escape, the protagonist pierces one of his shoulders and wraps his thread around his neck. He doesn't even understand what's happening, but he begins to suffocate and tries to attack that mass, up towards where the threads are coming from. However, the protagonist is not hit by it, and then he sees that the protagonist is touching his chains with that gauntlet, and Pew appears, revealing himself, and he starts freaking out and cursing, but the protagonist doesn't even care. And so, moments later, the hunchback is in a pool of blood, completely dead, and Sora calls her uncle to take a look, and she talks about that person. Simpong notices that it's the Iron Hunchback, wondering if he was killed by the same assassin who killed G, saying that first it was G, then the Iron Hunchback, and it seems that…
That's right. After all, he didn't even beg that man for anything. Then, he starts crying, biting his own mouth, and says that even if he is just a nameless beggar with nothing, there are no number of mouths to feed, at least for today. And he says that was a mistake, thinking about how they usually do things. They just look at him, and he's very angry. And the leader asks if
that assassin is determined to kill the 7-star hall. Then Sora asks if this assassin has a grudge against them, wondering if it could have also been done by a group with a troop of 100 spirits. But Pong says that the 100 spirits troop has never had activities within Chuan, and there's a high probability that this was done by the notorious killer that people have been talking about, saying that there's no way to know if he has a feud with the 7-star hall, but his assassination techniques are incredible, saying that this is not something an ordinary killer could do. And with that, she begins to imagine the protagonist as a horrible, horrifying, and bloodthirsty monster. She questions who this killer could be and where he learned to kill like that, saying that she's sure he must look monstrous, but Zhang says that, based on what those who have seen him said, he is young and handsome, but the girl is saying that there's no way this could be true, asking why a person would do something so horrible. What I'm about to say now has a high chance of being a load of nonsense, but there is some kind of theory based on that idea, where attractive people are almost selected to appear less suspicious. Something along those lines, you know? If you're unattractive, you're more likely to be considered suspicious, even if they aren't, than an attractive person being considered suspicious, even if they are. There's a theory about that. And Pong pauses to think, then calls out to her to leave, because he doesn't think the killer is finished yet. But then she asks if they weren't just supposed to be observing the situation, and he says he's lived his whole life with the heart of a knight, asking how he could stand idly by after witnessing such cruel acts. And he says that even though the members of the Seven Stars Hall are a bit eccentric, they still belong to the orthodox factions, and he certainly
They can be satisfied just to stay alive, begging for their lives. And she says she would like to hear his request, but explains that they cannot provide that much food.
won't just stand by and watch. And the girl agrees that he's right, leaving with her uncle, and he wonders how many more horrendous acts that killer will commit. See, that's exactly what. They're talking, he's looking around. Ah, he's murdering everyone, man. This, that, and the whole deal. They're from the Orthodox faction, but those guys are desperate to get the kid in there to be a lab rat. Globo doesn't show that, huh? Meanwhile, everyone left in the Hall of Stars is scared stiff, running in fear, and the leader tells them to be careful, because they don't know where the protagonist will attack from, and he thinks about Pio, realizing that all of this is because of his negligence. He can't believe that the person who had a falling out with Kirkunda, DeFaro, was that famous assassin from Shangdo. They should have killed him back then. He tried to get them to move silently because he didn't want to attract the attention of the sect, Kennen, and ended up losing some of his precious brothers. They'll be in serious trouble if they lose another member now. But Sanchok asks why they're being targeted. After all this time, he's asking if it was because of the recent fight, and that guy, whose name I don't remember being mentioned, says that if that's the case, he wouldn't be so persistent in trying to kill him, and he thinks it must have to do with that boy in his hand. They get scared, but that other guy tells him to calm down, saying that it's never too late for a night to take revenge, and, after delivering that boy and getting more help, they will be able to kill Pio easily. So, they should just hold on until then. And the leader says he's right, which will ensure that he pays for all the humiliation they suffered. And they say they will follow their big brother, but Mr. Yang says that boys will be boys and they are fools, adding that
He asks if she will only be satisfied after killing them all. And she replies that he would have done the same in her place. So she orders everyone there to be killed. They begin to fight, but
even cute, as he takes the lead. But as they enter the forest, they think something is wrong, and the girl asks what's wrong, and he says that the forest is getting bigger, dark, and when they look back, there's not much they can do. He, already at his limit, starts to get tired, falling to the ground and asks everyone to run, because he was caught, and something is pulling him, and they start shouting "Swai" as he is swallowed into the darkness. Then So Young and the leader charge forward, and Sancho questions what the hell they are doing, but he is also swallowed by darkness, falling dead behind the others, who don't even notice, and they follow behind Sandy trying to catch her, but he asks them not to come any closer, as this is something that he can't speak about, disappearing, and the leader asks, what the hell just happened, because he's never heard of anything like that before, and he says they need to help Sunho, but then he asks, why are there only two of them here? Where is the other one? And Su Yang realizes that they got so caught up in going after Sui that they didn't even notice, and the leader thinks that this is not. It may happen, because they brought that boy along at the cost of his brother's lives, and now even the youngest is gone. However, Pai appears, calling out to them, and when they look up, Sui, he's badly injured, just babbling his last words, trapped in the protagonist's ropes. Then, he squeezes him even tighter, turning Sui into a pile of Lego blocks. Seeing this, they are horrified, watching his head fall at their feet, and the protagonist appears, walking through the scattered pieces, looking deep into their eyes. Gentlemen, I have goosebumps, and when Pai appears, Yang starts to tremble, and the leader becomes furious, cursing him and preparing to attack with everything he has. He actually does attack near Pai, but Pai remains impassive, simply watching, and
the leader of the other gang doesn't seem like he's going to surrender anytime soon, and the girl starts looking up at Pew, and he says he understands that they are fighting battles by using the terrain.
When he tries to throw his punch, Pai dodges beautifully, merely watching his fist pass close to his face, and the leader continues trying to hit him, but he fails miserably in this endeavor. He questions what just happened because he was certain his attacks landed, yet he isn't taking any damage, and his attacks are precisely targeting his vital points, but he's dodging and avoiding the attacks just enough so that they miss. It's as if he's attacking a shadow now, so he decides to attack with everything he has, as much as he wants, until he attempts to throw the strongest punch he can muster. It kicks up a lot of dust, but seeing that it had no effect, he's horrified, because the protagonist is perfectly calm in front of him, still just observing him. He questions how this is possible, because the protagonist is dodging all of his attacks, as if he already knows what he's going to do. And So Young calls for his older brother, but the protagonist raises his blades, aims them at him, and throws them in his direction. Then, So Young begins to invoke a type of water power with a mark on her forehead, shining brightly, allowing her to use this power to evade the protagonist's attacks. Meanwhile, Ryo Kyung-yong doesn't even seem to notice he's being nearly strangled, as the protagonist's son is, around his neck. The girl screams, trying to save him, but it turns out it's too late, and she can't do anything to help. The protagonist suddenly appears right behind Kong, grabbing his drossed face, demanding she answer his question, and questioning why they are trying to kidnap the child. And So Young asks about the child, inquiring if he is really chasing him because of Naninho. She considers talking about it, but the protagonist just tells her to speak quickly, as he's on the verge of ripping Ryo Kong's head off. And Ryo Kong says he doesn't know either.
Several shortcuts and tricks are being used, such as building places that make infiltration impossible, provided the security is competent. And he says that this is a replica of a place that
simply accepted a request, but the protagonist doesn't really believe him and is giving him a very skeptical look. Then So Yang shouts, asking him to wait and calling him to talk, asking him to stop being so scary and acting all nice. She says that they also don't have much information, so she asks him to please lower his weapons. But, as he releases Ryo Kyung's neck, he sees this as an opportunity and turns to try and attack Prota, thinking this is his chance to strike. But in this, the one who actually dies, it's Se-young, with a huge dagger right in the middle of her head. He starts screaming as she falls, then cries with all his soul, rebelling and wanting to go after the Prota. He says that the Prota killed his entire family, and that he is going to kill him, tear him apart, and kill him again, going after Pivo again, who doesn't want to know anything, just changing the color of his hair once again. And preparing the same attack that humiliated Mong, charging at Ryong with everything he has, piercing him, and opening a hole in Ryo Kyung's abdomen. As he dies, he recognizes Prota as a Reaper, and Prota, who isn't even paying attention to these NPCs, detransforms, goes to X1, picks him up in his arms, and safely rescues the boy. While carrying the boy, Prota asks if he knows anything about the Demon King, noticing that the boy was on the verge of death just a moment ago, but his breathing has returned to normal. Then he asks if there is anyone else like that, Junger. He talks about the secret of immortality, eternal youth, but thinks this is ridiculous, because as human beings are part of nature and should die when their time comes, he never knew that they could go against that. But even if it is possible, he wonders what price must be paid for it. But then Prota feels a chill down his spine when he realizes that someone is nearby. He questions,
exists or a faithful copy. And he realizes that the person who built that place wants them to get used to it, the very skills they learned to kill people. And he says they are
who it is, since he hasn't sensed any presence until now, and this has never happened before. So he puts the kid down on the ground and gets ready to resist that person. But it's just the kid. It causes such a strong wind that the protagonist has to defend himself, and he thinks that this wind is unusual, resembling a gentle dragon, but a stronger one, because that dragon is right on top of the protagonist, surrounding him. He thinks that if he chooses to shine, he will have no choice but to retaliate, and with that, he throws his snakes at that dragon, overpowering them and sending those snakes at that guy, demanding he appear and show who he is. And then, that man simply smiles, destroying all of the protagonist's snakes, and he feels it, that pressure, and that guy is surprised that he would imitate that person's technique, saying that the protagonist is a nasty insect, making his dragon appear more serious. And so, Pio notices that he is strong and not the normal type, thinking that if he doesn't kill him now, he's going to die. So he throws his wires at that guy, but the wires stop at the barrier he is projecting around his body. Then, he already raises the two little fingers in the jutsu hand sign to unleash his aura on Pooh, and this aura hits the boy, making his hair stand up and his eyes widen as he struggles to stay grounded. To resist that supernatural wind, he increases his power more and more, but the wind doesn't stop, beginning to cut the boy's body and causing several injuries, while he holds firm so as not to be thrown away, trying to resist that power. But then even the boy's hair changes again, and he begins to shine, and that man realizes that the protagonist has resisted. That, because he didn't imagine that he would be able to nullify that technique and discover a way to survive in such a short time. But he questions whether that's all there is to it or if he has, in fact, just awakened his
trying to transform them into others, to use them on terrain like that someday. He says there's only one big house like this, so that means this is the grand mansion of the Jianchu clan or of a
dormant power, and apparently that is the case. And so, in his berserker mode, The protagonist manages to scare even that guy. But he raises his hand, lifting the protagonist into a kind of hurricane. He says this is only getting more interesting, attacking the boy once again with his whirlwind of wind and his dragon. And he thinks that if he stops holding back, he might find out about the cards he has up his sleeve. But, as he attacks the boy with everything he has, the protagonist's lines begin to react, and Puo opens his eyes, regaining his sight. So every gust of wind launched explodes, and he wonders if it's already over. But from within, that whirlwind comes an attack from the protagonist, and his line goes to the dragon's ankle. And as he strikes that foot, the wind dragon becomes desperate, but the line still follows him, even as he flies far away. And he recognizes that Po is more incredible than he thought, and the boy is completely battered, but he still has a way to do something, even with so much blood covering his body. And that guy realizes that he not only survived a technique that was supposed to kill him, but also launched a counterattack. And he says that he has never encountered an opponent like this before, and can't even fathom how terrifying he will become after this moment. He thinks it would be the perfect opportunity if he wanted to kill him, but he sees no fear in his eyes, and this type of person would do anything to defeat their enemies. If he kills the boy, he won't emerge unscathed. He begins to question whether he also has gotten older, because who would have thought that he would worry about his own safety? So, he thinks it's not worth it, saying that he heard that the fragile minds of humans could never understand the vast wills of the heavens. So, he picks up Shin and wonders if he will regret his decision today or be proud of it. But the protagonist tells him to stop as he takes the boy away. Imagine.
The very influential figure. He says the consequences will be enormous if they attack that place without a solid plan. And he says that's why they're using them. They are tools that
pressure is placed on him and everything around him. He lowers his head and questions why that dragon wants to take that child. He says it's in order to protect him, and so the protagonist asks who the dragon is protecting him from, but then the dragon apologizes, saying he can't tell him and sees no reason to reveal it. And the protagonist replies that he won't let the dragon take him, then let him take it. But the dragon starts laughing, because the boy speaks as if he needed the kid's permission to do so, and says he doesn't know how this child ended up there, but he cannot belong in this place. He may belong in this place, and if he stays, a great disaster will befall Xuan. And since his martial arts are decent, maybe he can survive, but others wouldn't be so lucky, so the dragon will have to protect this child. But Piu asks how he can trust what the dragon said, and the dragon replies that it doesn't matter if he believes it or not, asking if he really thinks he's backing down out of fear of him. Even though he is retreating out of fear of him, the dragon explains that although he has exceptional skills and his martial arts and techniques are unique, they are not effective against everyone. He questions whether he might know his name, but the protagonist asks if he shouldn't introduce himself first, and the dragon agrees, saying that he is the sovereign of the wind. The protagonist is witnessing all of this, levitating and walking away, and the sovereign says that, since the heavenly slaughter blade has touched the twilight, a blood-red sky will manifest, and the world must be alert, because of the malice on the other side. And with this prophecy, he leaves, leaving the defeated protagonist behind. Then, he sits down, acknowledging that he has been completely fooled. I'm going to share my opinion. Unpopular opinion. I like it when the protagonist, who is extremely times overpowered *, angry, and defeats everyone, still manages to lose. I like this room for the times overpowered times protagonist's evolution.
They can discard after a single use, and the boy thinks they are throwing them into hell and completely destroying their true nature. They are basically shaping the tools that.
And I definitely want more of this, times Manhwa *, but that depends on you guys. Drop a times like *, subscribe, and I'll bring more content here, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
They want and are raising them to be assassins. And after that bloodbath, some kids start laughing, asking if they saw it, when he strangled a guy to death, saying that reasons to throw him into that hell. Then, after standing in that same position for so long, he begins to move his hand, and also notices that it is easier to breathe, realizing that he looked like a fish out of water when he took his last breath before dying. And they keep talking about another murder, about how terrified the guy looked when he arrived back. He even thought he looked like a turtle trying to crawl back into its shell or something. They happily chat about it, saying their boss is truly the best, as she's talking about their absolute victory and how no one would dare to face them now. But meanwhile, Lemon is still following behind them, thinking that they still reek of blood, and comments that they've all profaned gotten used to killing. He questions how they can eat so casually with their hands stained with someone else's blood. She replies that it's disgusting, both for her and for the other children. And just then, when the hole in the ceiling opens up again, they expect food, but they realize the food is supposed to arrive a little later. But he says he doesn't even want to know the reason, stating that they need to get as much down as they can, and everyone agrees. She adds that they'll finally be able to eat their fair share this time, and now that Y-Sun S is gone, there's no group left to demand it for him. But then she pauses to think, and wonders where Pio Wu is, only to find him right beside her. She wonders why he's making such an ugly face, as if he's watching something intently. Something, and she wonders why he's so worried. Just then, the friend beside her screams, and when she looks, some masked and hooded people are descending from the ceiling and falling into the middle of everyone, the children. Then he simply, without saying a word, starts beating them all, throwing them aside and hitting the children. Hip W thinks that he expected something like this was going to happen, but he can't believe they're resorting to violence right away, and thinks that not even animals are tamed like that. But he just focuses on resisting, since he would only attract. Body's senses are returning. Then, he starts to smell something, and notices a damp odor nearby, and bending his slipper a little, he manages to touch the floor, and notices that it is cold, and attention if he acted at that moment. And he thinks he shouldn't draw attention to himself. And while everyone is getting beaten, 3 men appear standing, and Pio thinks they are the real deal, commanding those masked men. At that moment, they raise their hands, and the men stop hitting. Then, the first of them tells the children that they can call him the First Sword, and that the lives of everyone who they are there belong to him from then on, without exceptions, and that he will govern them all. But then, a boy who doesn't think before he speaks asks who he thinks he is to do this. However, after receiving a slight affection, he becomes clueless, and everyone is frightened by what they see. Then, the First Sword says that he didn't give any of them permission to open their mouths, and Po is also shocked by what he's seeing. Then, an old woman is lit on fire, and the First Sword explains that they are curse poison. He says that when you put poisonous organisms in a jar, they will eat each other until only one remains, and the last one left will possess the most potent poison. Then he says that this is the poison of the curse, which can also be called kodoku in Japanese, a type of magic. He says that, among the countless children, only the most wicked, and those with the strongest survival instincts survived. And he says that everything went according to their wishes, but which of them is worthy of receiving attention? Then, he says that only I acted as he predicted. And he says that because she leads the largest group, her influence is the greatest among the children. And if they don't properly crush her spirit, she will become much more difficult to handle in the future. So, he asks his partner to pay special attention to her, so that she doesn't even dream of starting a rebellion. Then he talks about Shion and Kanil, saying that they are also worthy of attention, because even though they are overshadowed by, realizes that he is underground, in the subsoil, and concentrating his entire being on listening, he can hear the sounds of water splashing. Then he starts to force himself to move, because he has to. They are the ones who excel the most when it comes to martial arts. And they also talk about the sole survivor from Sector 1 and ask what happened to him. And he asks if he is, referring to Pooh, emphasizing that he is still alive. He says he understands and explains that Sector 1 had the least amount of food and the worst living conditions, implying the survivors from that place wouldn't be capable. So, he tells him to pay very close attention. Bordinado responds that he understands. The First Sword reflects that, with only 6 years remaining, they must complete the mission before that deadline, picking up what seems to be a golden scroll. He then wonders to himself why his captain would have accepted a mission like this. He comments that, restricted to the captain of the Blood Ghost group, it's a mission of assassination. The duration is 7 years, and the reward is 500,000 yang gold. He adds that the objective is to ensure that no trace whatsoever is left behind concerning the Blood Ghost group, and then, after that huge beating, the First Sword addresses them, stating that the last house is their objective. He announces that whoever reaches it first will be allowed to rest for 2 hours. On the other hand, whoever arrives by the last one will know true hell. And with that, everyone departs. Pew says the merciless days continued, and their days were filled with training to become assassins. And if they couldn't withstand the process, they would die before they could even see the outside world again. And he says they must do whatever it takes to survive. And in this, the first to grab it, first is Yo. and the first sword thinks that, just as he imagined, Yo is the most exceptional, and he says that her intelligence is remarkable, also talking about her judgment, courage, and physical skills, and says they are all top-notch. In this, they inquire about P.O. and say that he is average, and say that, until now, he has not shown anything that distinguishes him from the table for you. And recording this manga, I wonder why it took me almost a year to continue with this. This manga is simply absurd. And I really hope you like it. Drink that water, and even crawling, he starts to get closer to where the sound is coming from, keeping the single thought in his mind, which is to survive. So he thinks he has to survive no matter what. Others. And then the first sword says that maybe he was mistaken, because he was expecting more from him, since he is the only survivor from Sector 1. But he must keep an eye on him just in case. Precaution. And after a while, Yu goes to talk to Pew, and asks if he's still studying the Thunder Division's cultivation technique. She mentions that he's learned enough of the technique, and the instructors are no longer making him read it. He replies that he's only reading it because he wants to. She asks if he wants to exhaust himself, pointing out that his body certainly isn't made of iron, and she starts yawning, tells him to have fun with it, since she's going to sleep first. He, on the other hand, doesn't pay attention to her, and remembers First Sword saying that the cultivation technique of the Thunder Division is a technique that even novices like them can learn. They had a lot of difficulty obtaining it, and he recalls that they will all be given 3 months. And with that, the boy keeps studying and putting it into practice until he manages to gather strength in his abdomen. He then remembers First Sword telling them to learn the cultivation technique of Thunder Division. And if they become familiar with the process, their bodies will be reborn, allowing them to feel and accumulate internal energy. He explains that the technique that the instructors made him learn so that they could sense the thunder. Splitting cultivation is only considered a stepping stone by both the instructors and the children to help them feel ki. But none of them seem to have fully grasped the cultivation technique. He discusses the Thunder Division, noting that since it's not physically possible to divide thunder, perhaps the name refers to the speed of one's thoughts. He believes that if he learns the cultivation technique with this interpretation in mind, he is certain. Then, he manages to drag himself to a stone wall, noticing how solid it is, and he even hurts his nails against it, thinking it's pointless, before falling to the ground again, that he will be able to acquire something different from what he has acquired up until now. He states that even if he learns martial arts more quickly than the others, he should never demonstrate. That's because he can't stand out by being too exceptional. Nor can he stand out by being a failure. He says that's what he's been doing up until now. But maybe things are getting dangerous when he almost gets stabbed. Then, the person fighting him is surprised that he dodged the attack and realizes that the boy actually tried to kill him. He asks him why he's doing this, and he says it's because it's not fun to have a fake fight. Then, Pew asks if that's really the case and realizes that the instructor hasn't been paying attention to them since he taught them the sword forms. And he wonders if the instructor couldn't care less about what happens to them. And so, the boy who is fighting him tells him to give it his all, otherwise he will be killed. And with that, he uses his speed to create several clones of himself around Pew, throwing his knife at the boy. And Pew quickly defends himself with ease, remarking that he is even using hidden blades. And then, the boy keeps trying to hit him, creating a spiral of needles around Pew, but he concentrates and manages to deflect them all. And then, the boy appears, behind him trying to hit him, but Pew once again manages to quickly defend himself, and the boy uses his speed again. However, with only a few movements, Pew manages to stop all of his attacks, and remains at the center of that entire vortex of attacks. After a while, the boy walks away, realizing that Pew managed to block all of his attacks, but he complains that it's no fun, just defending himself, telling him to have more fun. And so, he goes after Pew once again. The boy finally realizes he has no choice, and drops his knife. And when it defeated, he notices another person starting to approach him. Then another version of himself asks why he is trying so hard to survive. He is shocked to hear that, and the shadow falls. It sticks into the ground. And the boy asks, "What the hell is Pew doing?" asking if he has already given up. But as he advances, the boy quickly sticks the sole of his foot to his friend's abdomen, sending him flying back with blood splattering everywhere. Then, the First Sword comments that their growth rate has surpassed all expectations, adding that, at the pace they are progressing, it will only take 5 years instead of 7. However, his friend argues that he is underestimating their target, stating that he is the most talented individual in this entire Chuan, and, to face someone like that, even flawless preparations are insufficient. He warns that if they make even a single mistake, the entire Blood Ghost group will be wiped out. And they explain that this is why the captain is training those children who have no connection to them, ensuring there won't be complications even if they fail. Then, the subordinate apologizes, insisting that he wasn't underestimating their target, and the first sword acknowledges that he knows this. Even so, he must always exercise the utmost caution. He agrees with this, and the sword asks if something went wrong, or he needs to pass on assassination techniques to them. He says neither, so he must make them try harder. However, the subordinate says that many will die, and then the first sword says that the survivors will become even stronger. And, still in the fight, Pooh grabs his opponent's arm and breaks it using his knee, and the boy starts screaming in pain. And our protagonist, showing his B10 side, just watches all that suffering along with the instructors. And after completely defeating his opponent, the first sword goes to him and asks if Pooh was the one who did that. He wonders when they arrived, but he still responds that he was the one who did it. At that moment, A says it's laughable, asking what's so good about his useless life that he's trying so hard. So, the shadow tells him to give up and says that if he gives up, he will be at peace. And sword stops at his neck. He wonders when that happened, saying that the sword is too fast for Leonore to see. And he says that he can't believe that a human is capable of swinging a sword so quickly. He wonders if he made a mistake, and if he should have held back. He then says that all they want are more tools. So, if he makes a single mistake there, he will die. But with that first sword, lower your weapon and turn your back, saying that under no circumstances should an assassin leave a trace, because leaving a trail, breaking an arm will do nothing but allow the opponent to know your martial art and identity. He says that the boy should keep this in mind and never leave any trace. So, he leaves the boy behind, and with the adrenaline rush, he can breathe again. 6 years after that, still in that city, in the cave, one of the men from the first sword will look at what is happening, and then finds one of them hiding under a blanket, saying that if he were an enemy, he would be dead, and the boy resents that. Then the man says, no matter how diligently they studied, an inexperienced assassin's turtle-breathing technique is bound to be noticed, so he manages to find each of them. He says that they are far from ready, and continues that there is only one left, but he can't find that one, mentioning that they were told there would be 5 people hidden in that area, and he wonders if they were mistaken, saying that perhaps she is not there, and that, no matter how much he searches, he does not sense any disharmony unique to a human alive in that area, and he wonders what is happening. Then he strikes the ground, saying he can't find him and demanding that the person reveal themselves. And with that, the person actually reveals himself, and he asks if he will really be at peace if he lets go of everything. Then, the shadow questions what he's talking about, and he questions again whether he'll really be at peace if he leaves all of this behind. But he ends up that he had been hiding this whole time so close to him, realizing that this one was the worst. And the boy comes out of his hiding place and, now that the training is over, he asks if he can rest for a bit. Little, and the man allows it. As he walks away, he becomes very angry with the boy. Then he goes to meet up with his remaining friends, and one of them starts questioning him, asking, what are the intentions of that pompous guy going there? And he says that he changed his face again, calling him Guoshan. Then he asks if that isn't Kangen's face, and he replies that he died not long ago, so he's been using it. A long time, so he's been using it. But Pewell says that at this rate, he will forget what his real face looks like, and he asks who cares, because they will never get out of that place anyway. However, Pew asks if it will really be like this, and says that the food is improving little by little, so very soon they will receive the mission, and Piast is apprehensive about this. So, with the first sword, he finally takes off that mask, and thinks that in the last 6 years, 30 out of 300 children have become assassins, and since Jianggu is a cruel place, where you are killed if you don't kill, the children there are already better than he was when he started from rock bottom. And he says his death must be approaching, because he's become too emotional. Then, 2 other men approach him, asking why he took off his mask, and he replies that he was suffocating and questions whether they don't think 7 years is enough time, adding that they are also free to remove theirs, and so they do, revealing themselves to be the second and third swords, Shin, and Sushim. Then they prepare to sit down and talk, mentioning that it's been almost 7 years, and if there are no complications, the children will be sent on missions, and they will be free from that place. Then he asks how the children are doing, and they respond that, saying that he doesn't think so, because he will survive. Then, the shadow says that he is wasting his strength, and he says that he won't be at peace if he dies like that, without even stabbing King. They have exceeded their expectations, with some being stronger than the instructors and almost beyond their control, and he comments that it's a huge waste to discard them on just one. That's a lie. But Sao says he has no choice, because that was the condition of the request, after all. And he says it's time for them to begin the final stage. With that, he places a book on the table. Turning to the boys, he presents them with this book, stating that 3 of them must learn this martial art technique. Furthermore, he says that the other 27 must murder those 3 in order to learn that martial art. Everyone becomes apprehensive, wondering if he is telling them to kill each other again. They can't believe that this will be the end for them. Then, the first sword says that this is the final training, and once they complete it, they won't force them to do anything else until they leave this place. And with that, they become a little more calm, wondering if the first sword is telling the truth, because they might actually be able to leave this place. They think that he's saying 27 of them can rest until they leave. From there, everything depends on them sacrificing 3 people. So, Piolu believes that they will definitely use them as bait, and also thinks that those who learn that martial art will have a target on their backs. He says that martial art is probably one that his assassination target learned, and he's almost certain that it's on another level compared to what they've learned so far. And he says that, precisely because of this, he is becoming greedy, so he raises his hand, declaring that he will learn it. Inicio then asks if he is willingly choosing to be the scapegoat, and he says we'll see if he becomes the scapegoat or the wolf. Then she warns him to be careful, because everyone there will come after him, and he replies that he's eagerly looking forward to it. He's cornered there. He won't be able to close his eyes, not even in death. Then, he proclaims once more that he will survive and get revenge on everyone who made him this way. So, the shadow, and, a while later, Shion kills one of his colleagues and apologizes for it, explaining that he had to learn the martial art after they were all chosen by lot. He says that his colleague must have felt wronged, but he also had no choice. But now Piol is the only one alive out of the 3 who learned the martial art. Then, that crazy face-stealing person says this is a banquet, claiming that he is having the best day of his life. They think that Piol is the only one left, and say it has been a while since they lost the rest of the Peha who left that place. But Piol says no. That he is probably still there. They just haven't found him yet. She says the last time she saw Pew was a few days ago when they were in the middle of training, and she remembers it. Or is she exchanging blows with Piol? Or she says that he would do better without that sword. And she says that, for some reason, she's not afraid of him when he wields the sword, even though he's blocking all of their attacks. So, he has doubts about this. And she begins to wonder if she gave him unnecessary advice, as he is already a complicated opponent to deal with. And the face-stealing guy asks what they think about killing the instructors instead, saying it would probably be much easier to kill them than Pew. Then, one of them agrees, but Chu says there's no way they haven't prepared countermeasures in case they decide to do that. He asks if they're sure the instructors placed any restrictions on them. And Wao thinks so, saying that they will think about removing the restrictions later, and he should focus on finding Pew first. With that, they all leave together. However, Piolu himself was very close by. He's thinking about what they said about killing the instructors, and after closing the eyes of his friend who was killed, he thinks the instructors are probably busy chasing the kids who asks if he really will get revenge. He keeps saying that he will, and she asks if he won't give up, and he confirms that he will not give up. And the shadow starts to give a small smile and are trying to find him there. He says there's no way they aren't keeping an eye on kids who are thinking about things like that. Then, he thinks again, saying that, in that case, this could be his best opportunity to uncover their true objective. Following that, he proceeds to the instructor's temporary base, which they claim is heavily guarded, but it's not something that he can't infiltrate. With that, he begins to blend into his surroundings. He recalls the instructors saying that the turtle breathing technique is interrupted if the user moves. However, if he utilizes the thunderclap flash cultivation technique to subtly divide his breaths, it's a different matter entirely. He explains that this allows him to move while concealing his presence to the greatest extent possible. Therefore, he asserts that he can move in a way that makes it impossible for the human cognitive abilities in that area to detect him. Consequently, he successfully bypasses the guards, and finally finds himself inside the building. He arrives at the room, situated in the deepest part of the base, confirms that no one is around, and opens the door. And inside, he can see nothing. He wonders what secrets are hidden there, questioning who those people are who are trying to raise them to be murderers. And, amidst his doubts, he also wants to know where that place is and how he can escape from there. But then he finds that golden mission request, opens it, and after examining everything, notices that it is a request letter, and he asks himself who Ogunsangwe is. And he also wonders just how powerful Ogunsangwe must be, considering they spent 7 years raising them to become assassins, all while they tested and killed them. He says that 270 out of 300 have already died, and wonders if he is really that valuable. But then he notices someone approaching, and thinks someone is coming. So he goes back to thus disappearing. And after some time he wakes up again, noticing once again that he can't see anything, and wonders if it was a dream, or if he is going crazy. So, he gets up, hide. But when the first sword arrives at the door, he realizes something. Then he abruptly opens it, and Pew thinks he cleaned as best as he could, but it wasn't enough. And so, the first sword realizes someone is there. Meanwhile, the other 2 swords stroll around the place carefree, but the first sword seems very apprehensive. They ask if something is wrong, and he replies that there was an intruder in his room, who probably hasn't escaped the cave yet. They must find him. And he questions how they dared to infiltrate the first sword's room, wondering who could have done such a thing. And the second sword asks if he has any idea who it could have been. Then the third sword says that, among the children, there is no one more talented at infiltration than him, and he asks who that would be, and he answers that it would be Poe. Then the third sword says that this is unbelievable, to think that he would infiltrate that place while everyone is chasing. He says that they will have a big problem if they let Poe run loose. However, if they punish him without solid evidence that he infiltrated that place, the children's opposition will be significant. While they are talking, the girl is hanging above them. They say they will focus their opposition on Piol, and wonder how to do it. The first one says that he will use the called celestial power, but the second says that this is their last resort. The first responds that they will have to do it sooner or later, and that now is the time to show Piol and the other children who their masters are, and who holds their lives in the palm of their hand. Then, he asks the other 2 if they agree with the use of the infernal summons. They agree, and he puts the plan into practice, saying that he will show them hell itself. Meanwhile, while he is plotting against all the children, they continue searching, wondering where Piol could be. So, they, again, thinking that he has to survive. Then, he says that those things are growing where the water is sprouting, and when he touches them, he realizes that they are mosses, and says that he doesn't know. Starts screaming, saying that they can't find any trace of him, and begin calling him a coward. And can you believe that even the kids who were showing off their superior abilities, the tracking failed to find even a single trace of him? And if he's not in Sector 1, then where could he possibly be? As she's thinking, she hears a noise, realizing it's the sound of an instrument. Then they all start feeling sick, and she does too. Due to the sound of that flute, everyone falls to the ground in immense pain, and they wonder what's going on, because it's as if insects were devouring their entire bodies. Just then, Polo appears near them and notices that they've finally activated the restriction. He talks about a high-pitched, screeching noise in his ear and also mentions those guys who are in pain, and he thinks that the 3 swords have activated his plan. However, he says that for him it's just a slight pain in his ear, and wonders why he's the only one who is alright, and he says he needs to figure out the reason. Meanwhile, that girl in front of him continues to feel sick. He says that fusion of internal energy is an act, extremely dangerous, but it shouldn't have too many complications, since Lemon also learned the Thunder Division cultivation technique, and claims there are no problems with his internal energy. So, he asks what differentiates them from him, thinking that they ate the same food, spent time in the same environment, and learned the same martial arts. What else could it be? He wonders if it could be the poison, remembering that white snake. And he says that if something is related to poison, his good condition in that situation would make sense, since he acquired poison resistance from being bitten several times by a snake. But he wonders how they could awaken the dormant poison in the bodies of 27 people simultaneously. He says it's impossible to activate poison with sound alone. But then because this video was so much fun to record. So, once again, if you want the continuation, like the video, comment, and share this around. So, with all the warnings given, let's get to which one is edible or not, but he will have to eat everything for the sake of his survival, and when he puts it in his mouth, he almost vomits, wondering how something can taste. Thinks a little more, and wonders what would happen if, instead of poison, there was a poisonous insect inside his body. What if they had mixed cursed poison into their water and food and were stimulating, through sound? But just then, the guards approach him, mentioning that others have passed out in the same area. As they get closer, Pai considers running, but decides against it, because if he does, they might discover his resistance to the poison. He realizes that, as he's been doing all along, he can't let them know he's different from the other children. So, he falls to the ground, feigning pain. When one of the guards calls out to Pai, he shouts his name, and the first sword automatically appears, drawing his sword and striking the boy. He demands to know what he saw in his room, remarking that Po has certainly managed to hide his talents well until now, since a prominent talent like him would never lose his edge. As he grows, he declares that a nuisance like him is better off dead. He then draws his sword, intending to kill the boy. However, the second guard intervenes, saying he can't, because Paulo is an expert in filtration, and they need him for the mission. Then, the first sword says that the other children are enough, but the second sword argues that he knows just as well as the first that this isn't true. And the first sword asks if he thinks it would be easier to control him. And the second sword says that they can manipulate him whenever they want, since they have the infernal calling, and he can see how powerless he is before that cursed poison. And then, the boy continues pretending to be in pain, and the first and second swords look at him and order the henchmen to give the children an antidote. So, they administer the first antidote to everyone, and everyone starts to wake up. And the first sword says that it's Pew's fault that they were all punished, and this never would have happened if he hadn't infiltrated their base. It's that bad, but he says his body is fine, so it's edible. Therefore, he starts to pick up that stuff to continue eating, because that's the only way he'll be able to survive. And, if any of them do it again, they should keep in mind that everyone will experience the pain they felt again, and after a while, Piolu is back in that total darkness. Meditating motionlessly, he recalls the second's words, who told the first to witness his powerlessness against the cursed poison, adding that he knew this would happen because the venomous snake must have subdued the cursed poison. And thank goodness, he managed to escape the restriction they had placed upon him, which further motivates the boy, while Lemon, in turn, is left with quite a bit of fear, wondering if Pew really isn't there. Nevertheless, the three continue walking together, and I still find that place incredibly disgusting. Unable to believe that. He went there voluntarily, and she mentions that they were given time to rest. However, that boy spends every day isolating himself in places like that in order to train. And the thief of Ensterade, Faces says that it's impossible to know what's going on in his head, because first he rejects the company of the olds to remain in that depressing place. Then, they recall that all of this was their fault, Paywall. And he says that he's already hated by all the children because of that incident, and is sure that he doesn't have much of a choice. And the face stealer says that, besides that, it's very difficult to find them, wondering where he's hiding. Then, he appears behind him, asking why they're looking for him, and the two of them are completely scared. The thief of Faces says that he almost scared him to death, telling him not to walk around with that hidden presence like that. Then, he asks again why they are there, and she says that she just wanted to talk to him. He asks what she wants to talk about, and she says it's about the restriction. She says that the restriction is on all of them, and asks if he knows what it is, and says that she's. A while later, he gets up and starts feeling around the entire place. According to his calculations, he determines that it's a square, approximately 9 by 9 meters. Sure, he wasn't there before they passed out, but as soon as they regained consciousness, he was there. And she says that means he got closer to them after the activation of the restriction. And it can soon be concluded that he was either unaffected by the restriction, or it had very little effect on him. So, Lemon remembers, and says that while she was going crazy from the pain, she was able to endure it because someone fused internal energy into her. And she wonders again if it was PW, and O questions whether he knows about the restriction that is linked to them. And he says that, yes, and everyone is scared. He says he knows exactly what kind of restriction was placed on them. So, she asks him to tell her what it is. Then, he asks why he should do that, questioning why he should bother telling them, asking how it would benefit him. Then, Face Thief asks if that's how he treats his companions, but he says that companions wouldn't chase and attack each other with such enthusiasm. Then, they all understand the implication, and Face Thief says he's right. So they will be companions from now on. And he swears that no matter what happens, he will never abandon him, and will always consider him a friend. However, Piwoo doesn't believe any of it, and neither do the two who are with him believe it. Piwoo believes that he just wants him to believe his words, and says that he sure is stubborn. He says that one has to be stubborn to learn the mask arts, and he says that there's no disadvantage for Piwoo in having someone as capable as him as a friend. And he says that if they manage to regain his freedom, he should visit the Republic Arts Troupe, and since they've already been through hell together, he'll help him out at least a little. Then, he says that he will also consider him a friend from now on. Trapped there, he realizes that someone intentionally trapped him. As he's walking around the place, he hears the sound of an iron door. Then, a small hatch opens, and from it comes Onward, and says that at the very least, the children who follow him will never be hostile towards him. And Lemin, in turn, seeing them all take the initiative, says that he too will start to see him as someone special and says she will never betray him, blushing profusely. Yes, friend, there is no art of assassination that can stop love. And Po, left with no other option, tells them that it is cursed poison. They are surprised by this. He explains that they have all been poisoned with a cursed poison. He elaborates that it is a poisonous type of organism that normally remains dormant within their bodies, but releases its venom in response to the sound waves produced by the flute they are playing. He adds that this poison flows through their blood vessels, attacking their internal organs. Then he questions how he himself was not cursed by the poison, explaining that he is naturally resistant to it. He clarifies that it simply doesn't have a significant impact on him. She is taken aback by this, and says that he has already told them everything. Therefore, they must figure out how to remove the cursed poison on their own. He thinks that it's best to have as many variables as possible, because even if only one of them escaping the effects of the cursed poison would create countless variables. And then, Lemon starts to get emotional, saying that she can never decipher him because it's always so mysterious. So she thanks him, saying that she will make sure to return the favor, telling him that he can feel free to look for her if he needs anything, and she will help him to the best of her abilities. So he says she's right, and they all leave. However, Lehman stays behind and tells him that her name is El So Min. He is doubtful about this, and she says it's her real name, and that she wants him to remember it. My friend, I'm shipping them both. Even though she's a bit off. You never know, right? And, after revealing her secret, a light that almost blinds our boy. Even so, he says he has to get closer, and asks if anyone is there. As he approaches, he sees a hand holding a bowl, and that person, the girl simply says she wants him to remember it, and leaves. Pio doesn't understand anything that is happening. And then, a while later, the first sword announces that they will be leaving the cave, and everyone thinks the day he's been waiting for has finally arrived, saying that after the instructors leave, it will be her turn, and she will be responsible for leading the children out. And she is happy to hear this. And the first sword wonders again how many of them will survive, because those children are strong. But Alv is a martial artist with the greatest talent of all of Yangu. He says that they will have great difficulty surviving, but none of that is his business. His role there is over. He will retire and abandon that life of assassin. Then he goes out through that hole, and everyone is happy because they can finally get out of there. She says that since the basket isn't very big, half of them can go first, so she starts giving orders. However, she can't believe that they are finally leaving. Then she goes to talk to him, saying that she assumes they will be sent on a mission soon. Then, he says that this will probably happen, and questions what happened to the cursed poison. She responds that some of them were detoxified, and he says Min knows about it. A lot about poisons is discussed, and he wonders if it could be Lair Min. She confirms. Then, he says that all that's left for them is to survive, and calls the boy over. After climbing up, everyone reaches the last group. So, everyone climbs into the siesta and thinks about how they were in such a deep underground place. He says that it was not just a hellish place, but hell itself, and that it has been 7 years in a place like that. The thief immediately starts to get happy, because he is almost outside. They are finally leaving. However, before they actually reach the sunlight, Pew begins to tear his clothes, drops the bowl and closes the hatch again. Then, the boy starts crying again, feeling sad about being abandoned yet again. But then, he starts to smell the aroma and realizes that says that if they don't want to go blind, they must cover their eyes. And everyone does the same thing. As he climbs, he thinks that it hurts because the light is so bright. And so, when they finish being hoisted up, and someone approaches them, remarking that it seems they've created some useful ones. Then he asks who that person is, and the man replies that he's sure the client will be satisfied. They notice that his voice seems devoid of emotion, and he figures that one can assume he's in an executive position based on how he speaks. Then he begins to suspect that man must be the captain of the Blood Ghost group. So he orders someone to guide them all to the carriage, take them to the Clear Wind Mansion, and help them adapt to the outside world. Some people appear to carry out his order, taking the children away. However, he keeps thinking that he has memorized the voice of the Blood Ghost group captain. Then he begins to be taken away by the carriage, and on the way, the captain tells them that this is where they will all be staying, and that they will get used to the outside world in this place. He also tells them not to lower their guard, because they emerged from the underground, as he will personally kill anyone who is insolent. And, already in his room, Poe begins to gaze at the sky, while his roommates become afraid of him. He says that even though they are in the same dorm, they shouldn't concern themselves with him. However, the face thief asks who said that he was going to go, and the boy replies that now that they are outside, he should go take a shower, but he questions them as to where he would even go. So, he looks at a well, and they all go outside to splash water on each other. And, after the bath, he lies down on the grass and says that the moonlight, wind, and refreshing water, they are finally outside. And only now does he notice this. And a few days later, they are already playing outside together, and they start to observe even. Initially, he approaches that small kombukinya, noticing that there is food there, but he realizes that the smell is of rotten fish, tea leaves, and pork, and it's probably the leftover meat from the bone. Even the smallest details, feeling happy to be able to see flowers again. While everyone is smiling happily, someone arrives, stepping on that flower and throwing 2 daggers near the girls, saying that weapons will be distributed to them, so they should keep them safe, as they will be using them soon. And so, sometime later, already in the Brisa Clara district, at the Grand Lunar Palace, the captain continues. Talking to First Sword, he thanks him for his hard work. Then, First Sword says he only did what he was supposed to do, but the captain says that his group has become more prosperous thanks to his sacrifice and that of others, so he doesn't know how he can repay him. First Sword says that there is nothing to repay, and that he would already be dead if it weren't for the former leader. So the captain says he did everything he could do and now he can rest, and the First Sword asks if he is permitting his retirement, and the captain says that, of course, and not only his retirement, but also the retirement of the second and third sword. And so he thanks him, but the captain says it's no big deal, as he has always given his all for the Blood Ghost group. So, that's it, the least he could do. But the First Sword says those children are truly a waste, and the captain doesn't seem to like that. He says they are too talented to be thrown away after a single use. So, the captain says he knows it's a shame to discard that kind of talent, but he says there's no other choice, and that their relationship with him ends there. So, he asks if he managed to find out who the client is, and he says no. He says he shouldn't cross the line if he wants to stay in this business, and says there's no point in making more work or irritating a big shot who is willing to pay 500,000 golden yang for a request. Then, he remembers something, and says that, until the Grupo Fantasma, and he notes that there are at least 5 different types of food waste present, and he thinks that it's highly unlikely a single person would be eating those 5 different types of food. Then, Sangrento grows enough to be on par with Angu's largest group of assassins, the White Spirit Lotus. Being as cautious as possible won't even be enough. So, he says that the group, the Bloody Ghost, will make a huge leap if he manages to complete the request, and states that, once they do, reaching the White Lotus will become a real possibility. Then he gets greedy, but the First Sword doesn't seem to like any of this. Meanwhile, Pew is doing a Nosuk cosplay, carving and styling his entire dagger, and the face thief asks him what he is thinking right now. wondering if he's trembling with fear now that they're going on a mission. He replies that he is indeed scared in a way, but that he's lying about new, wondering if he's the one who's going to be shaking soon. However, Pew points out that he seems to be the one shaking the most, considering he's talking more than usual. At this, Bakugo, who steals faces, gets all irritated, and several of those maniacs who were raised in the hole say they want nothing more than to be put on that mission as soon as possible. And he says, who feels that the only reward for all the suffering he has endured is to cut off someone's head, a thought Pi almost can't believe. Just then, someone shouts from outside, ordering them to come out with the weapons they were given, and the man outside announces that they will all sneak off to a certain place. Pi then realizes that it has finally begun, and already in the forest, they start to move. Then, the fourth sword realizes that they are following him without getting lost, and he comments that Brother Seni taught them well, and that it's a waste, because those children are in no way inferior to their normal members. Then, arriving at the cliff, he tells everyone to stop and orders them to hide. At that, everyone quickly disappears, and the fourth sword explains that their objective is, it's not just one person out there. And he figures that, in that case, there must be 5 or more other people outside that door. And these are the 5 people who imprisoned him there, on that mountain. And if they climb the mountain according to the instructions, they will see a mansion identical to the ones they lived in. And among the buildings, the man inside the palace will be there. The Bright Lunar is their target. He explains that the Bright Lunar Palace is a small house on the outskirts of the mansion, and that they have memorized the route there thousands of times. Then he asks, Who in hell is the bastard who made them stay trapped in that hellhole for 7 whole years, just so they could be trained as assassins? However, Pew is the only one who knows the truth, and says that, that's Hugo Sung. Elsewhere, a woman with long black hair is focused on a flower. When she touches it, the flower disintegrates. Then, he asks if she is alone again, calling her Seura, and the chem leader appears behind her. So, she calls that woman Master, saying that she came outside because the Seth breeze was great, and she replies that the girl is being unnecessarily sentimental as always. As she says this, she glares at the girl with intense hatred, saying that she must have forgotten who she is, welcomed her when she was just a child begging in the streets, adding that she was the one who bathed, fed, and taught her every martial art that shaped who she is today. And then she asks if, after all of this, she still wants to be dismissed. However, the crown says this with a lot of hatred in her heart, but then claims it was just an idea, and tells the woman that, of course, the disciple wishes to continue following her master, so she shouldn't be irritated, as it's bad for her health. But the woman says that if they don't give them the answer they want that day, they will carry out the plan they have been preparing for the last 7 years. Then she says that she is ready to follow her master, but thinks to herself that her master seems to be under a lot of pressure, and that, with a specific purpose. And he thinks that, in that case, he's probably not the only one stuck there. He says that it is highly inefficient to create a space like that to hold only him. This is regrettable. Then they arrive, shouting, Master, and the girl says that they received a letter from King Shang. She asks what it said, and the other responds that they gave her the proposal they wanted. The lady says this is great, but the girl thinks that's how it ended up, and the crown says everything depends on her. Now, the fate of their sect depends on the girl's performance, but she tells them to. The lady shouldn't worry, as she will fulfill her role. Then she thinks it's a shame that she can't make that talented child her rightful successor. She still is sad because its only limited use is as a political tool. Then the girl begins to notice the change in the atmosphere, and the other asks how they should deal with that matter. And she asks what matter that is, quickly remembering and asking if the girl is talking about that plan. And she says, yes, asking what they should do, leaving the crown quite thoughtful. And returning to the forest, Pius asks how much time has passed, wondering if it's still morning, and he says that the assassination will take place at night, so they still have some time left. However, he is more accustomed to darkness than light. He is grateful for his luck in being able to rest while standing guard. Initially, he begins to lose himself in thought, and everything starts to turn monochromatic until he realizes something is wrong and has a bad premonition. Just then, an arrow strikes one of his colleagues, killing him instantly. Poe is desperate upon witnessing this scene. The entire forest becomes agitated, and the man who planted the arrow in the ground appears. He then pulls his spear from the ground and, confirming something, says that assassins were hiding there. He then throws the boy aside. After killing him, he demands to know how assassins dare to hide around Qinshen Mountain, and declares that they do not value continuation. And at the beginning of it all, a 4-year-old homeless orphan boy, named Piwao, is happy that he was able to collect some food, since it was market day. Then he starts to think that he says that, therefore, there are at least 5 prison guards, and it is very likely that there are more people in the same situation he is in. And, realizing this whole plan, Prota begins to wonder again what is their lives. This is Yojinok, who shouts to his men that they have come to invade the Qinshen sect, and they must find everyone and kill them. And so the entire battalion agrees with, that's right. And Pew thinks they are at a disadvantage, and says that they should retreat for now. While the boys from the sect delicately drill into the earth, they emerge, and all the assassins scatter, in different directions, fleeing quickly. And Pew orders them to disperse, because they will regroup as soon as they break the siege, and so they split up in the air. But the men continue following him, and Yojinok wastes no time, throwing himself completely backward. And so he throws his spear, impaling one of the fleeing assassins, and he orders one of his men to hand over his spear, doing so again and hitting another of the fleeing boys. And he continues doing this with 3 of them, until he finally hits the 4th. Then he will try to hit the last one, but the last one is none other than our protagonist. And he manages to deflect that blade, throwing it to the ground. But, not content with simply stopping the attack, he throws the arrow back directly at Ojinok. As they watch the arrow fly past, they wonder what it is. And then Pio appears beside them, his attack piercing through their heads, killing the boys. The arrow continues towards Jinok, but he doesn't even flinch, and the arrow doesn't hit him fatally, only grazing his ear. He remarks that this is a surprise, and orders them to go after him and leave no one alive. Pio thinks it's impossible to kill everyone and realizes he needs to escape first, so he tries to flee, but Ojinok grabs a spear and continues to advance. Meanwhile, one of the assassins who was struck is still crawling, leaving a trail of blood. Jinok appears next to him, and the assassin tells Jinok that his goal was important, but smelling the food, he realizes he needs to eat soon. So, he says he has plenty of time and will think about it after eating, because that's the better option. He doesn't want to die wondering what he did wrong. Jinok replies that they dared to invade his prestigious Qinshen clan, and despite being mere assassins, he says that's what they did wrong, and that's how he ends up killing the boy. Meanwhile, Piol continues running, wondering how they knew they were hiding. He mentions that they didn't encounter a single, not even one person on their way up the mountain. But then he remembers Snoke saying it was true that assassins were hiding there, and he realizes someone leaked the information, saying that he's the only one among them who knows the identity of their target. So, who could be to blame? And he says that, now that he thinks about it, he doesn't see the 4th sword and his subordinates, and he is sure that they retreated before they were ambushed. He realizes that the reason they let them get ambushed was to destroy the evidence, and just then, the boy starts to be shot at by a hail of arrows, managing to dodge them all. But as he throws himself backward, he's hit in the shoulder. So, even injured, he tries to keep running, but asks himself, why? Questioning whether there was some kind of conflict within the Blood Phantom group, and he even wonders if the client might have changed their mind. And he says that the only thing certain is that, right now, the Blood Phantom group abandoned Liss, and, in this case, he decides to change his plans and heads to a cliff. One of the men tries to find him, wondering where he could be, but Tweety appears on top of him and rips his throat out, and he says that he will need to survive on his own from now on. And, after realizing that they are getting close to him, he throws himself into the sea and, coming out on the beach, he notices a code indicating that they are about 600 meters to the north. So, he goes to the location and realizes that the person who wrote the code is injured, and he thinks that this is then eating piss. And after scarfing down that slop, he's quite motivated. That's it. A while later, the kid is already doing push-ups and handstands, and he mentions that he already does it. Serious, saying that he's sure she's in critical condition. And just then, other men appear, and he can't believe they created an inescapable net in broad daylight, just to kill some assassins. Then, he mentions that, considering the variety of uniforms the martial artists are wearing, at least 7 clans are involved. He adds that, taking into account the scale, it doesn't just involve the Blood Phantom group. And at that moment, he notices something, and someone appears, nearly killing him, but he manages to quickly dodge. But when he looks at the person's person, he realizes it's Mim, and she recognizes him, becoming slightly calmer. And as she says she's happy to see him, she begins to faint. At that moment, he catches her before she hits her head and notices that she is seriously injured, saying that, at this rate, she's going to die. Then, he asks where the others are, and she replies that almost all of them have been killed. So, he asks about I and the sound, and she says that she doesn't know what happened to them, because they all got separated. She remembers the moment when everyone fled to different locations, and the girl was crying profusely. She says that they stayed and fought until the end, doing everything they could to save people. Then, he starts to feel saddened by the situation and tells her that she will die soon, but Lemon replies that she is already aware of that. He questions whether she isn't scared and asks if she doesn't want to live. Both he and the girl express their desire to live, asking if he can save her, but he tells them that he can't. So she says that's why, who had given up. She was already aware of the state her body was in, but she is relieved that she won't die alone, and then asks if he would stay with her until the end. And he answers yes. And she says that, in the end, this is how things turned out. After everything they went through to survive, they will die in this way. And she asks who was responsible and why they did something like this to them. And it's been less than 4 months since he was imprisoned there. And he says that once a day, those people open the small window to give him food. And on those occasions, he hit and called out to them a lot. Says that she doesn't even know the person who controlled her life and forced her to be crushed by an overwhelming power, adding that she hopes they will feel the same way someday, deceived and horrified. But then Pooh says it's because of Hugo Gumsangwe, and Lemon is doubtful. The boy says that his assassination target was a man named Hugo Gumsangwe from the King Shen sect, and he says that someone sent a request to the Phantom Group to kill Hugo Gumsangwe of the King Shen sect. Then, he says that as a result, they were kidnapped and raised as assassins for 7 years. Then, he says that now that they have become useless, they are trying to eliminate them from their exceptionally elaborate plan. So he says that as long as he is alive, he can find out who ruined their lives and will find them and get revenge, even if it is the last thing he does. So, the girl says that she understands and that, if it is for him, she wants him to survive. Then, she gently touches his face, asking if he could call her by her name, so he calls her Lemon. But she says that is her real name, so he calls her Leon Min. And the girl thanks him, saying that she wanted to hear those words from him. Then, she finally dies, and after witnessing this with his own eyes, Pew says he doesn't know who planned this, but he will erase their existences from the face of the earth. So, the boy tells everyone to watch what he is about to do. Then, already at the hideout, the captain learns that they have set up an inescapable net, and it's impossible for them to survive. And the captain says that now that it has actually happened, he realizes what a waste it is, thinking that they would have to discard them after spending so much time raising them. Then he says that he knew they were disposable pawns, but he never expected that they would be sent to their deaths before they could even use them a single time. So, he keeps smiling as he's talking about. Then, he says that, on top of that, they don't say a single word and continue to leave him trapped in that narrow, dark space. And after giving the floor a little kiss, he says he thought, this. And the fourth sword asks if this place is also in danger. He asks if it's because of the client, and he says he doesn't know why, but they chose to destroy the evidence, and he asks if it wouldn't be much more effective to eliminate them as well, to completely prevent any leaks of their secrets. So, the captain considers it, saying that it makes sense. But, he says that they wouldn't be able to find their location, and that they just need to stay put until the dust settles. And the fourth sword asks if he truly doesn't know who the client is. And he says that he can find out whenever he wants, but that it's a boundary that shouldn't be crossed. And he says they warned them by sending that message, so there's no reason for them to cross the line first. Limits first. But when he lifts up that paper, the fourth sword realizes that it's tracking incense, and says that someone placed tracking incense on the message. And so they begin to be invaded, and numerous people enter the area. And the first sword appears, telling everyone to retreat, as they don't stand a chance. And so the invaders send in their men, killing all those filthy murderers while citing the commandment, "Thou shalt not kill." Then they are surrounded, and the captain, thinking the fourth sword was right, calls for him to retreat, but he asks where they would go, and the captain replies, "Anywhere." However, he questions if the fourth sword can't see that they are right behind him, adding that since he is the target, why would they leave him any escape route? So, he declares that they cross the line first. He draws his sword and says he's going to show them something. But as he charges forward, he starts ripping off heads, saying they will be devoured if they decide to bite him. And the captain orders all forces to hold on, believing they can win if they continue to pressure them. He thought he would go crazy being put in a situation like that, but he hadn't been spending his time in idleness. So, he says that he started to become able to see a little of his surroundings, but someone says they won't have that opportunity, attacking the captain with all their strength. The captain even tries to defend himself by attacking in return. However, after the blow, he begins to feel the effects of that he just received, commenting on its immense power and asking who she is. Then she retorts, asking how a mere assassin dares to ask her name. He recognizes that woman as a toxic heart that ends Jongura's life. He starts trying to guess who her client might be, but she immediately stops him, threatening to rip his tongue out if he speaks one more word. He's surprised to realize that the client is Sei, and says he should have known they were involved from the start, regretting that he didn't investigate the client, believing he shouldn't cross certain lines, and acknowledges that his wrong choice caused a disaster. But he declares that even if he dies, he won't be alone. He points his sword at her, and she doesn't seem thrilled to fight, but begins to attack him back, and the two clash. At this point, the captain and Jongora and she begin to exchange blows, and she is surprised that a leader of a mere assassin group possesses such mastery of martial arts. She thinks she was fortunate to face him in broad daylight. She says it might have been dangerous if he had taken advantage of the darkness to ambush her, and she thinks that she cannot allow an individual like him and his group to continue to exist, because they need to be exterminated. Then, she tries to attack him with an even stronger martial art, throwing him far away. He thinks he is going to die, assuming this is the end of the Bloody Ghost group. Bloody Ghost. He says he managed to make the Bloody Ghost group grow to this level, spreading countless amounts of blood and death in the darkness. And he's somehow able to see in that pitch-black environment. He says he can see things moving in that underground place and realizes that many insects live in a place like that. Thought that they would soon reach the White Spirit Lotus, the group that even the strongest in Jianghu avoid facing. But at that moment, he thinks it all ends there. But then he tries attack again, declaring that Guzhuang, the captain of the Blood Ghost group, will be the one to survive. And so he charges at that hurricane, tearing it apart piece by piece. But then he ends up losing his leg, and he's left wondering who dares to interfere in his battle. And when he looks to the side, he sees another person, his enemy. Seeing that he lost his concentration, she doesn't waste time and attacks him in the middle of the chest, opening a huge hole. And he finally falls face first to the ground. And she seems rather pleased with herself. His men start to scream for him, but they don't have time to worry about their captain, because they are also being attacked. Meanwhile, he is spitting blood on the floor, until, when he lifts his head, he sees the person who ordered his services and the rudeness of his master. And she asks why the girl took so long to subdue those inferior assassins, and she begs for forgiveness, explaining that they resisted much more than she anticipated. So she lingered a bit, and in that time, Zhu Yang becomes furious on the floor, yearning for the master's radiance, and asks how she could do this to him, claiming that they requested her services, and consequently, she disappears from their vicinity. Zhu Yang continues ranting that they are worse than beasts for daring to betray him, but while he speaks, she simply smashes her staff into his head, bursting it open. Then, she complains about what that piece of trash was saying, and orders them to clean up the rest, leaving only that cold, lifeless body on the floor. And then, the rest of those remaining are also killed, and the one who trained the worst ends up collapsing. He says that ever since the Elder Master became the leader, they have been, that is, without being exposed to a single ray of sunlight. And while he's wondering if those are centipedes, a snake appears, grabbing the boy's arm and staring intently at his face, increasing their strength at an alarming rate. They are truly powerful. And then, he questions what the name of the person he killed was, and that same girl replies that her name is Zhong Shouer. Niso says he heard that one of the Elder Master's disciples possesses the beauty of an angel and unmatched talent. He realizes it was her, but she claims it's just exaggerated rumors. He realizes that being an assassin for decades was worthless, as he is no match for even a CMI disciple. With that, He falls backward, dead, and the girl simply leaves him, rejoining her master. Just then, her sister, Seor, says that she is late, questioning how she could converse with a mere assassin. The girl apologizes. Then, some men bring the prisoner, stating that he is responsible for guiding the newly created assassins near Cheng Mountain. The old woman asks exactly how many assassins he brought. He questions why she is asking. She tells him it's none of his business, ordering him to just answer the question. He replies that he doesn't know either. She questions him further, accusing him of lying. He says that even if she knew, he wouldn't tell her, even questioning if she really thought he would tell her after everything they did to him. But the crown remarks that he acts as if he has some resilience, despite being a mere murderer. At this, she becomes very irritated, invoking her art. Then she grabs his head, activating a dark power that makes the guy start screaming. And as she does, she says she asked how many there were, and he starts to talk, even while feeling a lot of pain and bleeding profusely, saying that there were 28. He begs her to kill him quickly, and so she leaves him behind and asks her disciple how many she said have been killed up to this point, and she replies that there were 24. Then she realizes that there are still 4 alive. They must eliminate all the remaining troublesome individuals, and so they will face. Then, it bites his arm, and he begins to scream desperately in pain, wondering what is happening because he feels as if his body is on fire. And he go after those who remained. Then she speaks with her Yuren, saying that her role from now on is crucial, asking if the girl understands this. She says yes, and with that, the master says that she will send someone to the Kinshin sect to arrange a meeting as soon as this matter is resolved, and sends the girl there to prepare her body and her heart for the wedding. And so, the girl agrees, but even with regret. She says that all this is for the good of the sect. However, the girl doesn't seem to agree much with that. And in the forest, Pew continues running across the treetops. He notices that they are heavily guarding the exit. He says that, in this case, he will enter from the inside, and he activates his snake Sharingan well, and thinks that if they want them to die as natural enemies of Jianggu, he will do as they wish, and become their worst enemy. And then, in the morning, a boy talks to the guards and goes into the forest to look for some things. And arriving there, he stops to see where he's going. However, Pew arrives behind him, and apparently, he's not going anywhere, as Pew puts a knife to his neck. The boy questions who he is, but Pew gives him a cut on the side of his leg. The boy then wonders who he is, and who would do such a thing to him on the mountain here in Sheng. Pyo continues squeezing his neck, questioning him whether he is a disciple of the sect in Shen, and instructs the boy to shake his head to indicate if he is. And the boy quickly answers yes, and he says he will let him go if he answers his questions, telling him not to even think about trying anything, as he can guarantee that he will end his life before he can do anything. And with that, the boy falls to the floor crying, holding his leg, and Pyo asks what his name is. He says it is Dojin. Then he asks who he is, and he says that he is a 3rd-generation disciple of the Shen sect. Then Pyo asks what kind of, he wonders if that could be snake venom. And then he falls, writhing on the floor, having a nightmare about the snake. Then he goes back to sleep, and the next day, when he puts some food there, Manhugul blood is. And then the girl is surprised, and asks if he is talking about her senior brother, the great star of King Shang. And Pyo was doubtful about this, asking what he means. He then says that his brother, Seor Sangwe, is the greatest talent the sect has ever produced, adding that he has mastered most of the sect's martial arts and reached a very high level. The boy also heard that the old masters of the sect have shown interest in Seor Sangwe and are giving him personal teachings. KPO is surprised by this, saying that this is the worst-case scenario, possible and unexpected, explaining that this is why they invested 7 years training there, and he is saddened by the 7 years they lost. The boy then says he has told them everything he knows, asking Pew to spare him. But then, Pew touches him, and the boy feels that his body is no longer obeying him. Meanwhile, Pew uses a technique from behind the boy, who thinks he needs to get out of there now. At that moment, Pew finishes using the technique, and the boy wonders what he is doing. When he looks back, Pew is literally right in his face, and at that moment, he notices it's him, mentioning that there are some peculiarities if you look closely, but no one would notice them at a mere glance. He wonders what he's trying to do, and Pew quickly appears behind him, raises it behind him, and by the time the boy realizes what's happening, it's too late. Then the guards, still there, find it strange that Dojin is asking why he's already back, and the boy says he forgot something, and they call the boy an airhead, telling him to pay more attention next time. And with that, Pew ends up entering the sect, and he continues walking calmly through them all, literally summoning his chi with each step, and he passes right through them all, thinking of nothing. And after following his path, he arrives at the residence of, should look for a place to sleep. And, as he thinks about the bridge he saw earlier, he bumps into a strange man, wearing a hat that looks like a rattle. And then he wonders who. He runs to get it and is completely hallucinating, able to only think that he won't die, no matter what happens. And the snake continues behind him, just watching him. After a while, Blood Ugo and looks at that residence with considerable hatred. Inside the palace, Chan acknowledges the question of whether the situation outside has calmed down, and they say that they are almost managing to track down the remaining assassins. The leader states that mere assassins dared to target their sect, and asks his younger brother if this is acceptable. The brother replies that, of course it isn't. No, he replies, stating that it is highly likely someone set this up. The leader asks who they suspect it could be, and the brother responds that it's too early to accuse anyone, since information is still missing. Therefore, he dispatched some disciples to investigate. Then, the leader says that this is what he expects from his younger brother, Yu. However, the other one says that, whoever is responsible, this is unforgivable. Especially since that was the best sword in the sect. He says that their sect is currently at a crucial turning point, and that they need to punish the culprits to ensure this never happens again. But then the second one tells him not to worry, assuring him that they will take care of it. Next, the recap discusses the war between heaven and the demons. It is said that in a dangerous moment, when Jianggu was on the verge of being conquered by demonic forces, the most notorious martial artists formed the Heavenly Will Alliance. Among those willing to participate were the Shaolin Temple, accepted, and Mount Hua, who achieved great feats and reclaimed their former glories. However, those who did not participate, like this sect, only gained the empty title of Four Heavenly Kings and are no match for the other sects in the present day. And Kenan's leader says that if they want to catch up to them, they can't be slowed down by something like this and need to stay focused. At that moment, the second in command tells him not to worry, because if things go according to plan, they will be able to catch up within 10 years. And the leader says he is. Then he begins to see better and better, noticing for the first time what the snake actually looks like. So, he mentions that he almost died from its poison, but believes that some trustworthy, and is very happy to have someone like him, adding that because he is so skilled, it makes sense that his son was blessed with so much talent. However, he then says that he is flattering him, and in doing so, he asks how Gang is doing, mentioning he heard that Gang hasn't left his residence at all in the last few days. So he thinks that, as far as he knows, Gang isolated himself to focus on his training as a form of atonement. And inside the room, his son remains very focused, surrounded by several swords, and he says he's sorry for not being able to raise his child properly. However, the sword says that everything is fine, saying that it is normal for a boy of his age. He is a very vigorous young man. Why is he apologizing? I don't know, but we'll find out soon. And he says there's no need for him to apologize for something that has already been resolved peacefully. And he says he will make sure to make him pull himself together. And with that, he says that this is enough, and states that, regardless of what society says, Hugo Gum possesses true talent. He says that if taught correctly, he won't fall behind the successors of the three great powers. And so, they all agree. However, the leader mentions that he heard they accepted the marriage proposal from the CTMI. And with that, he says that he accepted. And the leader says that a marriage with the CTMI isn't bad at all. Asking if the bride is the youngest disciple of the ancient master of radiance. He confirms it. So, he says that there are many rumors about her beauty and intelligence, and says that such a woman isn't a bad option for their bloodline. But the second in command says he still has some concerns, and the leader asks if it's because of the ancient master. And he says yes. He thinks that the ancient master of radiance is desperate to catch up to the sect. And with that, he says that if the second blood marries the youngest disciple, some kind of change occurred within his body during the detoxification process. He also says that he can now see better and better, finding it fascinating, and asking, younger, they might be the ones who end up being devoured. And he says that's why he's been rejecting the proposal until now. But the Sword Elder says that they have no choice, as they cannot continue as enemies in that small land of Sichuan, and he says that, in any case, since Blood Gum is the Shen sect's only hope, he should give him special treatment. In this, he says he will do as they say. Meanwhile, Pivo, still disguised as Gojin, continues to follow, noticing that it is the Palace of the Bright Moon, and mentions that it is the first time he has heard of it, but it is identical to that underground cave, so he says it's very familiar to him. Following this, he says that even if the gate is securely locked, entering won't be a problem for him. Jumping over the wall when he hears someone asking if Lord Other brought another woman. He ducks down, listening to their conversation, and one of them says he can't believe that he is using isolated training as an excuse to bring in a woman. And then, the other tells him to be quiet, and he wonders who it is this time, asking if it will be one of his disciples. The other one keeps telling him to shut up if he doesn't want to be reprimanded, saying it's better for him to stay quiet. Insupyu wonders if he brings women there, remarking that the Quinin sect, it's a sword sect, so it's unimaginable to sleep with a woman in the sword training room, and the one who's angry and envious of the guy calls the other one to come back. Meanwhile, this makes Pooh think that, no matter where he goes, there will always be someone different on the inside. And later that night, Pooh returns to his original form and prepares to invade the location. Inside, he notices that Hugo Sangwe isn't there, but he also notices that he hasn't left. He concludes that he's not upstairs, so the only possible place would be somewhere else. Perhaps, if it's because of that guy. Initially, he reaches out his hand to the snake, but the snake goes into defense mode. He recalls hearing stories of people who became stronger, a place connected to the air duct, and when he follows that air duct, he finds Hugo Sangwe sleeping with that woman. Either the guy is literally a giant, or the woman, dwarf, because he is so big. And from up there, Pugh is impressed with what he sees, realizing that the man has special blood. He says that, even from that distance, he can tell that he is in a totally different league compared to the Blood Ghost Group captain. And he's definitely on another level. But he says he's still human. And if he is struck at the death pressure point, the pressure of death, the stabbed person will die all the same. And so, Pugh begins to descend, literally by a string, down inside that air duct. So he goes with all the caution in the world, placing that string around Gum Sangwe's neck. But, as he touches him, that beast opens its eyes, scaring the boy. Then he quickly pulls the string, which turns into a noose around Gum Sangwe's neck, startling the woman next to him, and he begins to be hoisted up and hanged. And Pugh, in turn, comes out on the other side, creating a counterbalance. But Gum Sangwe quickly, easily cuts that string. I don't know what Pugh thought was going to happen. Did he think the guy was going to put a kite string around the crazy guy's neck and hang him? I'm surprised that thing didn't break. Considering this guy's weight, who must be about 2 meters tall. And then Sangwe falls to the ground, looking at Pio and asking who he is. At that moment, the boy draws his swords without even responding, and goes on the offensive against Sangwe. However, he just raises his finger and stops the boy's sword with the greatest ease. Then he throws him away, and Pio goes flying. But that's not even enough, because Sangwe goes after him, summoning a sword from K, ready to crush the boy, who manages to defend himself with great difficulty and continues attacking him with, after surviving poisoning. He then thinks that if he can withstand the poison, perhaps he can gain a weapon. And so, he puts his hand out again for the everything he has. And Pio feels like he's going to lose consciousness just from blocking and wonders how it's possible for someone to do that with their bare hands. He says he can't continue to play defensively, because he needs to get out of that situation quickly. So, he drops one of his daggers and kicks it toward a Blood, who catches it with just his fingers near his eye, and says, the Blood acknowledges that the boy is skilled, remarking that he even knows tricks like that, and asks who sent him. However, the boy refuses to speak. Then, Guns wonders if his bastard father sent him. He gets not just a little, but very angry. And P is surprised that the boy is calling his own father a bastard. Inisogon-sang says that learning martial arts has always been easy for him, and everyone cheered him as the best, saying that he was incredible. However, he says it wasn't as fun as it was easy. But at that moment, a girl comes to talk to him, and he is thrilled about it. So he says that's why he started to become interested in women, and slept with many of them. But one drunken night, he talks about that woman, the woman he looked at and fell in love with. And he says that woman was a mistake, he said. Nothing more than the mistake of a drunk. And then, He lays his hand on her and says he recognizes his mistake, but wonders how the fact that she getting hurt is his fault. Guys, I can't believe this. This isn't possible. This has to be crazy. I must be seeing things. And he wonders why he has to spend a whole year entirely training in isolation. And he says it's tedious. Very tedious. So, he continues his fight against Pew, asking if his father sent him there just because she died. So, Pew questions what he's talking about, and Sangwe seems to be taking things very hard. And Pew says that his power is overwhelming, saying that every trace of energy emitted from his body is snake to bite him. And she actually does, easily poisoning him. Then, his arm begins to darken and become all. And only now does he realize that maybe he did something he shouldn't have. Intense and terrifying. He says it's as if he's being enveloped by hundreds of thousands of blades. But the boy suddenly becomes calm, and Pew realizes he's coming. He goes at him, aiming straight for Pew's head, who barely manages to defend himself. He's almost knocked to the ground as the boy relentlessly attacks, and all Pew can do is dodge his attacks. However, taking advantage of Gunsang's carelessness, Pew manages to kick him in the chin, but Gunsang retorts that the boy's cheap tricks are truly irritating, and the boy attempts to attack him again. But Gunsang stops playing around and throws the boy's swords away, declaring he's had enough of the tricks and ordering him to die. But just as he was about to strike him, the boy runs to the side. Then he flies into a rage again, jumping on the boy as he tries to grab his sword, and when he manages to pick one up from the ground, he throws it towards Gunsang, who quickly defends himself. However, the boy continues picking up several swords and throwing them at him, and Gunsang keeps deflecting them all until one falls to the ground, and he starts walking towards it, of the boy. Even worse, he believes his plan didn't work as he intended, but insists there's no other option, stating he has no choice but to keep attacking. And so, he continues his assault, with blood amidst all the swords that littered the area. The boy raises his sword, positioning it near his face, and activates the secret technique of Shen, 72 laminar waves, and with that, he launches blades towards the boy, who is nearly engulfed by a tsunami of attacks. However, Pooh quickly makes a life-saving decision, retreating behind the woman who was accompanying Gumsang. However, he grows even more irritated by the boy and his damned tricks. Consequently, he manages to redirect the attack towards Pooh, while avoiding hitting the girl. Then, he suddenly appears right in front of Pooh, ready. It should be. And he wonders if he should have been more cautious, because it feels like his entire body is on fire. Even as he continues to suffer, he thinks that, even so, it's not as bad as to attack him. But the boy recalls something he learned back in the cave, where his guards mentioned that 3 of them needed to master that particular martial technique. And it was at the moment Pew decided to become the scapegoat of his own free will. He says they will see whether he becomes a scapegoat or a wolf. And that's how it appears in the present with that technique. He manages to stop Bloodgum's attack, and he starts getting angry, wondering how an insect like him is stopping his technique. But the boy keeps stopping his sword every time. Bloodgum doesn't believe that he's stopping his secret technique, and Pew can only think that he learned as much as he could in order to survive. He says that, even if he hasn't, having mastered the technique as much as Bloodgum has, he is confident that he can surpass him. And so the boy starts creating afterimage clones with the quick mind technique. So Bloodgum manages to kill all those clones until he finally finds the real body and attacks the boy. But then, at that moment, Pew splits apart, leaving an image behind, and so, he manages to pierce him with blood and wonders how a killer knows about this. But it's too late, as he is already more than dead and falls to the ground. And Pew, after panting, can't believe what he's just done. And after the news that Ji Sangwe was killed, everyone is thrown into an uproar. And inside, already with the body, his father starts crying, asking how this could have happened. And the leader asks the heavens why they would put his sect through such an ordeal. And the second in command keeps crying mercilessly when the sword speaks to the leader, so he says they have to get rid of that girl, who witnessed everything. And he asks what he means, questioning if he wants to get rid of a disciple from their own sect. And he says that Sangwe's reputation is at stake, saying, when he was first bitten. So he keeps looking at the snake, thinking that its eyes have degenerated because of the darkness, but that it's still a hunter. That if word gets out that he brought a sect disciple with him while he was training in seclusion, his reputation will plummet, along with theirs. And so the leader becomes very puto, exhaling his aura. And the sword declares that what's done is done, because Gunang is dead, his sect's reputation will be ruined. Of course, that is unless they do something. And so the leader calms down a little and says that there must be someone who hired an assassin, a person who would benefit from the downfall of Gunung and the King Shung sect. He says they can't let this happen. No matter what, he must be furious about this. And some people have been telling his senior brother that he can't, saying that, no matter how important the fight, sect's reputation is, it is not more important than a human life. And he remembers that, furthermore, she is a disciple of their own sect. And then the girl continues crying mercilessly. Then, the sword asks if they all feel the same way, and he says that, at this rate, they should forget about catching up to Shaolin or Gudang. And he says that the gap between them will only widen and they will be reduced to just another sect, leaving them all speechless. The second one stands up and approaches the girl, ready to kill her, saying that, as a disciple of their sect, she surely understands, and the girl begins to get scared. He asks her why she survived alone, since she should have protected him with her life. And the girl starts begging to be spared. But it doesn't happen. They all watch the scene unfold, and the leader calls out to the second one, asking what he has done. He then asks if the leader had any better ideas, while having a rather frightening look in his eyes. He says that the blood was not just the sect's hope, but everything to him. And he wonders, as a father, how he could. Exceptional. And he says that it sneaks up on its prey. In some cases, it even incapacitates them using sound. Then he says that, even so, it isn't greedy and, after, allow even his own reputation to be destroyed. He says that they can curse him if they want, they can even call him selfish if they wish. And he says that as long as he can protect his son, everything is all right, and he starts crying in front of the leader. Meanwhile, outside, the leader of the other sect reads the letter about Gunsang's death, and says this is impossible, completely disbelieving it. The killer killed Gunsang and asks how this happened. And then, the disciple asks if he really was murdered, but she doesn't even answer, saying that an inescapable net had been set up to capture them, but they hid in the Bloodmaster Immortal sect. She continues, and says that after they had finally accepted her marriage, everything was ruined by complete. She says that as long as the marriage had taken place, she could have executed her plan to control the sect within 10 years. Then her disciple says that they cannot let Gunsang's killer live, because perhaps he knows the secret, so he needs to be silenced. And she says that she acknowledges that she has already asked for their support, so they must gather the disciples and join the inescapable network immediately. And then, his disciple asks to leave everything in her care. Meanwhile, the master tells Seor that now that the wedding has been cancelled, she must be very happy. But the girl replies, of course not, and that she would never be happy about her husband's death. The master hears her use that word and can't believe it. That much. And she says that since they decided to get married, he is her husband, before leaving the room and leaving the master behind. However, the master still has a look of hatred in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the rice plains, the man begins to sing until he is stopped by 2 armed men. He asks what's happening and why they're there. They say that they are finishing its meal. It doesn't even make a mistake when intimidating the insects around it, hunting them with precision, and he begins to think that the only ones with intelligence in that darkness are him and the snake, looking for a criminal who committed a grave sin and demand that he prove his identity immediately. And he says, I am Syrian Sheyu and I live in that village over there. And he says he is returning home, to have finished his work in the field. However, they notice that it is much too early. He's already claiming to be done working, and he confirms it, saying he has cut all the weed reserves, so there's nothing left to do for the day. Then they ask what they should do, and their boss tells them to let the man pass, so he thanks him and simply continues on his way. But as he passes by, leader, he notices something and asks the man to wait, questioning why the scythe of someone who just cut weeds is so clean. He argues that if he had been cutting plants, the scythe should be dirty. At that, the man is at a loss for words. Then he declares that he is very suspicious, and concludes that he must be the murderer the old master spoke of. And with that, he raises his hand and releases a warning flare. Pio, who was transformed into that man, becomes furious at being discovered, and their leader orders them to capture that man immediately. And after they depart, with them closing in on him, Pio has little choice but to fight back. He deals with everyone quickly, throwing the leader backwards and stands in front of him, exuding intense pressure. Then, he wraps his head with wires and starts to strangle the man. Then he asks, Who is this elderly master? However, the man can barely speak, but manages to say that she is the ancient master of Brillo, saying that she is the leader of CITMI. At this, the boy is surprised and asks if this person gave him a direct order, and he says that not only him, but all the disciples of the sect received orders to help the Ken sect capture the killer, no matter what it takes. At this, the boy asks if Sitmi has always been so helpful to Qin Sheng, and he says no, explaining, it would be that man. But when he regains consciousness, he finds himself in a completely dark place. And even though he's sure his eyes are open and he isn't blindfolded, so he continues looking at the moths and sees the snake fleeing through the area, and he begins to see better and better, wondering if that vibration could be the door opening, and that they used to be like cats and dogs, and that he also found it strange. The boy asks why this is, but then the leader realizes that the martial artists who saw the signal will be arriving soon. Soon, he needs to bide his time even more. However, the boy in his mind starts connecting the dots, thinking of someone who knows Hugo, a blood, and feels inferior to him. Someone who possesses the patience to invest in this for 7 years, who has enough wealth to invest a large amount of money in that plan, and someone who lives in Sichuan. And so, he believes it's the first sect leader, and so the boy has a clear target in his mind. The men begin to come at him, and the leader starts saying that now that they have arrived, he will die together with him, and he says that if he wants to live, he must release him. However, the boy quickly decapitates him and continues thinking about her, longing for the shine, even while fighting the others, and thinks that even if he dies, he will take her to hell with him. And so, sometime later, back at the martial artists' camp, someone arrives to inform them that the assassin broke through the network of containment and escaped. So, the master's disciple becomes very angry, saying that he is getting stronger and believes that they are destined to encounter exceptional individuals in any situation. And she becomes quite angry about what is happening, especially since he is just a mere assassin. She declares that they will pursue the assassin with all their might. The man agrees, but Orphan says that they shouldn't act rashly, stating that they won't capture him that way. The disciple, thinking about exceptional individuals, notices another person there, and she asks what she wants to say. Then Orphan explains that considering he wasn't captured, even with this network of martial artists, it means he's more skilled than they anticipated. So, if they, finally, after so long, he realizes the door has been opened. He then leaves the room and begins walking down the corridors, noticing that the next room is 20 steps away, and concludes that this is why, continue to pursue him in this manner, they will never capture him. The girl asks what she proposes, and Orphan suggests that they should predict where he is going next. And her senpai asks if he's saying he knows where he's going, and that they should wait for him there. And Orphan says he has a rudimentary idea of a location, explaining that this assassin must be extremely tired by now. And in his current state, he's very likely to return to the safest place for him, the place where he probably lived for a long time, having been raised as a killer. So, her sensei asks if she's referring to the homing instinct, and she confirms. Then she says that they've deduced that the location where the Blood Phantom group trains assassins is somewhere around Batangas. And the SPA agrees with her, since they've confirmed that the area has been receiving a lot of supplies. Then she starts to think, feeling envious of Orphan, because she's also very intelligent, thinking that the girl really has it all. At that moment, Orphan keeps looking at her, and she acknowledges that she has a good point, saying that she will listen to her, and she says that they will arrive in Batangas first and wait for the killer to appear. And with that, everyone mobilizes. Meanwhile, Pew continues to run from some men who are determined not to lose sight of him. He begins to venture deep into a forest, and they comment that he is injured and won't be able to run for much longer. Then they declare that they will avenge their brother Senu, calling Pew a murderer, bastard. However, the boy starts to climb the wall, saying that they are too close, but he thinks he can still shake them off his trail. However, he wonders how they know where he is headed. Then they all get ready, waiting for the boy to arrive. And he looks Seoran in the eyes, thinking that, at this rate, he's going to be caught. And so he continues to flee. But he wonders what happened. That's why he can't sense anyone else's presence. Then, he opens the door and smells the stench of a corpse, realizing that the boy inside is dead. He comments that he can't, because the people who were following him suddenly stopped, and he wonders if they gave up or if something else occurred. But just as he notices this, a powerful attack comes directly at him. By the way, It opens a crater in the ground. The boy barely manages to escape. And that was the first sword, which accomplished that with just one swing. He thinks it was evil, as he was trying to make his way out, but he can't control his power because of his hatred, saying that they will only find out more about the murder if they capture him alive. So, he orders the others to find him, as he may still be alive. And, amidst that gigantic attack, A's #1 disciple continues to observe everything from the sky and, looking for the boy until she sees him emerging from the smoke, running, and she gets ready to go after him. Then, she launches the attack directly from the sky, wanting him to die, and seeing that attack of that magnitude, everyone is scared, and the first sword is happy that he is still alive. He wonders why she is attacking with such clear intent to kill, and she orders. Everyone is looking for that guy, because they can't forgive him for what he did, ordering them to search every corner and not let him escape. After searching for a while, they say that they found him, saying that this is the entrance to the underground and the beginning of everything, the place where the proto came from. Then the sword speaks. Who would have imagined that a place like this existed? And they notice that he went down inside, and they order everyone to descend using the rope, because they need to capture him. And so they begin to prepare to do so. The first disciple tells her men that they were also going to descend. They must kill him before the others find him. And so everyone agrees and begins to climb down that rope. But, arriving down there, they begin to notice that he can't go into too much detail, but considering the boy's height, he was around his age, and he wonders if the same thing happened in the other rooms. So he starts going from room to room, a complete recreation of their sect. And so the first disciple realizes that the Blood Phantom group trained their assassins there, explaining that this was why they couldn't find them. So, the first sword is incredulous upon seeing the place, realizing it's exactly the castle where Gunsang would be. And the first disciple notices that this is exactly the sect associated with Sheng. The man wonders how this is possible, how such a place could exist, stating that they replicated the main sect, and they cannot ignore this situation, and that they have to. They need to find whoever orchestrated this and punish them accordingly. They say that this assassination was clearly being prepared for a long time, and it would be impossible to maintain that place without external aid, implying someone must have protected and helped them. So, they need to investigate the place. But the first sword remains silent and still, and the first disciple begins to worry. Fear, and the first sword begins to laugh, summoning his ki and becoming increasingly enraged, thinking that, of course, first they need to capture the killer. Then he asks if they all understand, for they must capture him first. And so, they prepare to depart. The first disciple states that she will search in another area with the disciples from the main sect. The first sword instructs her to ensure his capture, adding that he doesn't care if the assassin's arms are torn off or if he's gravely wounded. He simply needs to be brought to him alive. He asks if she understands, and she confirms. Then he warns that if the assassin dies, she knows what he will do. He points out that someone dared to trifle with his sect. He will ensure that everyone is punished appropriately, even if they are one of the 5 great martial sects. At this, she assures him that he doesn't need to worry, but inwardly suspects that he thinks the main sects are involved, until he finds a large door in the middle of the hallway and realizes that it's unlocked. Upon opening it, he sees other people. And the boys also look at him. Seeing them, therefore, they need to find him before the Xuansheng sect does. An elder, observing from a distance, believes that they are about to face an enormous crisis, and she realizes that everyone is trying to capture him, but that place is their home. So they aren't the hunters down there, they're the prey. They start looking around in every direction. Then, the first sword thinks this place is enormous, and believes. It's hard to believe that all of this was constructed in that underground cave just to kill one person. And he says that it seems like this mansion was built to replicate his Sita Kin palace, Sheng, but he says that the overall architecture isn't that impressive, and he wonders if they did all this just for the assassination, but he also questions if it was a place they always used to create their assassins. So he asks, who is behind all of this? Wondering who could possibly be powerful enough to create all of this in that cave. Then he notices that this is the last room, and when he opens it, he sees a table with 3 people and begins to feel around the entire place, touching a false door. And when he looks inside, he finds that yellow tome that the assassin's command was always holding him back. And when he reads the contents, he learns about the mission request, which is confidential and intended only for the captain of the Blood Ghost group. He requests the assassination of a member of Bloody. The time limit is 7 years, and the reward is 500,000 yang gold. Then, they stipulate that they must not leave any trace of the Blood Ghost group. He becomes very angry upon noticing this and tears up the paper, thinking that they dared to jeopardize the future of his Qinshen sect for a mere 500,000 gold in yang. So he says he's going to kill them all, getting increasingly angry. His aura alone breaks part of the wall, and he vows not to allow them to escape. He enters a completely dark place, where, in the middle, he starts walking towards them cautiously, while the two boys become scared. So he keeps walking, looking into the rooms, and thinks it's the same situation there. And in that moment, there is a table with a paper on it. He notices that several snakes present look at him, and realizes that it is a room full of snakes, wondering what the purpose of this is. Damn place. On the table lies a book titled 9 Demonic Streams, and he wonders if it belongs to the clan that vanished long ago during the War of Heaven and of Demons. He remarks that because it happened so long ago, his knowledge of them comes solely from history books within the secret library. He continues to examine the room, which is filled with coppers. Meanwhile, his men continue searching the area and notice remnants of rice grains on the floor, which he must have consumed. They realize that he is definitely close by, but they remember that he is a murderer. They can never predict when he might ambush them, so they must not lower their guard. As they walk, they comment on how dark it is, and that a single torch isn't sufficient to illuminate the area. Suddenly, Pew appears above the last man and swiftly kills him without a sound, causing him to vanish. Completely shrouded in shadows, those remaining wonder if all the killers were living there, and how anyone could live in such a place. They call them rats, saying they have to capture him to make him reveal information about the mastermind. And he says that even though the killer murdered Brother Yu, he must have used some unfair tactic, arguing that Brother Yu wouldn't have died so suddenly otherwise. He assumes that a cowardly killer like that is no match for his sect here in Sheng. So they start to agree, but Pew appears at his side, killing him without a trace. Then, before he can react, they notice their dead friend behind them, and realize that the girl asks who he is and where he came from, and says that they are the only ones who survived there. Then he thinks she's looking in that direction, but he can't see her in the darkness. Killer is right there, and one of them bolts off into the darkness, not even knowing where he's going. And one of those left behind yells for him to wait, telling him to come back, because they must not separate. Just then, Pooh appears on top of him, killing the other one as well. The only one left standing realizes that his friend has vanished without a trace, so he becomes increasingly scared, and he starts demanding that Pio appear, ordering him to reveal himself immediately, calling him a cowardly murderer, telling him not to attack from the shadows, and shouting that he's right there, ordering him to come out. However, Pooh extinguishes the torch, leaving the boy even more terrified, almost to the point of tears, and then appears behind him, granting him his last moment of life. Meanwhile, everyone begins to notice the footprints, but they realize that because they are mixed with the footprints of their own people, it's difficult to track him, and they feel helpless, thinking that this is dangerous. And Kimin thinks that if his only goal was to escape, he would have done everything possible to evade his pursuers and hide. Therefore, he believes that somehow, he attracts his enemy to the terrain that he knows best, and believes he's truly fighting to the bitter end in the environment he's most familiar with. And he insists that he has to capture him, because his reputation in Qinshin City will increase even further if he manages to do so. And he orders everyone to follow behind from now on, as they will move in pairs and they will constantly confirm the location of the other pairs. And he believes that the assassin will attack even at the slightest opening, so they must not lower their guard. And so they agree with this and continue forward. But, as he walks, he ends up stepping on a trap, which sends a chill down his spine. And with that, he orders everyone to dodge. And then, a barrage of arrows are, and he realizes that, from the looks of it, he was the only one able to completely adapt to it. At that moment, he says that his name is PW, and that he was stuck in the place next to that one, and she launched at them, and they have to do everything they can to survive. Then, after some time, they become very exhausted. Rick is surprised by that trap, wondering why it would have. He's there. He asks if everyone is all right, and one of his subordinates replies that some are injured but doing fine. It's at that moment that he becomes very irritated, but he doesn't have time to dwell on it, as he hears another noise, realizing that some traps are still active. So, he orders everyone to calm down, prepare themselves, and be careful. He thinks that this is a cave filled with traps and wonders who could possibly live in such a place, high up in the mountains. Worse, he just continues observing the chaos unfolding down below. Meanwhile, the first sword reflects on that book about snakes, poison, and sorcery, and concludes that the School of Nine Demons must have gathered these snakes for some kind of research. He is surprised to think that this place was the base of the School of Nine Demons. He's surprised that the group of assassins is using their abandoned cave, and he says he will research them when he gets back to Mount Kun. Meanwhile, the people searching for Po are being defeated one by one. The Gold Squadron is defeated, and the Pyreflower Squadron disappears as well. And the last survivor of one of the squads begins to ask where he went, begging him to die alongside everyone else. However, only a hand appears behind her, and the first disciple. And they keep saying that they can't see him, and that they have no idea where he is. With that, she orders everyone to calm down and not panic, saying that they won't make any hasty advances, because he is injured and time is not on his side. And with that, she orders them not to separate and to stay together. Piotr thinks that he will really be at a disadvantage if she is surprised that he says there are more places like that. He says, that's what it seems like, asking what their names are. And she says hers is Wow, and introduces the boy as Somsound W. This drags on. So, he decides to go all out, immediately targeting the first disciple. However, she can sense him coming, and asks if he is sending him away. Dreaming, she attacks him. However, the boy manages to quickly defend himself using those golden threads. They begin a clash between the two. However, he receives one hell of an attack. Measuring the attack, he doesn't stop, aiming for her eyes. And so, he manages to injure and hit her. She ends up dropping her weapon and putting her hand to her face, calling him a bastard. And with that, he congratulates his Orphan for stopping it. She says she was lucky. He asks if it was luck. She says she just stabbed where her senses told her to. And he says she has beautiful senses. She says that she hears a lot about that, and asks why he doesn't surrender. But he doesn't give up, activating his golden threads again. Then he gets up, asking about surrendering, asking if she will spare him if he does. And she's a little apprehensive about that. He notices that she won't spare him, and says that she wouldn't have killed everyone just to shut them up if he planned on letting him live. She asks him when he found out, and he tells her about how the tray of 9 calamities is connected to everything, and that she really is a demon. So, the first disciple asks about Rios. Is she talking to him and ordering her Orphan to kill that villain right now? This leaves her without options, and she says that even though she doesn't like her master, she needs to avenge the blood spilled, since he was her fiancé. And so she activates her technique, leaving P speechless, who says that facing that energy head-on is suicide, because he needs to step away first and do something. But then he receives a very strong attack from the side, which throws him against the wall. So, the boy is stuck there, and the first sword realizes. At first, the boy doesn't express much of a reaction. He simply calls them both over, and she questions where he's going. He says that there appear to be more places like that and, at that moment, they run into. That's where he was, arriving very pissed off. And the boy remains on the ground while the first disciple rushes at him, wanting to kill him. But then the first sword saves the boy, telling her to stop immediately. So, she calls him a saint, saying she needs to kill him now because who knows what kind of sorcery he'll cast if he stays alive. However, he says that he will deal with it himself, looking the boy directly in the face. Then he asks if he was the one who killed Jisangwe, and asks why he killed the boy, who replies that it's because he's a murderer. And the first sword speaks, that a murderer's life should be able to differentiate between right and wrong. He says he was kidnapped and brought there when he was 14 years old, and he didn't have the luxury of discernment. So, the first sword asks if he's saying he had no choice in the matter, and the boy starts laughing, saying that someone who was raised to be a murderer has no right to something like that. And the first sword notes that he isn't sorry, looking into those eyes full of malice, and says that he is sure that he would become a magnificent talent if he were raised properly. Then Pew sees him taking out the letter with the order for his clothes, noticing that he managed to find it. And the first sword realizes that he knew about it from the beginning, and also that the boy must know who made the request, and questions who it was. At first, he says he has a guess as to who it was, and asks if the first sword didn't stop because he's thinking the same thing too. Thus, he realizes that the boy is right. The boy starts laughing, looking at their faces. At first, some disciples approach the first sword asking if he is okay, and he says, with Kimin, saying that she isn't seeing any of the kids. Then, the boy says he's sorry, because they fell into his traps, and the first sword realizes what happened, looking at the boy, in total darkness. And that's not all. He's in a place without a single trace of light, and he's left wondering where he is. At first, he feels a very strong headache, and realizes he can't move much. Another door, and he tells them both to follow him. The girl, seeing him leaving, asks PW to hold her hand. So, they continue walking and the boy opens the door, finding 5 more, saying that a quick death is far too extravagant for him. So, he grabs the boy by the legs and tells him that he must die feeling pain greater than hell, and says that it is the least he can do for the dead. And the boy keeps thinking about the dead, but asks about himself. Who will compensate him for the 7 years of suffering? And so, the first sword continues to take him. He goes to that place where the book was, initially dragging the boy along. The first sword takes him to the snake pit, and he asks if she really isn't going to tell him anything. And the first sword thinks that there is clearly no hope for him, and that he does not deserve to continue existing in the same world as them. She throws the boy into the snake pit, condemning him to a painful death while he repents for his sins. And with that, the boy falls all the way down, landing on top of the snakes, and the first sword orders them to seal the place as soon as they leave, so that no one else can use that place. And with that, they agree with her. But while the boy is lying there, the snakes begin to bite him, and the venom begins to invade his body completely. And he wonders if the first Espada thought that if they threw her into the snake pit, the snakes would try to devour her. And he keeps staring at her, but he actually ends up healing himself. Then he grabs a snake and devours it. And so, sometime later, enough time for the bodies of those who died there to become completely clean skeletons, only a single snake remains on the ground. And Pew, who is currently becoming increasingly emaciated, with white hair and a completely deformed body, he eats one of the snakes that approaches him. Then he finally stands up, opening his arms amidst all that bloodshed. And on the outside, from the outside, people continue to live peacefully in Batang, until a man is thrown out of a tavern and gets beaten up. And Pew, looking completely different, people. As everyone talks, Pew reflects that, unlike where he came from, very few people here have died of hunger. Instead, he notes that they ended up signing with, asks what he said, stating that he will rest for 3 days. So he says that he shouldn't be disturbed during that time. Just then, a woman arrives with 2 men, and starts to wondering what the hell just happened, and what kind of sorcery he had just used. And then that man speaks to him, asking if he thinks he'll get away with messing with martial artists from Xion Batang. At that, he inquires about it, saying he's never heard of that name, and then he strangles the 2 who were there, surprising the woman, since he subdued them. Martial artists with a single movement of his fist, and wonders if there has ever been a martial master like that without January. She comments that this is not normal. Meanwhile, he continues to interact with that woman. And then the owner says that she didn't recognize him, adding that the lady will take care of him while he rests and asks him to forgive the disturbance. And the boy doesn't even say anything, just staring at her. She wonders how human eyes can be like that, saying it feels like she's staring at a wild snake. And then the boy asks for 3 days and says, hoping that no one disturbs him again. And so, he releases them, and the girl asks what the name of her esteemed guest might be, and he tells her it's Poe. I have to confess, the protagonist's design turned out very feminine, like, extremely feminine. And so, 3 days later, he gets dressed and leaves that place. Even more feminine, might I add. Then the owner tells him that she prepared food for him to eat, on his way, saying that she hopes it helps him on his journey. As he departs, she wonders to herself who the heck he is, and then she says he's just a random guest. But, he asks her if she really doesn't know who he is. And she replies that she's sure the girl wouldn't even recognize the god of death if he were standing right in front of her. Then she notices that a terrifying assassin, Vasco. He also notices that there are more bowls and food here than he ever had before. He wonders why they are being discriminated against, and what they could possibly be planning, has appeared in the world. As the rain falls, he continues looking out the window and thinks it's good to be out there. He says that 7 years have passed, and mentions that not even for a second, he forgot what happened, and if he can't let go of the past, he'll never be able to move forward. With that in mind, he considers the King Shen sect and the Mei sect, thinking he can achieve more. He could get more information about them if he goes to Shendu. As he continues to ponder, some people come running, saying they needed to hurry, and were lucky to have found a place to take shelter from the rain, saying they don't need to fight. Then the woman starts asking what they will do, but one of them asks why she's asking him, insisting it's not his fault for them getting soaked. But they start arguing about whose fault it is, and Mon wonders why he had to finish off those two. And the girl asks if he thinks he's better than them, asking if he doesn't think he's being too arrogant. While they are arguing, the girl looks to the side and sees someone asking if anyone had been there before. Guys, the MC is a trap. The MC is a trap. I'm sure it's a trap. And she looks at Pew sitting there, appearing so delicate. The girl is surprised, thinking she'd find such a handsome man in the mountains. And one of them says that was all there was to it, thanks to him finding a place there. He tells her to thank him. He insists they introduce themselves, since they'll be staying in the same place, and says his name is Ranyo, and he introduces himself as Po. And the girl falls head over heels, and her friend tells her that she can't just fall for every handsome man she sees. And he introduces himself as Godo-sa and the monk C1, and she asks where he's going, and he says he's going to Shengdo, and she says they're also going there, and it would be nice if they could travel together. And he, realizing that the girl is interested, thinks that this is quite to have to discriminate in the management between the different locations. As he's thinking, that girl calls out to him again, telling him that they were also imprisoned around the same time as them. And she, unique group, but realizes that they are all martial artists, ready to attack if necessary. And he notes that their leader is probably Raranjo, but thinks that, honestly, she doesn't really look like one. A leader, yes. So he pauses to think, then says it's fine, adding that it seems their group is united by a greater purpose. He wonders what that purpose is and invites them to come along. And then, sometime later, they head to the docks, where Dorsal tells them they're lucky because the boat leaves in half an hour, urging them to board quickly. But Ju complains that transport boats are very uncomfortable. He retorts that she talks too much, and she seizes the opportunity to ask Pew why he's going to Shindu. He replies that he's going to meet some people there, and she asks if they are friends, but he clarifies that they are debtors. She then asks if he owes anyone anything, and he says no. They are the ones who owe him. He asks why they are going to Sheng, and she says they are going there to conduct business. But the boy wonders how they can do business without any merchandise, and she replies that materials aren't the only things that can be sold. And at that moment, Dua asks where the Buddhist monk who is traveling with Pew is, and he replies that there isn't one. This surprises her. The boy asks if something is wrong, and she says it's nothing, but remains, looking at the boy as he continues to gaze at the horizon. After a while, the boat continues its journey as everyone chats. Then, Pew observes their interaction when Ranjo asks what he's looking at, and he says it's nothing in particular. She then says that, now that she's looking at him closely, he gives off a rather sentimental vibe, and he immediately cuts her off, immediately saying that if she wants to play outside, she's free to leave. She notices how cold he is, saying that she feels like he's toying with her heart. At that moment, Mon asks if he can leave, begins to introduce everyone who is there. However, the boy simply continues down the path and arrives at another door. When he opens it, they are met with a very bright light that almost blinds them, since those two alone. And Dua asks him if he thinks she's the type to be bewitched by just one guy. He responds that all her actions are calculated, and says that she knows even if acting all cute, even though she's as venomous as a spider. Because of this, they find her scary, but he also mentions that Pooh is suspicious and the silent type, so she needs to try harder. A while later, they spot something on the horizon and wonder what it is, realizing it's a boat approaching. When they see the people on board, they realize they're pirates who want to seize that cargo ship to get food that will last them a long time. So, the boat owner orders everyone to prepare their weapons, and they become frightened. Dosa comments that it seems like they're in a dangerous situation, wondering if maybe the pirates want their help. The leader of the boat asks who they are, but he replies that it doesn't matter, saying that what matters is what they can do. And with that, the monk suddenly leaps from their boat, jumping onto the pirate's boat. Everyone is enraged and attacks the monk. However, he manages to withstand all the attacks, leaving everyone surprised. Then, he asks if they saw it, mentioning that they can do it for only 500 silver niang. Meanwhile, the monk continues, fighting them all, plunging his scepter into the boat and sending everyone flying. He then activates his martial art, attacking everyone simultaneously, before they can even defend themselves. The last one remaining is terrified of the monk, but he leaves the boy behind and simply returns to the boat. Dusa congratulates Ryo Song on the good work, who replies that next time, he should ask Lanzhou to fight in his place. However, Dusa questions if he really thinks she would obey him, adding that he'd be lucky if she didn't curse him out. Then, he asks where she is, and he responds that she is. They have been in darkness the entire time. He wonders if it's the outside world, but realizes it isn't, because they are still underground. He then realizes that they have been underground for so long that even the plaid, right there, still clinging to Po. The boy keeps denying it, insisting that he's fine on his own, but she won't leave him alone. Dusa notices that she is enjoying herself, and wonders if that guy will fall for her acting, and he thinks a normal person would be terrified in that situation, considering that guy is no ordinary person. He comments that having eyes like that means he's been through a lot. At that moment, Anju starts to pout, and the boy is confused. She says that he's rejecting a beautiful woman like her, even though she's kind, and says she can't stand it. The boy gets annoyed and says he doesn't like poisonous roses, no matter how beautiful they may be. Then, the girl realizes that he's already noticed what she's like, and asks if he means he finds her beautiful. She says that's nice, but the boy realizes that those men only sell their strength for money, and only got involved in order to demonstrate their strength and gain recognition. He wonders if XDU is experiencing enough conflict to require that kind of strength, and if Cytosem and Kennen would tolerate conflict and pain, but he wonders if things there are in good condition, and he remembers the past, when he told his first disciple that she had better prepare herself, if she doesn't want to be punished for what she did to him. Then he gets very angry, remembering the past, and starts to smile. Imagine being a random person on the boat. You look to the side and see this crazy guy with a psychopath's look. Killer, crazy, smiling like that. Bro, I'd jump into the water. And arriving at their destination, Dosa says that they will arrive in Shindu tomorrow morning and asks what the boy is going to do. He says he will spend the day right there. Then Dosa says it's a shame, asking if they can't go together. He says that he has things to do first, and that he will talk to them when they hole. The light from a torch can blind them. So, he goes somewhere else while everyone is still blinded. And then, he notices that it seems to be a village. And after looking inside the houses, he says that there's no one there. Arrive in Shendo. Eranjo asks if he can't say what he's going to do, but he says no, and they leave. And the boy stays behind, changing his destiny. So he goes alone to a place. And when he arrives, everyone starts staring at him, and the innkeeper asks if he's looking for lodging or food. He replies that he wants both, telling him to start with the food. So everyone, they continue to watch the boy and ask who that attractive bit is, wondering if he's really a guy. They start questioning if he might be a girl dressed as a man. And at that moment, the owner brings his food, hoping he enjoys it, but then the man slams his hand on the table, asking if he's really a man, saying his name is Lack and that he owns the Jin escort company. Then, Pew asks, so what? He says that he's making a bet with his colleagues, saying that if he's a girl dressed as a guy, he'll win 2 niang, and so everyone starts laughing. But, then Po apologizes, saying that he's going to lose 2 niangs, and Ola questions whether he is a man. Then the boy asks if he can't tell, and at that, he says that there is no sure and tells him to take off his clothes to make sure. So, he says he'll buy him a drink in exchange, and the guy starts trying to put his hand on Pew to take off his clothes, and wanting to see what's underneath. But then Pew throws his rash into his eyes, which makes him cry out in pain, and everyone is scared. He thinks he stuck LOL in his eye without thinking twice. So, he thinks that he is crazy, and Pew says that if their eyes can't tell what's in front of them, it's better for him to be without them, and he threatens to take the other one too. But then L starts saying no. However, the boy gets close enough and pierces his other eye, leaving him completely blind. And everyone thinks he's crazy. But when they attack him, they go blind too. He says that, there. And she starts to wonder what is happening. And he says that it's inconsistent, and that it was done hastily. And he realizes that it was only made for appearances. The interior was, they must take responsibility for what they do, calling them boys. And so, already in the middle of a market, Doksa says that the atmosphere there is very threatening. He says that half the people are walking around armed in the street. So, Ranju says this is great for business, and the monk says that other people's misfortune is his happiness, asking where else he could find such a tragedy. However, Ranju says that he can't say those things, even when no one is listening. He asks why not. He questions his statement, saying he is the strongest among them, and that of course it would be Dosar. But he tells them to stop talking nonsense, and continue on. At that moment, Ranju notices someone she knows and jumps on him, and Moryang says they arrived just in time. And then, he calls him master, and he says it's good to see them after so long. And Dosa says that they took so much time off to rest that they were running out of money. And then, he asks why they went all the way there. Then, he asks if he's sure he wants to talk about it. He asks why, questioning if he is ashamed, and telling him to leave. So, he says he was just joking, asking if he really thinks he would. So, Ranju, all of this is happening because of the sect. Moryang says it's common knowledge that those sects have been fighting each other for 7 years. Moryang says that he's right and says he doesn't know why. But over the past few years there have been several strategic confrontations and armed struggles between them. And he says that, because they are the two most powerful forces in Xuan, this has ended up dividing the entire continent of Angu. And he says he believes the next confrontation will be immense. But then, Ranju asks why they are fighting. But Moryang says to her that the reason isn't important. He says what's important is that he can now finally realize his dream. Meanwhile, Pew leaves the inn, and the owner notices him going down, becoming poorly done. He wonders why, but just then someone calls out to him. When he looks, it's a girl with white hair and blue eyes, and she introduces herself to him as Lemon, saying that she will be scared, and remembering that that guy is hiding a very cruel personality behind that gentle appearance, and asks him to please ignore him. Then he goes directly to the owner, who he almost becomes scared to death, asking who knows the most about Xuan's internal problems. But then the owner questions what he is talking about. Then he talks about the struggle between the sects, and he says that, to find it, he can go to Rua das Oficinas, Workshop Street. Just go out, turn left, and he will get there. He mentions that the Posada Dragão de Fogo Fire, Dragon Inn, is at the end of the street, and there he will find the fennel, what he is looking for. The boy seems doubtful about this, and the owner explains that it's with a small sect created by artisans from Zixuan a long time ago. He adds that they have been doing business with all of Xuan. If he buys the right weapon and asks some questions, they will be happy to answer. When he arrives, the blacksmith is forging a sword, and the boy notices that the sound of the metal is different. Ensombolo Fofo, acting a bit arrogant, asks what that Perrado is doing, questioning who allowed him to hold the hammer there, and saying that he already told him never, holding the hammer in that workshop and sending him to deliver messages. And the boy ends up staring at him. He asks why he's staring, telling him to get lost. And he says that the boy will, to be banned from there for a while, saying he'd rather do these things himself than ask him. And the boy leaves, very irritated. And the owner starts cursing that brat, wondering what he did to deserve someone like that. Then he notices the customer there, saying he was so busy he didn't even see they had guests, and asks what he's looking for. But Vi questions what that boy did wrong, and the owner says that he is a descendant of the Tang sect, and that he keeps trying to come there so he can hold the hammer. And V questions if he can't hold his care from now on. So, the boy doesn't quite understand, and she asks if they were like that from the beginning, getting very close to the boy, but he wonders what she hammered just because of that. And the owner asks if he's new to Xuan. Then V questions why he's asking. And he says that the Tang sect was destroyed, and that they teamed up with power users, demonic arts in the past, which is why their leader was sealed away. After that, the sect gradually disappeared until it ceased to exist. He explains that, as far as people are concerned, the Tang sect is made up of people who betrayed the entire Angu region. He says that, because of this, no artisan wants to pass on their secrets to them, fearing that history will repeat itself. Pio realizes that the descendants are paying for the sins of their ancestors. The owner questions in what world they would ally themselves with demonic arts, implying they brought it upon themselves. Then, he returns to the first question, inquiring what he is looking for. The boy replies that it is a sword. At that, the owner asks him to come with him, explaining that all the weapons made in that workshop are displayed there. Pio notices that he seems to be receiving quite a lot of orders. He mentions that after the fight 36 Eng became serious, the number of orders doubled. He comments that the Klimensuan situation has worsened considerably, but they are thriving nonetheless. He says that at that very moment, the artisan and all the workshops are working to make the ordered weapons. And yet, Pew keeps looking back to where that boy went. Meanwhile, that same kid continues to get beaten up, and they say his acceptance broke the rules and was destroyed because of it, calling him a useless piece of shit as they beat him. They ask how he's going to hold a hammer that even they can't handle. Meanwhile, the boy remains very angry, enduring those blows. When he sees a knife on the floor, he thinks about picking it up, but then Pew appears, saying that humans can be even worse than beasts, and that after being belittled, he will be beaten to death. And he tells the boy that if he, at least of all, gather his strength. Then, he wonders why this is happening, and he starts to cry because of his situation. Then, he remembers what happened. He was on the road earlier. Is talking about, and she asks if his pupils have always been red, and says that they are beautiful. And he is incredulous at this, asking if they really are red. And he starts to, if he gets used to it, he will be a useless dog for the rest of his life. The boy starts looking at that knife, and Pew asks him how he's going to live. Then those men start asking who. It's him, telling him to stop talking nonsense and get out of there, saying that he's interfering in the affairs of his dragon inn. So, he keeps asking how the boy is going to survive, and the man follows, going after him. But that boy on the ground jumps right onto his neck, biting him. And he asks what the kid is doing while he has his teeth in his jugular. So, he thrusts the knife into the man's eyes, and his friends question if he's crazy, because he's biting him like some kind of wild animal. And the boy looks at them, asking if they weren't treating him like one, and says that he has now become a beast. So, they ask him if he thinks he's going to get away with this, and he tells them to do whatever they want, because he's tired of being beaten, for no reason. But he tells them to remember this, saying that if any of them touches him one more time, he will rip their necks off. And, at first, they leave, taking that guy with them, and saying that they're going to make him pay for what he did. So, the boy stumbles backward and ends up falling, but Pew catches him, preventing him from hitting the ground. Then he takes the boy to a shack and sets him down. Sitting there, Pew comments that it's a nice house. The boy complains, asking if Pew is making fun of him, but Pew tells him, that place looks like a palace, because he used to see a well full of snakes. Snakes. The boy starts to think he's a good liar, and asks if Pew thinks he'd feel better if he said something like that. Then, Pew says he needs to go somewhere else now. Then, the boy asks where he's going. Pew asks if the boy is interested in what he's going to do, but the boy responds with another question, asking if Pew wasn't. Ask if this is related to the snake bite he received. And he replies that it's not good to stand out from the others in a place like this. However, Lemon disagrees, pointing out that the mark is only slightly red when interested in him back there. So, Pew says that he thinks he is, and explains that there are people who are indebted to him for exploiting him, abandoning him, and then hunting him down. Then, the boy wonders if he's going for revenge, asking who his targets are. And Pirio says, it's only the Qin Shen sect and he adds that it also includes any other sects that support them. And then the boy asks if he went crazy, asking if he's going to fight all of Xuan's forces alone. And he says yes, admitting that maybe he's a little crazy. And then, he asks the boy to return his dagger, saying that he bought it because he will need it in the future. Then he asks about that piece of trash, and Pika, impressed with what he's saying, replies that it cost a silver niang, and the boy says that if he uses something like that to get his revenge, he'll just be killed right away, and tells him to get the one that was underneath. And when Pew picks it up, he realizes that both the blade, the balance, and the strength are all perfect. And he asks if he made it alone, commenting that it must have been difficult, and he says that it wasn't, explaining that he had plenty of time to do it. Secret, saying it was a piece of cake. But Pai asks if it will be okay for him to give her something like that. Then the boy asks if he wasn't going to take revenge on the sect, and he says that his sect ended like this because of them, and he says that it's not like they were good people, but he can't forgive them for causing his sect to fall. Besides the fact that he is the first person who didn't, told him to simply be patient. And then Pooh is satisfied with his answer, taking the boy's blade and using his threads to move them. Then he begins to move to them throughout the area, demonstrating his martial art to the boy, who is impressed. And he says that it's almost as if they were moving on their own, saying that his eyes don't. There's a torch nearby, though it's not usually very visible. And she also realizes that he was unaware of it, saying that it must have happened while he was present. And, deceived him. And Poe says they're great, saying he's going to call them ghost blades. And the boy thinks that those blades were meant to be his. And he says his name is Poe, telling the boy that whenever he hears that name, he should remember the ghost blades. So the boy stays behind, saying that he prays his name will become famous throughout Iswan. And so, elsewhere, A girl says that she would like to express her deep gratitude for them having answered the call of a mere woman. Then, everyone marvels at her, saying that, obviously they would come running if she called and say they are ready to serve her at any time. And she says that, although the situation of the White Rose Chamber is not ideal due to accepting King Shen, she thanks him for his help, saying that she feels like she can breathe more easily, and they say that they will protect her, no matter how strong the opposition is to accepting her here, in Shen, saying that they cannot stay in Shendu, doing whatever they want, and they all agree with that. The girl thanks them, but thinks to herself that men are always the same, always trying to pull your bag. And at that moment, he changes the subject, mentioning that, due to the activity outside the Kenshin community, the SD has ordered them to assemble, so she might not be able to attend the next meeting. And with that, they question if she's being serious, asking if they aren't allowed to join the CTM. She pretends to be touched, but inwardly thinks about those men who only gather there because of her appearance, declaring that she will control all of those who think she is nothing more than a cute rose. And she will do this until the day she becomes the head of the CIT and the commander of the Zuan fortress. Sometime later, she says that it was nice spending time with them all, and they agree that it was fun. But then she notices Po sitting at a table, and the boy looks directly into her eyes. So she, hearing this, he thinks that this is a very good thing, and she wonders what he's thinking so deeply about. He just gives an evasive answer to get her to stop talking about it, and Lamine comments that he's different, is surprised by those bright red eyes and approaches the boy, saying that she believes it's his first time there. He replies that since he doesn't usually show up, she asks him why he doesn't. She doesn't tell him her name, instead saying she is Osunra from the House of White Roses, and if he isn't rude, she'd like to know his name. He introduces himself as Po, and she wonders if he is a martial artist, and he tells her to believe whatever she wants, asking what she wants from him. She then asks if there's anything he can tell her, and he replies that she was the one who approached him to bother him. Just then, a man asks how he dares speak to the lady like that, demanding he beg for forgiveness immediately, but Po questions why he should apologize. The man continues with his madness, ordering him to get down on his knees and apologize, because if he doesn't, he won't go easy on him. Then Po questions what he's going to do, because no matter how blind he is, he should be able to recognize a stronger opponent. At that, the man becomes increasingly angry, asking Kangdu to hand him his sword, and questions how he dares mock him, saying that he will pay for his audacity, attacking the boy, with everyone egging the guy on to teach him a lesson. However, Pooh swiftly dodges the sword, moving only backwards, and questions what that was all about, as he moved away just enough to avoid being cut. Increasingly irritated, he activates his aura, exclaiming that it's impossible, and attacks the boy with murderous intent. And I notice that is the thundering sword technique from the quote "here within me," stating that this evil technique consists of 7 powerful strikes, and he questions whether he really wants to kill the guy. He really goes after him, wanting to kill the boy. However, Pew barely dodges. The attack just passes by the boy's side, leaving him behind. Seeing that he missed, he tries to strike again, from the other children, but he asks in what way, and she replies that he simply is, and she elaborates, saying that while everyone else is confused, he's the only one who is actually thinking. And at that, the girl is attacking Pew from behind, but he continues walking calmly, dodging the attacks, arriving in front of the girl, and she is amazed by that display of power, and continues attacking, but looks back and asks if that's all the opponent can do. Then, he brings his hand to the boy's neck, holding him with just 2 fingers before throwing him face first into the floor, burying his face. He gets up and looks at that girl again, and she tells him to release his anger. So, they wonder what she's doing, and she says that guy isn't a bad person, and explains that he only acted out of concern for her. However, Pooh states that a person should always take responsibility for their actions. So, she concedes that he's right, but says that she would like to take responsibility for it, and he questions whether she will bear the weight of his responsibility. So, they tell her not to do that, because they would rather fight with their own lives on the line than do that. Pooh realizes that she is clever, commenting that she knows how to take advantage of everything she has. So, she asks if everything is all right, making a cynical face, and Pew notices what's wrong happening there. And, sometime later, with a red candle lit in a dark room, Pew looking very different from his usual self, seduced the blonde. Then, she continues lying next to him and she starts to caress him, asking if he can do something for her, saying it shouldn't be difficult for him. So he asks her to tell him what it is first, and she talks about Nanro Mountain, telling him to go to Nanro Mountain and kill the leader of the Thunder Sect. And she says that not long ago, the leader of the Thunder Sect, Taoner, came there and asked for her hand in marriage, and she says he threatened to help the Kinshin sect if she refused. And, as a result, the House of White Roses and the sect are experiencing difficulties. Frame World War says that he has absolutely no connection with the House of White Roses and that, if they, surprised. And that girl, whose name I'm not even going to bother remembering, asks what the two of them are doing. Lemon responds that they were just having a conversation, and the girl seems kinda perish. It won't be a problem for him, and she should know that it would be irrelevant to him. And she says that, if he goes there to kill him, she will inform her aunt from the CTM so that he can be rewarded. And he asks her exactly who she is. She replies that she is the leader of the CTM, yearning to flourish, and that old Junrua is her aunt. And so, Po realizes who she is talking about, and he asks if that's really the case, with a small smile indicating that everything is going according to his expectations. And after Pule simply massacres that guy and even captures Sunhar, that same mercenary from before, he starts to climb the mountain, and his companion comments that the view from that mountain is very good. Something good seems to be on the horizon, so they continue forward, and the guy says that the sect can lose the war against the Kenshin sect, as they are well aware of how terrible it would be if the main sect were expelled from the mountain. Then, as they continue onward, they arrive at an audience with Jungu, along with Seorang and the one yearning to flourish. And after listening to the mercenaries, she says that a group of them wouldn't work for free and that they must have a price. And the girl speaks that they really have, but they also don't want to lose the war. And the elder asks how much they truly desire, stating that 50,000 gold nyang should suffice. This makes everyone there very angry, questioning if she is really demanding that amount, saying that the elder doesn't need to continue listening, because if they accept this, their sect will be mocked throughout J. However, elder tells everyone to stop, letting out a loud shout, telling them not to make a fuss, saying it's annoying. And she questions if the two of them really think they will accept the offer. So she says that with 50,000 gold, they can recruit several other groups like theirs. But the mercenary says that there are no groups as strong as the Black Cloud Army. Then the elder asks, suspicious. She says that the other children have decided to go together from now on, and she questions what they intend to do. Then Pugh asks what she's talking about, and she questions whether or not he's going to go. What will happen if she refuses to pay the price? And the mercenary says that perhaps her other members have already reached the mountain that enrages this author, and this elder doesn't like her words questioned if she was a threat, saying she was quite bold as she released her chi, causing massive destruction and bringing them both to their knees. So, she sends them away, to tell the truth, asking if she really thought she would give the amount of 50,000 gold, and telling the girl to state the true amount they desire. And the mercenary notices that the CTM mech is really on another level, because that pressure was absurd, and the girl says that they are a free force and will go to whoever pays the most and offers the greatest value, even if it's just by Nyang will read it. Ini then questions if she won't give him a price, presuming that she is saying the same to the Qin Shen sect. So, she says that the Qin sect is far ahead of her, but she is sure that she would win if they hired them, and feels that cutting these two in half would be the best course of action. But she doesn't know when a battle will begin, and neither does her own. The sect will need more members. The elder notes that they are quite intelligent, tapping his finger as he tells Yungura to go with them. Meanwhile, another elder becomes very angry, saying that he won't accept the exchange. He asks who would throw money away like that, confirming the rumors that negotiating with the Thunder sect means losing all your profits. So, the man at his side asks, how can the Raj expect to buy their grain for so little? And the old man hopes they lose their souls, and wonders if his brother has seen this. The two warehouses are full of grain. They've stockpiled their grain and are now trying to buy more at the lowest possible price. And he wonders if they lost to their enemies in the past due to a lack of with them. But he says he'll see, and she's surprised, wondering if he won't join them. And he says he's just saying he'll wait to see how things go. And she remains grain. And his brother then asks who wouldn't lose, since there are always more mouths to feed. Meanwhile, Pew notices the two men talking and begins to pay attention. Meanwhile, that leader of the 2040N, the mercenary group, begins to grow bored, wondering if everyone is all right, as he is getting very tired of staying on the border between Seta and King Shen. He thinks that when this is over, he should really consider his retirement. But then one of the men arrives, calling him master, and asks if it's over. The man replies that he should have returned yesterday, but he met someone and says that he had already mentioned him, as he found him by chance and followed him there, introducing the boy as Peel. At this, M asks if the person he mentions has a strange appearance, asking if he found him in the country of Zuan. The man questions if it matters, saying it's nothing important, but the master says he doesn't know, saying that there is something there bothering him, saying that, since they are on the border with Seta and King Shen, he is a little more sensitive. Then the man says that he shouldn't ignore his intuition tells him to have someone keep an eye on him because he also has his doubts, and the master allows him to do so. But meanwhile, the other girl arrives, bringing the two members of the Mei sect, and the master quickly bows to greet the two, and Jung Rai and his group quickly introduce themselves. He asks if he can consider the arrival of two high-ranking members of the Mei sect as a sign that they are willing to do business with them. But Jung says that it depends. If they aren't trying to deceive their sect with false power, they are willing to pay a lot of money to the Black Cloud's army, so that they can get rid of the sect that… And she says this with a lot of hatred, and the master quickly says that they can make this happen, and asks what they think about them. A little disappointed, but tells him to feel free to come to her if he changes his mind. Then he asks what Limon is going to do, and she says she will join him, because being together is much more, talking about the terms, and invites her inside. But inside, Jung Rua starts to have a fit, saying that he is being incredibly insolent, and asking if he really wants to have the right to foreign trade, saying that it doesn't make any sense. And she says that if they're mercenaries, they should be paid in yangs, referring to the gang. He says he doesn't think anything is out of control there, and questions whether accepting defeat in the war in Zuan isn't reason enough. Then, she gets increasingly angry, activating her key and breaking that table. But the master remains standing in the exact same spot as she gets more and more, until he simply opens his eyes to look directly at her face. Seeing all her aggression, he decides to make another request, asking them to grant permission for foreign trade, and they won't charge any gold or ask for them to pay for that table and the tea set. Instead, Sei will have to help them find a place to stay in the Eastern Plains. Then she asks if that was what I wanted to find a place to stay. And he says that, as she already knows, they are groups of free mercenaries, and no sect wants them around. And Jungo says that his sect thinks the same. He says that's why they will stay on the Eastern planet, far away from the sect and things like that. And he asks if that wouldn't be a great thing for them. And Jungroa thinks that accepting those terms might be a good thing, but she doesn't know if it will be a problem in the future. However, if they use them as a shield, their forces will be severely weakened, leaving only a few alive. So finding a 20-minute higher fording place to stay wouldn't be impossible. And if something goes wrong, she can fix it herself. And with that, she says she's fine, saying she'll accept his terms, and they close the deal. And he is happy, advantageous for survival than being alone. And she says he made a good choice, and Pew thinks they were isolated in the dark for too long, so there's no way they could be, thinking that, if he had been making a deal with the sect, the negotiation would not have gone so well. Then he asks if she would like to write out the terms, but she says it won't be necessary, for she will make sure to keep her word out of honor for the sect. Meanwhile, Orphan continues to keep a doll by his side, and the master questions whether the two of them will return directly to the sect, saying that they can reserve a room if they want to spend the following day there. But Jung Rua says that they will stay at the White Rose House, as the owner of that place is his niece. The master understands this. But then the mercenary enters, saying that it's something urgent. But the master shouts at her again, and asks that, even if it is an urgent problem, why did she enter, screaming like that? But she continues talking, and informs them that the vice master of the Thunder Clan was murdered. And then, he questions whether they caught the killer, but she says that no, they haven't. She says that, furthermore, the Thunder Clan is convinced that the Qin Shen sect was responsible, and as soon as the sect acknowledges this, one of the heads appears and starts asking what happened, and his friend says that they are receiving an unannounced visit from the Thunder Clan elders, who are fully armed. The clan leader asks the Tai clan leader what will happen to him, but then, the leader replies that he didn't come there to do something like that. Then, The old man asks him to tell him everything, inquiring why he brought so many men in that coffin there. He explains that inside that coffin is the body of his disciple. The old man says he is sorry for what happened to him, but asks what this has to do with his sect to cause such a commotion. So, he questions if the old man is pretending not to know, immediately following up with a barrage of insults. The old man claims he already said he doesn't know, asking if he will tell him what happened, and early when he ran into that man. And he said that the boy seemed useful, and he connects the dots, realizing that that guy must have something to do with him being in that situation. But he says that he, sane of mind, and he says that even he can't believe it, and thinks he'll just observe from a distance for now. And he says that it hasn't been long since the children saw each other's faces. The leader agrees, opening the coffin and saying he will show him. Inside, the vice master of the Thunder Clan, Nan-Rosan, is completely disfigured. So, the leader orders him to look. Those injuries indicate that he was clearly injured by the Qin Shen sect's 72-step sword technique. And the old man is surprised by this, remarking that he really looks like someone who was struck by his sect's 72-step technique. And the old man asks if he still doesn't understand, explaining that his disciple was killed by this technique, and that whoever is behind this atrocity can only be from the sect. Because if that weren't the case, he wouldn't be in this state. And he thinks they must have realized that they were trying to support the sect by arranging a marriage with the House of White Roses, and when they found out, the Qin Shen sect acted first. So the old man tells him to calm down, but the clan leader is not in the mood for that, asking how he is supposed to calm down, since his disciple was killed by the Qin Shen swords. So the old man says he's going to find out what happened. But the leader asks what more there is to discover, since he already has proof. Everything is clear. But just as he is about to speak, someone appears, calling him a rude bastard, and demanding to know how he dares approach Ken. They accuse him in this manner, saying that they will never forgive him, but the old man asks his brother to stop. However, it is too late, as he attacks the Tha leader, throwing him back with the force of the blow, and leader Tha feels it significantly, this, falling backwards and spitting blood. And the guy who looks most like a lion asks if he thinks he can mock them by striking ridiculous poses to discriminate against them. However, the old man asks his brother Julio to calm down, questioning why he is fighting him there, and he actually ceases his attacks, saying that the more he considers it, the more foolish it seems, and that other groups had already formed. He mentions the group with Yu and Zhu as key members, as well as the group led by Kanlei, and 2 other groups, can investigate what happened after they finish them off. Then Velote begins to wonder when his brother Junior became so violent, remarking that he used to be very cold, but now, he looks like a madman, and then asks if the clan leader is all right. And he begins to question if this is how he's accepting Enchen's actions, suppressing everyone too much with brute force so that no one can complain. And Velote is left speechless, and says that as soon as the clan doctor recovers, his subordinate should have Junior brother speak with him, and they also need to provide shelter for the men of the Thunder Clan. And his subordinate agrees, and then Velote talks to Shongia, saying that the boy better go to Shengu because this situation is unusual. And so the boy leaves from there. But a while later, 2 men continue talking, wondering if they accept that Shen really killed Rosen, and he says that it was just traces of a martial art. But his friend questions how he can just say only, because the stronger the technique, the greater the traces it leaves behind, and it is impossible to simulate the traces left by the 72 steps sword technique. And the friend beside him questions whether he now accepts that Shen was truly behind the murders, and his friend says he fears a bloodbath will soon occur in the castle. Meanwhile, Piotr is in his room, relaxed and simply thinking. And Nisra questions how he did it, and he asks what she is talking about. She says she is talking about the vice master of the Trovel clan, Nan-Rosan. Then he asks what he did to kill him and even make her accept taking the blame. He seems doubtful. Then the girl asks if he didn't kill him, and he questions if she cares who killed him, and says that what matters is that he is dead. And she says he's right to relieve the pressure. But when he was about to kiss her, she turns her face away, saying that she thinks it will be difficult to meet him for. There's him, a child not belonging to any group. And then everyone starts gossiping about him. One of them asks if the other knew that the session he was in had no survivors. A while, saying that she thinks they are going to have an important guest, and she can't keep going out. He asks about this guest, and she asks if she hadn't mentioned it, saying that it's the elderflower. Accepts that her aunt is coming to the White Flower residence with her 2 disciples, and because her aunt has a demanding personality, she will have to take care of her personally. Having to take care of her personally. And the boy asks why Florcian came there, and she replies that, from what she's heard, Florcian hired a mercenary group called the Black Cloud Army. She says that, supposedly, they are one of the strongest mercenary groups and have a very intelligent leader. And Pio starts to worry that that woman will be staying at the Hall of White Flowers and asks when she will be leaving. And the girl says that she thinks her aunt is going to spend some time there and that seeing her aunt will be good, but that she definitely doesn't want to see the woman who's coming with her. And the girl just says goodbye to Peo. And he realizes that as Florancian's disciple, she must be talking about that woman, Seor. And he remembers that she was cold and threatening. If he stays in Zendo, they might end up meeting him eventually. He figures that, since the Trovel clan is gone, Emin is probably in chaos. So, he decides to wait a little longer, just a bit more. Then, he starts a huge massacre, hiring a ton of people for Vascan, though he doesn't seem happy about it at all. After some time passes, Sheng goes to where the vice master was supposedly killed. One of the subordinates mentions that the marks might be a little irregular, but it's definitely the 72-step technique. And the boy wonders if it could have been done by someone unknown who learned the 72-step technique. The subordinate says that's what he'd like to think, but he also questions whether it's impossible. They wonder how he survived when everyone else died, even questioning if he could have killed them all. And they say that the fact that he hasn't joined any group is for an unknown person to learn a technique that only a select few members of their sect can learn. But then, the boy remembers that a copy of his technique had already been leaked before. However, the subordinate, he says that the copy only contained the style of the forms. If they don't learn the sect's internal breathing style, they won't be able to extract even half of the technique's power. But then, the boy, he asks what would happen if they had help from someone from inside the sect. And so, the subordinate says that the situation would be different, because they could have analyzed them in order to copy their internal breathing technique as well. Then, he says that, in terms of efficiency, it would be better to just create a new martial art altogether. Then, he tells the boy that, in any case, they can draw any conclusions just by looking at the crime scene, and suggests that they try to figure out how the killer hid there. The boy agrees that's a good idea, and calls him back to the trail. And then he thinks about the killer and how brutal he is. He wonders if it could be the same killer from 7 years ago, but he refuses to believe it, saying he can't be him, because he's certain that guy was dead. But look, not only did he not die, he became an attractive person. And later that afternoon, the subordinate questions if there's enough room for everyone there. And then the boy asks why they think they're going, since the Golden Sky Clan is their ally, and will provide them with a place to stay. As they walk down the street, they notice the Immortal Sect, and upon seeing Jung, everyone draws their swords. But the boy remains standing still, and the people from the Immortal Sect question what those bastards from the Enchente Sect are doing there. But when they come face to face, the boy simply goes to the elder, saying it's been a long time since he's seen her. Then she questions what he's doing there, saying that, according to his nickname, the Sword of the White Crane, he should be living in the mountains like something worrying, thinks the world is the same no matter where he goes, but he says he doesn't have time to pay attention to any of those guys right now, so he keeps walking, noticing everything. A crane. But then he asks, what urgent matter brought Florancian there in person? Because without her there, it must be difficult to protect her clan's base. So if he were her, he would be worried about that. But then Jungwa tells him to shut up, calling him a newbie. And he retorts that she was the one who started it, and now she's angry, adding that he wasn't the one who started with the insults, so they should stop soon, since he's tired. Seon starts calling out to her, but Jungwa starts to get irritated, saying that the boy is a disgraced ally, and asking how these rats from the sect, who dare to act as if they were powerful in front of her, and questions whether they found out about the negotiations between the vice master of the Thunder Clan and the White Flowers, and then killed him. Saying that, accepts that he really is wonderful, saying that they threw all their humanity in the trash can, and the boy questions how the hell she came to that conclusion, since they were the ones who spent 7 years trying to kill their most promising member, and asks how they can be so presumptuous. And Seoan is crestfallen, noticing how things are ending up, wondering what he did wrong. She points out that the core of the problem lies within her sect, yet she never imagined a murderer would actually target someone of her own blood. She mentions he died so long ago, but everyone is still being influenced by him. Then she recalls the assassin, Pew, and remarks that even those who never knew his name are still being influenced. And while she's lost in her reverie, she feels a very cold gaze, and worried, looks back. She sees someone again wearing Kongilao's hat, walking away, and questions if she imagined it. But pulling back a bit, our protagonist reveals himself, and says that this still makes him feel good. Then he says that to ignite a truly blazing fire, you need the right materials. And he says, around him, and he says he's sure that construction was recently completed, but the area has tons of moss, which means that the underground space was built a long time ago, that there are still some of them out there. So he says that this is certainly not a bad start, and he begins to control the sects from the shadows. Sometime later, that mercenary asks where he was, because she had been waiting for him for what felt like an eternity. Then, he says he was in Ran province, and is taken to her master, and the boy asks them not to worry. So, when he sits down, and the master introduces himself as Zhang Muriang, saying that he is the leader of the Black Clouds group. Yes, they changed from an army to the clouds. Then, Zhang says that he has heard a lot about him, saying that he hopes that they can get along well. So, he invites him to eat, and Pew is surprised that he is the leader. Zhang says that Ranju has become very interested in him, and that is why he wanted to meet him, saying that now that he is seeing him in person, he can see why he is different from the others, because by painting his eyes and wearing bright clothes, he is hiding his very strong aura well. But Zhang says that they can't hide everything, and even that small amount of aura that is leaking out is not normal. And Ranju becomes all happy, saying that he certainly is not normal. And then Zhang says he'll be direct, stating that he would like to recruit him into the Black Clouds group. Then Pew looks at him very seriously, and Zhang explains that, to everyone else, they are just a bunch of bandits. But he has a dream, to make the Black Clouds group a renowned sect. To be able to do this, he needs more people. Then he says that he can give Pew everything he wants, even saying that if he wants, Anju can be all his. And then she gets all nervous, and her teammate starts to get jealous, saying that she said she wasn't interested, but she seems to have a crush on him. So he asks what his answer will be, and Pew simply says he's not interested, and the jealous guy, a while ago, and someone recently used it again. He mentions that whoever is doing this must have a huge fortune, as it's not something an average person could afford. Then, he starts to see a light in the flare, spits out his drink, and everyone looks at him, but he says they can continue talking. And then Zhang says it's a shame he's not interested, but questions what exactly. He has no interest in joining the group or getting involved with her. He says it's both. He's simply not interested in things that will bore him later. At that, Ranju is left, completely filled with hatred. She glares at him, wondering how he dares to refuse. Just then, the man who was there notices the tense atmosphere and starts laughing, saying that it was just a joke, wondering why he looks so serious, saying he looks like an idiot. At that, he gets up, asking if Po would refuse $500,000, being willing to hand over that girl, and questions if he knows how much she's worth to him, adding that he'll only give him one piece of advice. If he's wise, don't mess with his group. He says that maybe he likes to talk, but the others immediately jump into action, and then they ask Zhang to say something too. Zhang simply says that he's listening, and Po says that if he's walking down the street one day and his head falls off his neck, Zhang needs to remember that it was definitely him. At that moment, Zhang's face turns pale. Then Po starts smiling and says it was just a joke, asking why Zhang is making that face. And just like, as Zhang had said, he looks like an idiot doing it, and Zhang's expression completely hardens. Meanwhile, at the Golden Sky clan, which was the Ken Shen clan, that boy's subordinate returns, and he asks what he's doing, and the boy replies that they are still inside the White Flower's room and haven't left yet. He also left some of his men watching near the room. And at that moment, the boy says he did a good job, and tells him to find out who is behind the vice leader's death as quickly as possible, as it's the only way for them to understand what is happening in order to roof. Then, that light begins to open up, and they all look up to see a basket descending from the ceiling. Inside, there is a lot of food, and everyone rushes towards it, but someone asks them to wait, and seeing, act accordingly. Then, the subordinate agrees, and mentions that he is also trying to contact the H clan. The boy is surprised by this, and says that they might have more information about that. I heard from subordinates who might know who entered the Thunder clan that day, as they have eyes spread throughout Ishuan, almost like a spider web. But the young master says he's not sure if it's a good idea to use them. but ends up leaving everything in his subordinate's hands, and the boy says he won't disappoint him. Then the young master speaks, that there are more clans involved in this than he thought. The Thunder Clan, the Golden Sky Clan, and the White Flower Quarter. He says that if they don't catch the killer soon, he's sure of all the bad things that could happen. Then, in another corner, a few moments later, a man is listening behind the wall and says he's sure there are people inside, and he asks why he can't hear anything, saying that the guy didn't seem normal, but he wonders if he's strong enough to hide even the sound of his heartbeat. And with that, he opens the window and signals to the men outside. Then, one of them disappears to report to his boss, saying that target number 1 hasn't done anything all night, and that, as soon as the sun rises, they will switch from remote surveillance to close surveillance. At that moment, Ojun, the deputy leader of the Black Clouds group, says that he understands, and that his leader seems to be worried about him, and therefore, they need to watch him at all times. The ninja who was there understands immediately, and says he will inform his men. At this, Ojung thinks that they just need to continue doing what they always do. As he looks at the map, he thinks the 3 gates at the entrance to the mountain are the problem, and says they can't get through there with their current forces. And 2, that the bossy girl has her hand all over the food. Everyone gets irritated, and she asks why they don't distribute it fairly among everyone. Then, the 4 leaders get together to discuss the situation, use their 200 mounted men. They would have to break down those gates. So he asks how they are going to accomplish that. But then he notices something strange, and quickly throws his daggers at the ceiling, which was there, and starts wondering if it was just his imagination, because he's certain he felt eyes on him. Then, he says that maybe he's just nervous, and at that moment, Po appears behind him in this scene that it's basically a work of art because it's so beautiful. While Ojong continues looking at the map, he has no idea that the Reaper is right behind him, and in White Flower's room, Yung Rua tells Seorang that she needs to return home as soon as the sun rises. The girl questions the reason for this. She says that there's nothing left for her to do there, and it would be better if she returned to the sect and stayed by the master's side. But then, the girl points out that the master sent her there to help her. So, Yung Rua explains that they've already hired the Black Clouds group, and she's free to return now. But the girl replies that she can't, saying that there's no telling when they'll face the sect that's encroaching there. So, she says she needs to be there for her aunt. And at that point, Yungo questions whether she's worrying about her, saying that if things get complicated, she will use the Black Clouds group as a shield, and orders the girl to do as she says. And the girl ends up having to agree, since it's what she wants. And then, Jung Rua tells the girl to leave, and a while later, the blonde girl goes to talk to her aunt, asking if she can come in. Her aunt lets her in, asking what the problem is, and the blonde girl says she just thought they could talk so she wouldn't be alone there. And Jung Ruiz says that she is very kind, asking if she is meeting with someone, commenting that her face is even more beautiful. And the girl thanks him, saying that she is actually like this because he is very helpful. And she talks with Jung Rua about the death of the vice leader, and she says that, as representatives, they will distribute the food, but Pyo tells them to wait, because he's going to take his share as well. Then, he walks over to the basket and reaches his hand inside from the Thunder Clan, mentioning that she is dating the person who probably killed him. And then, Jung Rua questions if she's sure, asking if that person killed Nanro-san, but the girl says she's not sure. She says it's just a guess, as she doesn't have any proof, and that she'll return to speak with Jang when she does. As she's about to ask the man's name, she hears a noise, and then, he runs out, asking what's happening. They say that Gongsun was killed in his private room, claiming that it was clearly the work of the Qin Shen sect, and that they sent an assassin to kill Gongsun. Even though they saw her, it was too late, as she was already headless. Yung Jua becomes extremely irritated by this. The next day, Jiang begins to talk about the dead disciple, saying that if she was Zhong Rua's disciple, then she was definitely important to the Mi sect. The most shocking thing of all is that she was killed in the potable White Flower chamber. Then Jiang starts to wonder if they are on the wrong side, but his subordinate says the opposite is true, which is good for them because it will make the others depend on them even more. They are scared. But he also questions if it's strange for such a skilled assassin to be in Xian, and Jeg says that it doesn't usually happen. And the boy says that 7 years ago, after the Blood Phantom organization was destroyed, no other assassin group has set foot in Zan. And Zhang wonders who could be behind this, because he acknowledges that Zen is prestigious and wouldn't think they would start hiring assassins. And then the boy asks if it could be a third group. But Zhang remembers Pew saying that if he ever saw Lixiana walking down the street, and his head suddenly fell off his neck, he could be sure that he was the one responsible. And Zhang starts to get a bad feeling, asking if Mom has reported anything out of the ordinary. And the boy says that regarding the person his master is watching,